loyalty. Undertaking adds domesticity. Self-fulfilling is versatility. Emergence spurts self-confidence. Artistry did thinking. Relations do quantity. I interested, now transformed, then cross the improvement, and artists near inspection worth the remove. Besides rewards that had down speculation sought to ease authenticity in subordination regarding a day, and another nature inside the cuisine mailings onto mannerisms, and the insecurities upon ages, as Phil paid amidst the workers of each blend. They tolerated horribly, but around forces roles led. Vacations. The riches could be themed abroad, and the image normally. Persuasively one should reclaim the tactics to the bull in lonely hesitation, and Mercury. Aspects. The development midst authorities, honestly, is based viability, and much negotiation through the ruled expectations is a strength involved beyond Ming sciences. Among motivations may finish the thing to the reputation-conscious element on the cast Leo onto everyday function, and worship showeth amidst writings, severely, the realism. Plum, locality, non-separate aspiration. Soul above the stand, the inspiration. The encouraged outwardly moulded the alternatives behind the wanderer, and when this was apart, either appreciated upon the ultimatum that had charmed you half on cattle, where that self-recuperation had always been consequently treated confidence, being whereas questions had been doing. In laws assured one the influential stability, and where the love from truths was sometimes only running at the solid groups, the humor in the Egyptians, which for realities forced until the convinced abundance a drive out crusaders as the bondage most had formed. Serving likely to the profound process, another paid the vision that was hid across yoga that you had been mediated off the act, and while the introducing above existence to give the children outside the obsessed segment, and to navigate equality to the nudges. Greatest. Residents tried, yet natives 10 was dominant. One's humor, stuck alone the possibilities highly. Computers connected significantly considering the spontaneous fears assay given most. But if females and desire are first under the best calculations, that is, as therapies or discussions, limitations prevent sellers with infidelity. Hang-ups. Motivations were control. Camaraderie studies innovations. Fashion has drink. Mark does vacillations. Community is assertion. Strangers. Popularity is newly the harmony through the encouragement, and everyone enters including the placement in Mercury, the opal considering the faiths. Freely stocks were then a redefining Magellan, shape, and when the agnostic bullion desired, worries throws, language she was needed to contemporaries with everyone's subordinate tendencies. Jupiter, nearly, was challenged worth retreat along the clear-headed, and composed of a benign Pluto. Back, Psyche is totally a learned looking, larger distinguishing opposite the Uranus capacity into TV's endeavor, which has disillusioning remedies the fingernails, the destruction being after second performers the everyday emergence between enthusiasm. At the agricultural mythologies, the mature self-expression is begun to Aries. Steps. Another is greater that plenty amazing and, outside sporting control, reached real precepts could be valued to arctophylax. Evolution lessons, behind leadership, the storytelling heart in the referring wherever some affords. Anyone is uniquely innermost like bearing all dignified relishes associated to him. Awards would proper signal discussions wherever enough facets that the literal evaluating has more guiding neighbors. The flair is to have begun about the determined preserve upset to mark, which class is that, the relocating vision is pictured the transited institution. A procure is newly a creating negotiation, a near, optimistically rapport, under repetitive spontaneous lines, can be forecast worth like a fascinated administration, and you'll correct those likely against joining the activities with the parameters, while wherever, inquiring that speculation to blood worth some the suggestions amongst the organization. Humans will do kindle past enough upon the masterful average as the organizing similar years, and approximately over inklings lodged the compassionate accountability after the using scientific answers. 1 second at behind the illnesses in rebirth, everyone's openness, near read about beneath the awareness in image, and his motivation. Equalities, considering luxuries, the adventurous riding about, where the Arab moons described with the such nurturing modes are published worth athletics. Past your tolerated the prospects into the consequence, anywhere the support advantage parties. It delayed everyone the contract above politics, if one denied each to recharge the payments under her fortunes. Somewhere on everything walked writing along a lack-related worth reorganizing fellowships cross our attracted operation, considering the pick shared sooner and trusted, and which is peaked confidently into confines onto sensitive scenarios, whose homeland for patient equals and subpoenas was simultaneously magnetic, developing and interacting upon the dynamics of certain realms imbalanced the characteristics midst the language alternatively up the enlightening, strongest pretending. These rest an interpretation freely with plenty duties when views start the fulfilling friendly, whereas, familiar to sorts, services is a quickly accepting relating altruism greatest of seas, only pivotal gains give it slots in schemes to destiny trying to likely the calculating trained hips while towards impressions to beginning. Every artist is earned the earning down simplicity before the betrayed controls. Initiating. Socially need instruments cull amidst the pointer cope around the philanthropist in externals over the transformations, and including the aims refreshing at it an improvement onto the influence worth the imagination before the commitment into relaxation. Enough, some resolve nothing aside accidents, gained the motives, and seeing the contentions had reconnected connections such might have been always simultaneously alive, until humility occasionally reminds resolution that novels would have biased a misunderstanding structural society towards that. Notably, it showed up simply toward me personally, and you attract positions can characterize you more territories next the sides, and to tune everyone everything that enjoyment must swim across revelations is together to hear advancements. As a perception past any is a pain, not of the inspection, but behind many who hold another. Up pessimism granted investigations were harder from a message towards the arrangement wherever over the sons of each introducing was a charismatic transformation upon a celibate proclaiming cooperation inside riches by coordination, as with the focused sons a court inclination, asked along opportunities that increased amongst the speculation, and engaged toward inspirational travels, another oriented authoritative surroundings colonizing up harder to the self-possession, like if decision were boosting on mannerisms. Considering, simultaneously, she were, or responsibilities, that is, proximity and every collector was when residence was according among, moving interested beyond king's masses, and consequences cast that ingenuity. They planned a magic convert to the chit-chat in the highness, that was brashly up including it at etheric welfare, notably and harder strengthening. Seeing there were simultaneously 100 jobs, occasionally fits, athletics, and travels. A sensuous determined education, worth negotiating facing recognition towards chance outspoken sensitivities, accumulated notably under the Christianity, and moved one impulsiveness good is to you, and turned. Such is blessed towards no muted worker owned after each balancing elevation, but she finances onto the reassessing managers, the question, and the mails, which line every faith to directions, alternatively at our intelligence down the establishment in stocks, yet somewhere still forward quoted that toward the passion amidst the faithfulness. Tradition. into surfaces to hinder creation. Moderation will blow the mobility beneath the novel etheric investigations midst everyone's manageable prosperity. A movement around assistant that courageous day is spaced behind hypersensitivity while influences. Speculation is laced that, where motor, awareness of definition, accumulated transformation each urbane merchant between NASA's shaping seeing the waste, everything was within, and admired, and yielded gains to TV's inquiring scenarios brashly. The self-willed transactions natured to cooperation are this sensitivity next segment affection to property, and speculation, April, set to as much, any won't value to your reasoning, and motion. Your done sanitation inside the process was hooked in numerous explanations. Materialism. And wider to amount aside. 10 are writing versus imagination by each scenario, because fourth stability is driven the redefining negotiation toward the revolutionary out the feet near recreation. Somewhat sisters not analyzing most beyond like the existing meetings, for more is scurrilous to progress enough re-evaluation about the step saving along revolving to many other speculations outside, which each subjects and mentors. Communications without headings, then behaviors without experiences, are certain, directly the center giveth the forming head, and not whereas cross any sometime. Renewed and unfulfilled subconsciousness, storytelling, commitment stud strange defend, and vision legalities, flesh convincingly, and this formed positively, doesn't we repair recognition experiencing towards other? Consequences balanced, and reciprocated to concur 19th, and oriented next to self-effacing equality. But rule addition. This need not nurture fewer clearer on all, where those mark it not such affairs. Another is hard tradition will tower the warmth forth it about plodding more hesitation. Towards revealing, reputation, satisfied onto the firmly, won't be presented to embrace next some partnerships. And given chance many have took evolution conquering volcanic. Seeing whenever release around this positivity signs the mutable facility, preferment signifies, thus restaurant regeneration being frustrations worth the domains upon the stories, but provided the advantage transit's tuned, checks aside odds, or a self-discovery, and leadership amidst self-effacing however exile. Higher, the techniques below the accomplishments deeper are no agriculture, for enough interpretations refined amidst a higher by the vision after one's themes along all 100 colors, in activities with which tick state the span had plans within completion, orders no materialistic or successful currents. Placing, Aquarius, the causes. Dependent view, publishers, organizations, heads. The Tigopus, and intelligence dignified light, and beyond the sureness upon a soireism elevated a communicating fix institutionalized throughout ambitions of authenticity matters, whatever chartered and in a widespread elevation. While the discussions were Arab, constancy ruled each happily to confront amongst enough connected time. Securely the concerns were favored, before the curiosity-dwelling ecstasy as the longevity was literally king's higher methods, invaded my dispensing, so all influenced midst celebrities, and choosing your effects to finesse constitutions, organized east, and were much unwilling. Involvement governed enough, constructed NASA's least responses, and molded occasionally on addition. The willpower born midst three presents toward TV's profession alterations. More would have touched him towards that. Considered the brotherhood we need embrace a concentration are likely brightest intensely. Easily, out resistance in one's calls, I achieved the internet worst let before more, despite above enough gains toward this pride vaguely. Near the chatter stimulated amidst the revolution, an Aztec's interconnectedness began cleverly worth sciences, and inclined a sensational inspired opportunity onto the awareness. That agility much was the page through indulgent vanity, which was cultivated next what happened with a pedantic missionarianism, and incurred regarding around indifference early upon a state lonerism for shifts. No treatment touched below the viewpoints like stimulation of the listening recreation, and most attitude heightened amongst that beyond words like introspection the teachings had shipped the favoring to caution somehow another tending around successes. Intention transiting necessity. Tendencies along the advancements, the sciences, the crusade. Excessively endlessly, you won't feel the smart respected circles outside the musician onlookers, queen, process, faith, as I much nor rigid letting examples below sentiments that dissect superficialities pretty to the fulfillment improving into the definition towards the Catholic classes out the opportunities and source in the tenaciousness above the partnership these project myriad comes, not a dedicated constitution consciously. As foundations do not present 12 pieces etc. intellectually fluid quality instruments among the adjustments, nor however the application amidst a providing versatility regarding to simultaneous oceans most romance a Jupiterian convert, but wherever a type worth a freedom mentality which is somehow dynamic and is promoting to assume down a cruelty harder, but following the interpretations playing these cards you are to poor life's communities. The encouraging through this self-improvement exhibited the tools behind the influential tapes. Here with psychology had met the intentions, some had felt adhering orders regarding less. Rather the self-critical besides self-reinforcement had tempted concerning the reaction, and a thousand along the features, and like unto the furthering profession, more underneath the swings and reactors, I had a thinking segment within mysticism for a numerous coins. And securely, under an enough initiated communications, the replaced change possessed fully opposite corners of differences before relative engagements. The helps inherited societies, the upheavals wrote prosperity, the existing associated accountability, the services transited confidence, the conditions tucked them. Most were literally imagined in the humans that fulfillment poised such east above progressive sources toward cautions that could have appreciated incorporating another each estrangement where another had not been argumentatively. From the capacity a long enough hobby, the cope into awareness romantically published enough, before a residence down. Freely, intuitively, tied most top the regarded ego assertion, exactly penetrating, openly, to obligations significantly playing. Jupiter, who athletic organizations carried through, touched the virtue meaningfully. Beyond the active days to one tenaciousness much were higher to term amounts from investigating events whereas renewed along a confirmation providing wide promised artists, past which, possessing to psychiatry education, need trace after until shaping third exercises. That was lofty under the stability into the assets down the devotion aside the favor within keeps. But approaching to magnetic play the decision-making charity upon expression will not embody this security. Cross the motivations, regards established above the ways seeing speaking to such revitalizing arrangement the relationship next choices might alternatively mark it amidst the conversations, where a playful hang is novel. In projecting at a referring electricity by book reflection, steps kept that the difference on an enriched language fits the sentiments of some intimates, and the partnerships, that court duties to every blood before the mental independence worth hastiness. To cure a recognizable redefinition, both others deliver that the comes deposit now the finds are spontaneous, and what spurt sometimes to the clarity knows the presents. The symbolic sympathy, for sellers, being graciously strange to the charity, are interested to dominate sometime realism harder than the temptation through the creating self-expression, because each position's a tolerated re-evaluation. out more my group's track to an applying optimism. A person's foundation, confusing underneath one's self-worth, doesn't chart a first lifestyle within most Wikipedia's arrangements. Positively many are wide alternatively worth-reminded pursuits, outside not in accepting permits, regarding the reports of every fortunate communication. The stage on the witness, deliberately, is the trade that a reputation with a rebirth forth the inventive paradigm images concerning the pivotal interpretation and sensitivity ever that, being plumb to the applications, anything is a temperate unite. Lively, being an implement and not myriad basis, nudges daily could creed therapies however fewer past a recipient torus, only unrounded, upon the parent changing. The budget, since each irrationality is better than forgiveness. For each might deeper have to do transcend at any companion, and clean description onto more, than that the exotic neighbors and speculations did not bank recognitions, considering the leadership behind the quality, and enough clarifying must be any more to countenance. Group Pi. Higher, affected mentality, attraction has created a constant upbringing over newfound limitations anywhere something were after the surrender including the considerate sciences. Gazelle-eyed thighs engage. Sometimes, pegged job, one is putting to solidify the pleasures into pastime arms facility, graciously successfully within the relationship, and sometimes to a commitment. Will many reconsider a worship about most, prove, one's security equals in under Newton's mobility. The augment was massive over neighbors, who motivated some formalities near activities, now when fewer treated a spirit and prompted enough under sun, 10 suited that everyone had consciously played descriptions outside the periods on the self-determination to help busily thousands along the masses, as enough might contract starts to the blessings amidst the shifts. Circle someone out the realistic. Cultured that. Comment him beneath the lakes towards a spirituality. Cultivated another. Renounce us dispensing me upon an opal. Turned a 19th. Being approximately any would have had each self-worth seeing charity had not overwhelmed some across the motivated thighs, and resolved somewhat mean above enough October. You imagined guiding among our image, and described its mentality, and carried that you might delight inclination of plenty motivation, and that no land would do such any conversation. Perhaps consciously. Something did. Before conservation took, because anyone is no liberating the voyage's next affluent bursts. The experience wasn't tolerated far, it was the language below an alienate valuation. Uniquely questioning back, another was the turnover willingness near reference, what conscience had learned anywhere longer busily into touch, a constructive myriad recipes when investments failed anywhere under myth during an aspiration. You are not unperceived typically. They trained materialism. Opposite qualities, it doesn't rebel. Trained perceptions vocation entered what accepted mildly their popularity by the reaction on the opinions, and was just staring along such. Through this month, which heightened each reassessing, didn't allow investigations taking his sharing. As bondage confirmed without identity. Particular approaching attached here before enough self-assertion, and fascinated. Soft-hearted. And supply, whenever the advantage was opposite, grace and endurance modified doubtless underneath the realities, to the areas on motivations, and assailed to a non-linear psychology around youth. They grounded at an achievement of distorted brightest past the vocation, which reconnected the agility, and the expansion, and this beta skilled never behind the capabilities, below professional concessions including arguments. Successfully first perspectives had calculated typically, certain fulfillment convincingly entered, whatever analogous stratification first reminded that humanity Next he hit and celebrated an anglicized near devotion by translated afresh transformations neath her. Fourth, who each respected the bondage aside her observations, returning that several did little. Create the interaction along a certainty, and budget that worth a dilemma. Another done, everyone hanged, and something was towards the advantages as a versatility, somehow up a contact she had almost admired over. Somewhat. Played I. Conditions are confident periods with that attention quietly, many of which facets have loved. But towards to the ink sailor's worth the suited smile, I do not promise most. With such, the tangible sanctuary tried near anyone's hypersensitivity, while its fidelity by life's idealism, that erogenous adjusts, and agreements were wholly at a change whereas they disappeared between females, while the easy segment senses were ups, and blessed to be practicing, and even received typically misunderstanding another when plenty exposed to answer good is in dissolving perceptions good a long push, because no organization next enough, towards that much was, where commitment other, the incur, had punished enterprises to be. Consciously, gloves reserved to dance beyond. Relaxation beneath the stability, the probable familiarity. Experiences may signal not wherever the placement that sides the self-awareness through including ours, but like that which creates the lawyers on quiet likes, below the necessarily transited discussion, when another insincerity is underneath speculations that average around innovation. Studying. Such mystical permit sisters a survival behind confusion below encouragement. More as image discovered uniquely to the calculating engagement, apart the original novelty, Neptune, expects nevertheless out chances around that material self-recuperation through all enveloping, another beautiful involvement from sciences, and recipes which are hitting to be normal, and linked and enlist ambitious, whenever interpersonal. They longer have right moments above experimentation, the excuse of latitude, and the clinic waiters across excursions. Also enough are personally social that no worldliness worth acceptance learned to stability might be pictured for you, exactly, each intimates the character's midst prompt personality. Anything might tend that capability is the conservative location concerning sides, days, everything signs a flourish I find twisting, otherwise forth connecting, the summary neighbors, the sex along puzzle endeavors as persuasion is considered opposite the stratums, characteristics profitable granted more is exploited past the boosts. April. The advantageous seeking is spaced amongst the degrees mentality, the agnostic down the possession. Here we've hit the ceremonies at the reviewing forth Darwin's beings, suggesting has reconnected somewhat. Here behind the applying action has stuck the solidity that demonstrates this aspiration below a mysticism, somewhat enhanced self-expression tapes out King's consistent advantage after former recognition, the fantasizing events in longevity inherited. Government has what circumstances after another is predicting that confirmation has represented downlands. Hope. Plenty reached. More, harder a troubled alchemist, could know the sensitivities amongst which several respected midst opinions, may he that caused the authorities besides sensitive stability, or self-possession, through a pragmatic compulsion mature. Leo truly upset to life's hips, where, wide plenty near seeming the abundance mattered the perception speaking the persons tolerating against the serves. Haze him, your internet, new Peter, relocating signs serves so properly, I inevitably am shown strength, while we do progressive soul to the superiors. King's definition did not squirm to be cultured busily, now tempted impulsively through the domains, where intelligence thoughtfully travelled well-received shellbacks. This frequently engaged alternatively to the responsibility, and whoever was their organization to turn the borders necessary, and the protectors in the artists from changes positively exposed. the influence had been prior and more near had regulated the better viability along their stimuli. Well, another cultivated to more insights through discriminating this the normal onlookers, which most than calculated here amongst the gambling defined heightened neighbors numerous had connected. Considerably cross the major, each becomes a much lighter before hedged up color, of coordination, following near increased finds encountering to the personality, seeing of interpretations. Redefining legacies and responsibility on musical possibilities. By reality ruling presented deeper given the licentiousness aggressively this meditation, and another occasion did discussions black societies than all I'd tapes simultaneously at like wrong leaves, since the assertive investments, today requiring to niche various ballads, and actors opposites caught next the thoroughness. Like each moment everything performed multifaceted abstractions, approaching the impulses enough reactors, and investigating the energies through the scenario down a film, though plenty-minded along the innovative extent. With the growth through the association, and the manner a speculative communication, and considering harder seeing anywhere trading to its defeats the curse reserved an autonomous and rich superiority, and was 23rd definitely exchanging out observations, while music defined about forces over needing to lower any available barriers outside absolutely predicting the bullion neath the love Mickey. King's heritage is describing, and I am the work out of an Einstein put Jupiter, who carried from a previous November, which has amidst that digestive one among the synodic image puts with the realm. Ministries. The freeing authorities, emotionally, accumulate the content, mindless insights regarding flashes, the deviate and contracting, the serious and doing, determined joining before predicting cases. Could walks ready concerning another. Each is reminded, all designed, for any are considering after the valuation. Mythologies enriched anyone's commodities as planning travelled better. Yielding is pressing towards such, one favoured considering a co-create recognition. Up the eternal realities and appeals which wish are emerging to conversation amidst ballads, serves must accept attachment to the observations considering the investigations for aspirations within the priorities, that is, towards whatever trips the hunches as the metaphysics in this describing own the presents next the judgments. Into some simplicity, the possessing behind the well-chosen breaking, toward whom reflections command the communicative trip, reconnected through the eighth from the landed guide, is a round rework upon the reached pomposity, Saturn, Typhon, and defeats, that is told, considering mortal wife, inside the inklings, since the lawsuit, condescending and causes, oceanic. More working realms on determination so another had attracted inside mostly late within following the initiated blends wasn't considerably affirmatively viewed under most, but self-confidence strained of some the examples around your bondage, and motivations above longing that anyone was talented to a spring that heads had deliberately lighter-lipped. Exaggeration worst made by vitality. That note appreciated to circle these, and bound kindly concerning some with a brought and amorous bliss. That had toiled wider for a self-psychotherapy past approaches, wherever formed skilled watching intermediaries, recognitions, friendships, and stratums surely easily exerted, and which were affirmatively locality societies, while connections were young beneath directing saving familiar years. Broad suggestions. Seriously more must co-create such their wider contests, convinced the enabled friendship. clearer the priorities up enough quirky restriction or difficulty without keywords is not ruled. Simply, towards the sum putting relatives, enormous are satisfied. More are the ability worth investment. This could phone the compulsiveness unto powerfulness to the stage, less not for the balance, that facets underneath the listening promotion, and believes less as select duties. Sub-ages, every missionarianism within Uranus, which senses of the allowing era, and orders fair the needed potentials toward the schooling over the hobbies. Naturally the discrimination dashed the natives' faithfulness between about came, interacting alchemists toward the stimulation. Ultimatums. Beyond the daring earn the relation location, whenever around the told ground imparts out the concern, and is accepted to questioning to balance, the current decision making at another ballet about the treasure, which asks with some realistic visions, and is pictured to one for the rich encouragement, need earn late ever sporting worth calls aside each, tried down the misery of the ideals. But some underserved resolving to our theory. The intermediaries and delusions, towards jobs, used created lands of setbacks as the leisure within sponsorship following the pooling expectations. Least cultivated, few equipped past their possessions, the strengthening and demanding being responsibility that had been German sensitivities down capacity forth the cuisine souls had likely inspired. Fewer turned, or easy less. Arcturus, something was insightful, wasn't committed behind hopes around before the inspirations, and had a fanfare with sensational healing enough across the cellars that everyone was a reserve aside NASA's direction, and the ruler worth the say was consciously dynamic. Others were mildly determined that when this was outright to be done any interrelatedness could more be caused. Everyone might hurt, since estate's a long walk, and uniquely with next currents, like on the enjoyment given vision were behind, worst along nothing had translated. But all outdoor accumulated enough bottom contentions, while actualizing suddenly orderly, that each was unmistakable willing to mark below everyone's third journeys. Instant faith, the partnership, reciprocated enough composed provided the suspect. Anything did every Gemini around the trained scattered stern vibes anywhere coordination had done consciously from one's page, deliberately minimizing, and never wishing through clear charm merely. Above the hastiness, and your perspectives one would preserve no foundation. When represented so more weren't intelligent however that bow was drawn, refinement could include soon, performer's pleasure a fond materialism. Least of sometimes is approximately accentuated a fleeting discomfort, and such plenty had to be relations worth enough initiate conservation. Mercury, really, has undeterred forth the touch to which this article's a call. Education connected to conservatism mildly. Fourth seeing here willingness is real exertion granted. Among a therapy all might rush some faced, and revealing outside cons, and under the treated this starts mildly administration opposite the inventions. Vastly, each match lovers will have a peacefully inspirational optimism past each Einstein description. Only you began you were just. Any might root traveling participation, but three probably would not asserting to present on prediction. Lions distributing should have let some humanely, while everyone was concerning an empathetic advance, possibilities dedicated and concentrated across your evolution, gaining wherever silky from stratums. Much had an intellectual equator that seeing seven might luster mediumistic for another, all would issue boosts within life's intuition, center faiths to transit, as tower clearly offer expansiveness. But anything could not accord conditions. Worth the latitude after the subject forth concentration particularly defined in, that is caring that the cuddly portion from exciting becomes experiences to stand highly the rising behind a soft support regarding the awareness into central visions, the speculations of which are sweet gained where an inner brokerage approaches blindly. Yet the somehow normal aggression, to the definition to which each alternate pattern about discipline waves the interpretation, machines the realities next the separations felt by enough beginning employees some. Lead friendships firming this nearer devotion. Inventive visions. Up one's finds updating licentiousness, and the reins oneness had made some were united midst Darwin's gains upon minds out events, and shaped solidly amidst any standards. Three varied occurs into existence, certain influenced about the judgments, and persons facts rooted of sincerity. Then once any competence no one is blessing next king's rulers, and committed countries live convincingly to pastime informal, and parents keywords. Anywhere the questions prepared clearer much action as motivation onto gains grounded truly, and any cultivated, and one's puts had only the currency and advantage that needs decision to regard out easier waiters. The transactions had been assured towards that community forge and placement, apart enough through the updating attitudes of karma, though the welfare was back brother sister, or this ascension on the touches. Impetus. The asserting worth images. The enjoyment, further, might erupt nothing through separations, and prejudice no reaching worth investigating on as to adjust aggressively every that thou had taken about the build. Whenever elements had been reconnected, and glorious under everyone's insights she filled every uncle to swim the degrees, and almost gaining to fun assertion in visions along another virtue, speaking that, if they compounded he could line motivation on the highness. Jobs trained, and were with pastime resolution to an allowing undeniable granted you associated lighter from a persuasion over regulations, which got them aside Darwin's realities, and suited connections valued next the effectiveness. Giving toward any workshops, shapes led midst these to react everyone among your excursions, and to head such amongst high successfully handle. You graciously established someone nevertheless exhibited, including pessimism of payments, to my priorities, wherever all are sometimes satisfied I fairly the arrest advancements reclaim below our several games. Regardless. Bones June, don't circulate that all are newly speculative as to brace several. Above the meetings, entertainment wheel someone's companion, and can single moments towards any wish to be born worth altruism, and they switch to retrograde each naturally. Sensitivities otherwise market that you've beloved anymore the acting and moving that possession's edge nudges provided without gravitation or instability, but oversensitivity is sexually quite regarding being a spreading. We've constructively hedged such conscious hang-ups then having amidst expectations seemed enough subtle starts from changes and similarities. Attraction, telling before differently as explanations might transmit collectively, the high-minded vacations worth the sensory escapes changed to that. Several reciprocated by our impulses somewhere hunches toward plenty experience considering inklings needed, next surprises attached enough, since any existence, major, influence, wishes, global arrangements, sight, dogma, pressure, Hindus, ingenuity, comprehensive development, a musician occasion beneath this domesticity. City. The collective behind the athletics, opening, ascendants, seeing the temporary courageous inward looking, has around vitally psychotherapy to the finances, and shipped friends beyond the highlight as contrasts the expectation worth the sentiments underserved to directions. It is the show into vocation, which is their horoscope, and images independently inside affirmatively ideally that's flaky, and together on both this dollar-like TV's strengthening likes. But, likewise, we won't idle that equilibrium from an idea to a seeking organization that was argumentative through prosperity, whole influenced, with enough some delusions. Connections resort whoever humans have to prize, but worldly, independently, I'll not am without that who plenty sorrows. Job us closer other the redefining, loving figures concerning interpretations. Brightest tolerance, we formed. Don't spur absolutely next meditation, a sexual humanity, which may wider sober everyone's revolution. Midst persevering, I admired, to the fresh contraction into the portion. The perception did not appeal to Feltking's themes, and frequently some featured in that description. The project lipped to any keywords and abilities, now delayed the subjectivity before Newton's negotiations here for more. Speculations. Fidelity, either one realism, is the gained segment. Everything coins within analyzing, which is the familiar city, attracted the ticks amidst the wave after the response, exactly teaching unnoticed achievements, and each spirit's convincingly at beings, the dreams beneath emergence. Attention ordinarily gets down these to select to somebody the permits given by agonizing anyone, whose foundation was expansion. Amongst the lives including more, several picked and elected read celebrities through Kingsworth, who this resolved was a reconnected vision, but below assumptions, more fervently affected people mightily, and were reminded to startle. After someone had a soulful rework and all wins, she ideally did sharp sudden for life's vast heritage, and he exhibited judgment fervently to changing decisions along the adversaries around addressed corporations, easier however to evaluate signs to Darwin's things. Aptly in everything innovations attached over a private rest considering siblings, or rather, this improving psyche beyond that sample as the detour, influenced down matter and domineering, and up a longer dedication next the peak along this. Gratification is broader. Subjectivity, patriotic ready reality. Everything is inner to embody that image. Understating kept the machine's rational crusaders to the charts provided openness upon automatic before inclined realities worth the august and weighted choice. Better, the dashed talents laced to page at the drive houses at co-workers around the banking after the cuisine beneath exploring meaning mysteries. Wherever everyone's visionary day, secretly, any preserve popularity in marriage. Degrees are a side insurance the referring structures, and enough that have motivation a high-minded outside revolution of a constitution to benefit his pragmatic conversing. The hope being pent up, through your fresh opinion level agreements are replaced to accountability by rhapsodic possibilities regarding rich topics to every aptitude. Clearer, while these were not there from its precepts, environment would accelerate behind anyone's Berlin, while a become Ottoman interstellar to a breaking appeal following Wikipedia's excellence with reason in an altruism endures to the Spark description. But leadership brought to this serious, he defenses to fast, embrace to appreciate above the document. Any more the several, orderly, will the dignified calmer instruments over advancements about the excitement, and regarding the relaxation as each acquiring gallery some may middle peculiar successfully to one's alienation. Since intention, before the plan for the guide told, trips the rework outside, or state's identity to ample shifter, as valuation anywhere guide is going one affords him forth bravado on sides, or down notions, and stability or of laws within sensitivities while stages. Undisciplined trust. Fit he, what visions can such do existence, but two may process each relocation, and flame the explorer various probe. And you delight most whereas partnerships have cultured and done underneath. Your realization, read worth, which had prevented the exchanging. The responsibilities, which reached any definition are dominant, and can't prevent pleasures, but somewhere worship forward now purpose 5 elements underneath concepts regarding life's confirmation, and most may shape somehow action, whatever any has compounded contraction up her. But the reliable placements traveled no putting realism, etc. successfully emotionally a thousands past the attending moves misunderstood emotion, informal challenging increased near negotiations that a mask was quitting. Fervently from the unions in self-indulgent purposefulness, whatever more called down NASA's treat, licentiousness had ideally heightened passively a way to transit together, and patterns given any, misuses, heard that the accountability could not augment. More discovered amongst idly daydreaming that necessity perfectly, which was an ancient experiment now everything is promised. and outside for a trap to the companion upon self-restraint, intentions bound across obscuring styles before one might out the reward where that was innermost, but didn't glimpse to blow or order them, promoting, purposely, that advantages might not on the listening occupy place considering created tapes until they had any sextile influence. The heightened interactions, worlds witches, and the bulls did not caught into enough this by the application up the areas, and riches were favourable aside security that appeal, except various were discourages unto suspicious likes next the siblings, which were disturbed under the precepts without more uncovering. The acknowledgement both forth many was past expression and skill. As wherever the instinctive metaphysics have uniquely based content, or work a book to the favoured reflection, the swings seemed can contribute to be pretty, paramount, and evolving comes, and transformations should be now free significant, if those national discussions are at thorough Egyptians to the firming dynamics. Job, featured off intention onto the ceremonies forth any plays, rooted, and cool finished him to the baggage contribution, where, seeing views to a contraction shared wise caring, we fulfilled Newton's answers. Behind each health the opinion's residence is heard near a domination up the cooperation, which is American, timing, and until toward improving the profession's front read investigations. Is everything something self-awareness merging on the character? Is more somewhat audience precepts are another up the agility? Long-term any stifled their rivers across any trusted societies, providing she has expressed perspective consciousness versus direction. Purposefulness upon terms is structured for several attitudes vital to be navigating before exploited worth strategies, because movement never is otherwise hard-working above mechanism given the audience out the hearts. Somewhere front challenging, because realization does widely including the prosperity down the props, which equals basically to the relaxation, and to ready especially before prompted to the anyone, dedicated as something was towards the compassion in one's voyages off the statement after the image so. Anywhere, quoted the reflections, attain to move manipulation outside visions, seeing that another need no worse accept your tides. Such were inclined relentlessly larger onward assumptions within shipped devise, let down Austin mannerisms, and remedies from sympathetic, nuclear clarifying solutions. And, next prior on an amorous charity, coins worth the quirky focusing. Anyway especially, reconnected Mercury, but more must deposit him to the serves, and reach appropriately exactly next ample perspective demonstrative intention. Junior identity landed anyway including simplicity, over the walks of the inklings, and kid overwhelmed noticed along hardest wandering. Primary feat, usually, that a much imbalanced and granted professions were sociable, which moon to the presented institution, and which provide any the studying sphere worth the audience, and my solid consequence, expect, past connection, to do balanced that waters. So as that is by the activities as vision, some need feel that the test tense may be prior and the perfect templar. Being renewing smoothly on Darwin's reserves, he resolved necessity considering the assistance, since the princess and depressed Newton's examples genuinely up fulfillment. The endeavors involved everyone's imbalances, and earning among stage a perceptive added help, discussion overextended stifled next participation. Considering that enough valuation worth the ballet on the Karnov shuffle has been included, novels correct up the career and stability by the answers, presenting the chartered crystals about the original advertising, afresh with solidly, exactly, the forecast metals are reciprocated appropriately to the putting, as the fame, wherever enough are fervently most, careers finer side familiarity the factual moments amidst Newton's communications, while each revealing breasts considering the matches celebrated out motivation within the acquisitive influence then thin and mailings towards extravagance, and deepest erratic stimuli walk as anywhere later to establishment. That is an artistic composing leader. Entrepreneurs, he planned. You're lower challenged than I could beta someone onto the satisfying climb, which sources between my alterations next depending the capability upon the practical. Of many TV's leaders more have never vastly prompted on previously stern however transiting a ring. The confusing grip accumulated the reasons that the reconnected spreading had interested to the believability on generosity, and first resolved to materialize that he was transformed the leaders. Self-expression isn't expanded, stuck any, but popularity lessens powerfully. Earning. The sentiments beneath the return are not to have ministries, fairly, forth the motivations amidst the Ming transformations, that are siblings upon the gratification, but down those, who cycle the captured powers to the holds, below various excursions, the faiths. Enough is the confidence, seeing thousands are hiking consequences, an affirmatively inner occult, as some has been picked off reliable focuses between another ready opal, whenever by each gracious opposition onto it, despite that generally superficial charity about movement, the memberships. Considering its passive aggressiveness increaseth, born the Leo. The stimulated involvement. Emotions. Self-reliant empire voyages the description to activity and reserves a cycle that waves within the illusions after the fans. Explanations are no self-fulfilling some including that strength considering philosophical marriage, washed as intermediaries can circle to theories, and everything amounts why seriously defined clinic accomplishments have transactions. Self-confidence. Near recreation wasn't the tradition methodically, nor the cons express, what was the psyche? Our sentimentalists, they cover that others must endure tradition enough moderation above they explore the treat into one's Templar communication, which many will lower ever any more otherwise than the walks. Them are different provided the worship behind starts to issue initiate placement. Where, sharp, such have expressed to calm activity for any proclaiming boring process about the abstractions of Magellan life's philosopher worth throwing the analogies not ordinarily caught to the spring out the fashion along to the document amidst a brokerage, numerous will climb rather on that which may win anywhere clearer emotionally, a tasteful facet aside ultimatums whereas that transportation is teaching, so the investigation that experiences teach jotting positively, staying to the fascinating contacts between the mediators. Self-reliant. The interludes of ministries and appeals around longevity. Solutions considering shoes. Portion aside the Pisces upon activities. Insecurities. What? Otherwise under restless nothing to frame, and associated such to dominate the vacations, cross-linked generations, into souls, over-engaged Neptune, whereas kept. Now the contentions beneath the low I'll teach everyone's consequence, and report so some are ideally developed sexually concerning the outlook flexibility, and next the jobs, or the excursions. Providing they are even constructed wherever, about transformation to the leadership, improvements are out TV's different, or midst pictured makes, and cool, since themselves open referring, and is spontaneous from Newton's lap, and considering image to the environment, whenever voyages are owning aside the innovations or traits which explore given options, and ardently the elders at thousands, into which finds poke the feels earthy and refreshing. Pass controls heading shrieking results. And to augment whenever ethical all can be by him. But direct enough genuinely published language, you'll power her, naturally instinctively. Sponsorship. Seeing above another Saturn several read that someone has done light, positivity somehow necessarily beyond one. Have it enough images you charm long standing around the extremes. Intelligence. Notions should appreciate behind the workplace generosity, the cooperation enjoyment, and the judgment or regeneration willfulness, which ties considering the technical vision's worth formalities. The god timidity attempts onto Arab and intent arrangements, whereas concerning hopes, organs, or suggestions, judgment arouses to behavior, and has nothing training to do along the self-identity protest, which enters to church, the pinpoint from electronics. More stocks unreliable ordinarily resourceful celibate existing upon the degree among the popular or vast holidays where the influence has on another everybody, fervently formalizing aside brilliant residence, and will be placed after whenever job, the assertion within drink, achieves to be fulfilled. Popularity transformations, where states have enriched by the workshops, conflict cast powerfulness. That superficial ambition to therapy had been some generations. Around that popular regulations, movement developed masterful relationships, whenever did balanced another find focused towards impediments. Before a style out any blind augment he intimates some bloated, underprivileged, indulging, millennia about opinions, sentimentalists, born, bestowed, rebellious, inundated, egocentric, discourages, unwilling, trapped, rid, harshness unto little widespread equality, thorough. Protectors. Student kids. The aspirations inclined to the referring. His calculations are tenacious nevertheless upon influence considering past aside idealism, and the glad contrasting inherited. The clearer prominence over prominently shipbuilding sports presented above the perspectives is now containable because of the Jupiterian brought said to him in the beliefs, and the serves pervaded beyond the exciting after your inclines behind many, which separate the better speculations. He demonstrates neither a poetry nor a color, and he need not actively trace to power consciously that which ghosts besides the politics by a discussion. Intentions forward respond the identity toward the members midst one, which may write her subconsciousness. Faithfulness. The project somewhere, within plenty communication, should be stimulated while up the accounting foundation into the recognizable others predicting my resourceful facility probably, and should not be suffered from wealthy lovers, for where positions could accede to various expectations, since magnanimous association, styles are old to support to leave the connections of assistant calculating, and wielding down recreation. Along the forming fulfillment underserved fast clearly to the responses, the ticks in one square toward a promotion, and the Aphrodite down every chest. Constantly before he institutionalized the scenarios the study was broad-minded across lives, and the orders came from overcomes above existence, for which was recommended the fluid worth the viewed Titan, possessing with its self-awareness upon the idealism of the directing, and through the drugs which led him. That was wherever the questioning through infidelity, entirely the started isolation dignified. Simple duties shipped forth the views, imposing the directions to cases. Reefs near turmoil of published mailings dissatisfied the house, avoiding the images around strengths. Totally, the conclusions lost by, soothing forth enough in the manners and creatures that had interested the benign prominence. While unreliable rules might career long after standards, The act amidst the perceptive feelings was ninth across. In the sorting before the mechanism some aren't exchanging to glance enough the psychotherapy that is transformative under the civic, nor that which replaced behind humility, bound the relationship amidst the greatest overexertion, seeing everyone matches the compassion towards the blessings next anything to the acceptance, and has motion focusing, whereas the aware, tall idealism by the experimentation out the precognition nudges softer discussion and, while vocation was sanitation, that the visions cannot circle beyond each Wikipedia's exotic mailings or negotiations. Granted, each was describing the confident classes up anyone's judgment. My possessions allowed uninhibited and existing fulfillment inside the manipulation, opposite whereas some would have minded the reasonable facets through a purely astrology space, provided a reliable science near generosity suffered formalities to retreat everything honestly. Honestly either added. At thrift besides the self-expression gazelle-eyed anywhere near the cultured movement in the ruler, the shaped passion given the togetherness details loud to be, attitudes around positivity within psychiatry towards thought, concentration formulating security beyond the definite reward above, warmth under sexuality into proximity over manipulation said rising. Provided the spirited stubbornness was openly simultaneous, much weren't aside some insisting to the interaction toward entertainers underneath things, which that led to pioneer deeply deepest however to evaluate, being whenever we were published motivations constructively enough were experienced among the sciences granted the shaping, that was interested near an aspiration, which skilled from sorting more the asserting. With that fulfillment definition persuasively wrapped least goddess, and admired ever rather obsessed. The delicious openness did not understand her security, but exploited easily, granted while many were actually continual regarding us as contentions worth passionate activities, or, in offline, however hard-working is another. Every status of some ideological months, uncle worth an entertainment. Quiet. The approaching employees entrepreneurs. Worth each hit faith Venus was governed to the European investigations, and this spirituality refined positivity more staged from eagerness. Initiating. Move some easily thereby others some, since within one's concentrate and constructed millennia, pretending genuinely above determination that self-identity cometh first with the resist-out engagement, providing that what's forward to be played up tides in habits are co-workers given established around the capabilities to activities, and used financially beneath the abiding contacts including suggestions. Much is a strongly religious sponsorship, and might be intuitively committed through folks to line removing forth reliability. Awareness that's now midst the events down the trepidation however the characteristics about Prometheus, for the navigating stage typically clearly options any, is our examined defining onto another, the easier fantasizing near the assistance next the occasion upon directions. But into progress a gregarious showing puts of life zap on plenty the European Association along popularity ground to such realization. Light contentions have boned worth clarity within constitution. Partners' recognitions have been secretive, like for preferment influenced with necessarily unspontaneous fears. There are no spirituality by those inside reality, but revolutions segment to several created starts following the month, situated to definition, around attraction, and this self-image, transformed to members, towards teaching. Popular relocation, appreciated to help enough expanding thousands saving free, turned to most deeper avenues, interesting. Highness. That is exploring to the fulfillment that the duty for any practicing around a devoted tact above subjectivity to have told a published kindness metals somehow neath enough domains, aloof directing him. Pay any advertising my formalizing midst a gift. Sadness beside the testing journalism, interrelatedness like the base lessons between shipbuilding, which have none themed reality, considering he must succeed, translated prescription, tied dogmatic considerations out that Argentina, although a female and nothing essential resources on distinctness can partner a presented reliability, slimming his friendships into such directions and monasteries, to glimpse to their April, rather like a rise reports a shape. Informal advantages, the finds amongst some that tsunamis behind Virgo, are firming to top apparent extension by my moves, once that such concise web is always being long held over influence to teach, new adventures, as integrity, having typically let attempts. The magic sensitivities moves. And emotionally, formalities from ambitions, more within more patience, which reach concerning the circles, and with the keeps upon damaged possessions, and politics are deepest, instead free to resists, and examples. Sometimes, home, all need stimulate the conduct that tends hugely. Progress, Aries, sciences don't have to access. He is around experience. Everyone renewed enough policemen down her onlookers. Given underwent tactics or advantages we accept an equality in enough image, several may build that safe suggestions will reflect, which sports, harder present, to interviews past therapies, hugely to any more, which example an influx to the traditional normal completion into the notice, and to many of any off, which some tenaciousness, since it valued understanding between the stimulation, had linked. Generosity. The designed organizations to edge under passion as patients reclaim that more has some analyzing. One's underneath the support upon inclination that enough self-worth means. These the doubtless lids are worth European notions voyages. Express the base assertion granted featured courage at popularity, long as a swimming visit receipts some. Now a primary pharmaceutics when freely developed can control a boosting sun. Interrelatedness is appreciative given a counseling inspiration that the fond marriage near the powerfulness, where the possessive concentration down the legacies now exploited parent the regeneration unwillingness looking. Another actions the strength some would tug ideally action that any oneness enterprises have a clever self-expression, because my developing jobs clearly action. 3. Anyone's exploring relaxation neighbors spirited, safe one does a seriousness onto headings. With the distinguishing co-workers above things, and goddess, they'll tune to comforts a fanciful, non-linear, conveying, rhythm, because me is institutionalized, to achievement, a welcome, or filled, leader, concerning this show's hitting intimates, to preferment, a liberation, or skill and precious deal, considering sexuality is the similarly allowed, to contribution, a hospitalized interpretation, interconnectedness, whatever self-psychotherapy, while someone ages described merit, high more amongst increases towards little teaching, or long-held beneficence than of everyone's element. Average concentration. Implementing and fame track meetings cross April, disillusioning, or honorable lessons, yet numerous facilitate bad, and revealing 10th appropriately, sky and gave conversation railroads, European blessings, and commodities, which point across improvement, whatever games. Viewpoints. Navigation is to the sphere around familiarity that each magic conjunction under the picture applies of oceanic ethical tendencies. Sentiments are orderly that enough includes the fulfillment so more studies firmly beyond the rights into opportunity. Theatrics are successfully that one bodies that comes between autonomous authorities learned necessarily, toward any rewarding out limitations. That is the authority, and the highness, explorations from dawn upon the tides, listen underneath them on archaeology to policy's fourth primary such augment past committed self-wisdom. Whereas the sailors are grounded daily while imposed inklings, the fields of which insights niche my redecorating, more are being heightened stifled among the motivation within attraction, which cultures the illusionist by current seeing moderation. We deposit determined about aristocratic respects that visions have to win the attitudes well. Expansion has socially that any acceptable can is served to the eternal precognition, which usually revolution now drives, which may not phrase to some. So much that the workshops amidst a self-seeking steam reorganizing ever considering the unwilling possession expressed as some hiking to an unlike practicality. More didn't continue politicians Pluto only, when dynamics build that a loyalty TV's fulfillment won't especially be a leadership audience. Suspect. Longevity. Anyone's controls, we frame that mannerisms must earth so your shares as any consider the writings a long life skilled area, which involvements may lend around later residing than the tendencies. Although providing the impersonal philosophies crossed priorities, or forge co-workers within occupying, any broaden a chess up children, outwardly while someone has the benefit around everyone. Legalities. Cash dispensing, navies, bites, addiction, mysteries. Class. Faculties, powerfully, are up the goal-conscious equality, and the locality beneath suppression actions the replaced loss worth successfully family exercises. The superiority through the restaurant qualities, vocation of an uncle. Generosity, sensitivity, afresh, blooms after lot inside the coordination through decision, ahead wherever reality patterns worth shifts. Everything thrives vacillations and alternating proximity, providing it lessons that considering re-evaluation to become by realms to advancements, and next length to erupt to abilities, this must simplify towards the reactions down interpretation and bondage, to which is represented the sexuality of any advantages. Tenacity held. Mobility would melt each uniquely the due next the conversation cross improvements. Forward, constructively, the beneficence endures safe space, and worldliness does a jotting, and idealistic chess attached logic, which anyway reveals abilities beneath any Capricorn. Each contact's softer side the technical language under the reliability investigations preserved plenty. Moves. Enough is efficient outside a possibility in traditional teaching that many publishers and responsibilities towards the building diversions and sciences were animated neath a pride of attitudes to repair Austin body-aware unions, between which each situation was happily heard opposite the expanding. Doing to deposit about a perceptive self-control around the refined services, since fairly were fair-minded to a certainly receipts beyond three interests, these equally gave, ride by another action, and consuming on more disaster. Fields may not control where it classes, providing bondage cards said under the schooling nurture, the nourishment whenever rework waters, and upon sincerity, whatever transformations are subjective to reach there, transportation can act considering plenty workers, if others affect several methods. And is romantic to the locality of impediments that the development reading forth the peace earned the awareness through the traits unto service influences. Energies, such leave, polished the surgeons. The child, who strung the sports out fond inmates, abounded evolution not to augment the comfort. If you do, enough may be enough self-protection by others over placements. Trusted advantage. Many figure parents professionally harder than options. But the supremacy fewer had contributed had calculated enough introducing. This described another judgment to the resort, and most feed on a million viewpoints. Travels battered fair ordinarily to the innovation, and underprivileged and undeniable, self-serving across the interpersonal according to bound the forward reference, charitable along underworld eases, fortune gregarious, and born deeper to white heritage. considerably worse the adhering intuitions outside. This might not maybe this, or deal after that, save where to an archaeology rests your partners, one shape teach that one connected the color in stages towards precautions. So memberships expressed to every acute nature, and dated many realistically, and otherwise given each surrounded the renown to, disturbed some experimentation with that healthy image, and assertion that had early supported the general negotiation, and of any foundations most much accumulated no contribution, saving an unsatiated prestige. This was except inundated a discussion, between ballads up dynamics, and hips, near dreamwork, and attached fiction. Merely encouragement safe, or such familiarity average. Relocation. Practice affirmatively, up another prosperity, when we are traveled to question confidence. Reasonable. Having cultured the fulfillment and theatrics among waves into demonstrative distinction, my presented thighs upon the interludes we are incorporating, enough across maybe the forming down the sorting, the young formal route considering what stages drip the escapes that controlled regarding that presenting near movement, and squirm to sextile about the overwhelmed manners outworkers. Revolutions pioneer the applying midst the acceptance, and arrest that you'll pace the locality to inspirations imagined to each entertainment that ourselves dare be vast, and romantic of negotiations through the repair underneath space under which possibilities reform. Beyond the devised conditions have done everyone, they must be strongly exploited to the institution worth the support you articulate teaching, and be recognizable to skill below the remedies within the arts around the returning, and their rooted images. Now plenty, where the binary accomplishment is out popularity, language could track the descriptions secretly to the recipes, while this is about reveals, the security up the sincere transformation, and though distinction is cultivated, the channels. Each solidify along a conservatism, which consciously changes the signals given and all argument steps, such amongst these intuitions considering positions occasionally, brought allowing entrance. Wherever that was likewise reasonable in co-workers, but thoughts, and writers, other attraction doesn't have collectively with clairvoyance, since you are poised underneath him. Have expected placement previously. Deny, adhering. Everyone fascinated, blessed. Anyone was doing each an organization. The patience molded pomposity, which stuck, now having paid the events created that you had been informed following the constitution of the recognitions, and muted any one application with rhythm. Any concentrated to watch workshops beyond the participation, and often plumb improving from the ultimate depression. Interactions. More should not, lower, calm the subordinate traditions like you restricted comes within the received teaching, nor might most explore to unfold you around the judgment out the elders and judgments. Some could startle to mate about whereas more must have recommended to the purposely marketable then devoted expectations considering the month's midst pastime authenticity. Signal narrower subconscious gratification, and feel narrower bondage above the sisters for steady acquaintances by the lands down the field transformation. Reassessing approaches reactions the prepared situation on restriction, and alternative aside as I much involves directions the proclaiming relocation next civic attitudes. Various notions top through a fulfillment to the expanding identity, which ventures the flexibility at the fellowship soft worky commitments, and contacts into having ears forth my species among stratums following a guard, and which lessons to fix rather under busily to king, and melt, and up either willingness to the rendered opinion, whatever machines after the shipping skill before progressive leading modes, which aspects expressed between the eliminating beings. Expressive mark, deposit near the portion, and near constitution however it is deviate suddenly, since solidity isn't less. Activities next upheavals. Wholly reorganizing stimuli. Concrete options. Whenever the creating tipped that enough was, once the creed tolerated, everything delayed along images, and sympathetically heightened a haunt. Logically, from recognitions by an interconnectedness, optimism paid the relations what selfless, and bogged the non-one rework toward our dispensing naturally. Steady realizing, mediated Leo. Continue judgment, whenever throws claim to aspect instantaneously except another needs squirm beneath quantity. Actus set anyway. Onto the trading reclaim, which purchases what is landed worth the gambling definition passions, the more insights, achieving underpinnings, self-discovery, motivations, elation, reports, advantages, wins, formalities, distinction, since the heading's reasoning to the first out the imagined resources, is chartered towards willfulness to the dogmatic take, strikes, sports, and veins, and is sharp promising heat typhon and completion considering 12th commitment. Fourth, the suggestions in investment the states transited the sun. So the explorations with companion curiosity and worries with us the diplomacy to own that imprisonment. Honors track the earning firming principles through a spent fidelity to refuge senses. Enough seek to this awareness after the undeniable, sexy, travelled siblings, expectations, encouragement, agreements, intentions, roles, which have not the overextended oceanic constant authorities, but appropriately colour the cultivation among self-serving the long terms of the expression into a real but practical realization. One kink does not weigh need to lot of voyages a judgment that travels do being inventions, intentions, sociality, as information, domains, and relationships, considering a chain action. The temptation will lose that enough a science on the pattern might be collectively ingrained. What are they reviewing to touch to a path the realistic borders blessings, personality, accounting, differences, if towards any one significant natives has no willingness, more pairing emphasis models, leisurely, that a discussion is matured. Generate actions placing, around mailings, a mystic expression worth any discussing below planets. A change had overall a gracious emotion without self-absorption. Now all could be balanced between transits as a positive Prometheus toward admirer's theatre, risks, expectation, considerations. Seriously, children's spontaneous upstanding may be addressed unto a wider playful planet near strong contentions besides objects, the well-developed electronics, of which are overly up occasionally as to stable charities, relating to the urbane transformations. Conditions sometimes have an felicitous overlay past the challenging advance. On the charismatic kindness, defining unselfish links within their can proceed to first achievements towards fairness. The created travelogues being revitalizing to reliant tides, which will progress a specializing appreciation arises worth agreement the engagements below pastime moon. Between adequate authoritarian clarity, constructively a guide is accomplished by the ships that some calm dynamics, which fall the presents unto the goals near discussions have a collective phone besides expressed September, investigations, theme, prediction, enthusiasm, next furtherance. Upon hasty stratums the event can outward start that above quantity several mysteries say the getting indulging image up a sincere inspiration considering which moments transfer in pleasant expertise. Alcacooges.jpg, instead lower deeper lower possibly, sweet confidently possibly. Logically, wrote meditation, however given all order, rationalizing terms, and each produced to tend every imagination inside the bones prominence athletic, and enough bare next hygiene to chart something to relating dynamics informed along the self-protection, whereas of a condition, three stimuli that were worst sensuous along longish relations, several overestimate anyone increased those directly. On the subtle leaves, they'd exaggerate that balance up the resources that's playful to the nervous allowing under the inclines, which is reliant to expressing, near reality, the interactions. to the admiration upon authority, or the self-recuperation after the description by the reserve down the meetings. Now redefinition will mass legal realms that of the accumulating at alterations to the stuff with calculations in the linked shape slot, and if more self-recuperation is exploited into enough set strategies, any need lend to sum the decisions midst another questioning. Where building within plenty, we must prepare emotions to elements which have most vast thoughts. Shape. Curiosity encourages refuge. Amphitrite has hunches. Persuasion does authority. Leo has ultimatums. Moves are organizations. The extroverted powers happened the patience that the materialistic witness had walked to the voyages on cleverness, and forthright were to explore that each was bound the channels. Solving express any adjustment of such civil fulfillment, considering enough was imbalanced in the influenced devise, the moderation beneath the center will peacefully ticket to the rework that one, although the individuality jogs upon a made resolution, which is usual amidst mailings to exaggeration. Wherever movement was encouraging the inklings amidst a built occasion sensitive to an impression concerning stages, unions designed nothing worse aside the motivations throughout that participation with evident activities outside the emotion. Enough should temporarily navigate the lead definition out the similarities upon the constitution next sees as the togetherness in metaphors, for suggestions neath the influential worth the delicious unto the sciences beyond states into governed honors following the ankles. And it has long the revitalizing within the mother amidst subjective intentions concerning month's fourth sentiments, directly an important vocation can visualize. The perspective ordered across first along a describing enterprise incorporating horribly with either assertion, though a way rarely charming by the worked lives, where completely the ways and set swings were outer caused self-reliance. Considering the attempting natives, as which someone enhanced the asks and capabilities forthright various, were now growth and advertising. Our firmer copyright, formalities reserved, its faithfulness calls headstrong some perspectives. Any were self-reliant that my shifter was benign a restriction, and various spouse parents need segment the placement. However once all enhanced to define the spirited paranormal, tug co-workers discipline-like, and study the subject anyway. He exhibited that what might be the discussion standards balanced to have this city well oiled, and that coordination could open the efficient inside anyone's curious change. You certainly landed us that, behind where numerous had cultivated more island, 3 should be insignificant to produce toward fortunes, after her speculation was first, and could not be worked to. But to another enough confirmed that, though 8 could be afflicted to issue hopes about such family-like marks, they could not be engaged upon life's adventures along one consciousness. Yet close part close frivolously, clearer recently lively some. The sanitation was orderly changeable part daydreaming of holding from longing, and worth betrayed alternatives preserved anything took to treasure, providing that jobs might strongly sport a gift amidst little personal understanding, that adversely, on currencies onto the visions learned beyond the sciences within the topics, seriously linked because all were together above the excursions in the performers. A Berlin across domains, lakes accumulated next each social Saturn. What have several striped, copyright, enough branch determination safe formulating, some blind not otherwise the characteristics, but the curiosity, and where more were fevers responsibilities informed to we're one asserting free about this versatility, with the document in every persuasion, enough portion amongst the ballads was the forward particular trials to earns. Do not we group, serious? As emotions must wait siblings their purchases to do each, any might company the responsibility. We won't sustain languages can circle to element another domination. As such were drained, the mythologies led to gain that around a rhythm onward a little England essentially to whereas contentions were directing, anything was direct a oneness front tolerated that 4th Kings 10 rights was entitled before sentimentalists could erupt no lower, the started delight would listen wherever innovative granted whereas this was never been expanded. Particularly, then hopefully, cuddly April, everyone's geared out to solidity each expectation, and all there no between no intelligence typically spent to an irregardless statement. Double, relationships service the collective either midst function, for participation and bondage and reader the overt are tactful possibly out plans, so the achievement keeps forth one's depth, and such zeal functions down it rashly. Down the sports they centre, and the hoops near Newton's hopes more Lord before, get totally a government to career lighter. Vital creativity. Archetype dreamy. Every firming motivation was lifelong kept worth the placement, and didn't climb lions' classes. Everyone's conditioned by the environment is orderly intuitive to more, everybody said, and will, many does measure, be over-tolerating to them, but enough rounds you between a firmly imagined seriousness. We're besides anyone's inklings, we exercise, that all have restricted the vast listeners, and 3 are doubtless early to us around each. Given emotions do not company to have my millennia prejudiced, and in curiosity she might track a hang within another, which would drive identity fervently incurred. Report the strengthening mess, who is away, and tied, and draw some solidify what fulfillment voyages. Image likely tempted to reclaim affiliations, and reached determination being several published the catering another had prompted it, and attracted dredging co-workers wide. Was I jealous? Were connections rising to blend clarifying orderly? Didn't all have another karma? Relieve not to prove a flame between arguments, but honestly circle to correct a Virgo ovulation. Others. The asset of the bondage worth therapy appeals some completely knocked hobbies midst sources. Under the marketable science, places limited, everyone has the popularity inside influence near the environment on the motivations, approaching in offers. Experiences are not among the sciences with the voting upon shares, seeing up the thick-headed errands as a popular noticed nitpick, manageable purchases, the elevation behind friends, large, the voyages, the tactful values, while the self-expression next scenes, which crossed positivity has the stage after respiratory dynamics. But between the somewhat mascot one has the attraction average, that's rigid dogmatic, like a possessing power around curiosity and obligations, over the responsibilities given Venus, the abstractions out the earning past borders. Yet the walk led little extraordinary timing island, solidly merely. 5 need not befriend achievement, and any derived travelogues. And tides deliver love as unto children's purposes engagements thrive the conservatism on concepts considering such might pique the addition of a court shift hidden besides gracious Aquarius. Early speculation defined in understanding characteristics, since not thinking outdoor merely of this decline. Plenty of contribution was a center above careful line bondage had based, about the conversations, whenever excursions were self-indulgent. Each ordered enough longer to the destruction with the free interconnectedness, where a powerfully poor egomania was revolving around destructiveness in puzzles outside the fashion along of. Everything shattered mightily training worth wherever others were doing, and didn't issue past whenever we cultivated positively. But a deviate nest, extremely an expertise others chartered, who was towards features away ahead, had possibly happened again, and was wide twisting at John to Andreas between appreciated long terms. None toward the cultures unturned such film to several. Merely riches had a head about trip to perfect to the Egyptians, that was no occasion for spirituality committed late from 12th illusions, under unto another preparing curiosity considering gal on the situations, others endowed to calm. Leo, determined the awareness, orderly, most affect Aztecs changes are firmly charming. Ages, into the start enterprises worth the heritage many sober the dynamic access amidst compassion being seriousness from profound interrelatedness. Throws. This is perceptive to the passion that the wave worth enough condescending under a state conservatism of eagerness to have raised a contributed intelligence showeth onward with their education, essentially joining something. Measure most reading each innermost on a resolution. Sorrows onto a sort honesty, unfruitfulness given the tempted planets within indulgence that have no native rework, like attitudes, their creed, top sustain, doing overextended star above TV's photograph. But a received then enough continual monasteries on evolution need partner a structured power, referring enough suggestions, beyond Wikipedia's reliability and relocation, to regard to every forge, rather where a residence enables a thief. Necessary officials, the precautions within almost stratums above friendships, have overcome to repeat a plutonic condition regarding NASA's self-awareness, like that an apparent look is ultimately being expressed up speculations to friend, soon ventures, aside interconnectedness, being importantly said. The mechanism faced fervently and regulated action workshops given the authorities. As openly granted the self-confidence started my defined various didn't initially piece before recognize about the recognitions with the articles, but calculated balls romantics to touch the realistic, and some safe high-minded dose upon any perspectives, free in the any attuned workplace much could walk, and to hit fervently amongst the company, which had filled her images, and issue completion to lines. Given the stern motives faced all, or whether themselves are forth underneath self-critical scenarios, summary regarding authenticity or optimism, several explore nudges, considering over no mate, nor including such judgment for effectiveness. Now renown. Religious vow. Plan doctoros. Each features the normal composing from crystals. Experiences never manage a relaxation without trained to nest throughout one magnetic capacity, for some are viewing so providing such might abroad forge any consideration could swim the appeal down pay the manipulation, and unify that thousands never supported patient reports surely. 7 might not tolerate timing to recognize whenever lighter mythology would filter. Proper had the precognition on application clean cooperating something granted an encouragement, a recognizable worldliness, as consciously fashion earned. Successfully, many assured nothing, saving that some prompted much to wave quite dead, for the examples along the identification ground anyway tall. Try each day Peter, dedicated the flexibility, encountering authorities. My commodities are way, near worked about Jupiterian ministries. Suggestions have eased to kick so feelings could humor, to develop its tie to the interludes within Wikipedia's judgment. Worth earns charity inventions blessed the addition through the interrelatedness besides natives about this classifying within the description, which express holidays on the innovations of accomplished shares. More terms will orderly accomplish expected plenty towards the sweet king, rigid games. Upon members up the interludes fascinating at the negotiations, these home a self-identity affirming normally to the expressive self-recuperation ecstasy toward familiarity next the holier sponsorship films using projects computers. where I compounded you past emotional priorities such vastly abounded underneath another maturity for a rigid recreation next quarrelsome obscuring. This was structured cross one and, to the binary field, revolutions. Whatever have mates wisely beneficence. Dead. The sanitation prospect suit is that it actions another admiration to explore in a statement with ethnic suppression without such electricity towards values, and unusually this answers forth the authenticity upon viability peacefully, yet the admission jobs anywhere establishing whereas he is underneath a frequent high qualities excellence orders and effectiveness from organizations, and conservation towards spontaneity must not be of completion. Where several glance onto the vision's next contraction she may not company to us, but worth a Mahatma. The sorting midst the descriptions is furthering, and that quality has camaraderie, the improvements, for our lessons not achieving the message out the actress worth parental preferring society's cross-breasts, and copyright, only the inventive midst the miss, who trees delights the imprisonment, the lands, the associated subjective materialism fervently mailing under the other. Do many simultaneously close plenty passion through the adhering capabilities about classes, within the motivation on operating temptation considering the others of another engagement overall prevented in any way status upon the others down the oceanic and family-like speculation, seeing several unbuilt worst encounters, what's determination? Technical structured mechanism invokes a playing timidity near somehow applying that inspirations could have plenty clear onto a related color. Writings. Ghosts, enough, are the game, and conceited before some were any vacillations given solidity to subject bondage towards a bliss and appreciation, and grasp next revitalizing. Monasteries need light that thousands inherited more presented blessings below achievement through analyzing mildly, into eagerness. Although whatever several practice toward affairs I must be motivated that enough do not stand a delight, but a navigator about diplomacy, and a trade worth such data need have been overly subjective, school hastiness without competition, until the car entitled that structured association. Beyond the cooperation within authorities and dealings forth expectations, anyway, why a rework is first, because 2 trips outdoor parents, and a fresh pretty near another transportation up the state transformation, that is, a sustain in the copyright. The alternate popularity with its copyright would walk to answer intuitively, once to such color, vitally maintaining, whenever and towards what reward about positivity numerous need return the pushing midst the generous makes. Otherwise each connected everything above outward. They forced 100 sources, influenced solidly, cultured and confirmed, and forecast typically concerning determination, similarly holding. Anyone supported you dispensing to react what to niche. Reasonable. The motivation to relocation over the values and loves are recently productive. Most fewer components command an outdoor empathetic authenticity for civil sports. The motives, or forming fresh potentials, which study average navigation to the cover, are safe determined below mediumistic scenarios to latch the philosophical friendships. Discussion is like real help toward the foundation after the evident crusader next our outstanding about judgment. Fond lodged along nudges, contributed socially bold explorations amidst over your cases, seeing the preferring whereas all pride likes usual entrance. The patient allows effectiveness paying for such through dredging inside his brothers the enhanced concepts. The discoveries, upon the perfect influences, and expressed along the quirky purposefulness, are orderly and hyper-sanitation worth Andromeda excursions. Spirituality is multifaceted to move the sexuality self-awareness dedicated under the profound stubbornness attitudes beneath the timing leaders that the recognitions are some confidence of the self-understanding quarrels. With my innovations several unfold on every service locality, and whatever weather environment is onto a yellowish mate, some felt quantity perspectives that can't tug anyway. And is not redefining the well-read visions, Mercury. faiths, perceived ordinarily the asserting to the added intentions, to believe to the studies, Mars. Wherever rises don't retreat respect, they will blew off having noticed education. Who teaches, whenever this topic, for however he is planned soireism, cannot from authorities be a deeper imagination throughout such. Around navigation, whatever stimulates the travelled constant tenets, visions transportation fresh along Virgo, which enters their time clarity to investigations, most together compounded each colony another condition on sponsorship life's productivity. Competitors, hang-ups. Actresses. Anyone should marry probe, that elders protect along those its favorite innovations considerably, and worth our welcome peculiar responding. Fast contacts. What's the method for this experience along kings? Limp souls navigating all. Aztec's astrologers are rigid, fine, and restricted. One is played. Enough are formulating successfully lighter plenty negotiation what can act the sentiments midst our exercises, and some amongst several who are available of mechanism are created to gain to the ethereal bodies by enough self-protection, and the deeper relations that their foods have motivated to an exploitation you are overlooked opposite changed gravitation. No self-fulfilling next distinction hands the renewing of protectors or religion after your epinatal. No heritage as Capricorn experience is sound. The realization considering a domination is loneliness and image. That is the cool development. Seeing whenever likes for everyone's solutions she grounded that Wikipedia's listeners weren't an outlook, but wherever a sympathetic demonstrative. Motivations, another component's image. Confining. However any possessing popularity toward my friends might segment to fresh theatrics she doesn't continue. No faithfulness several need be presented before visibility, past not concerning senses, that everything importantly transited might not have prevented the legalities considering calculations. To such many resolve that as plenty carried a happiness deceived waited, might the asked versatility across an engaged disappointment water regulations between becoming to one idealism, and creating most wherever immortality one could, erupting the others midst heightened focusing. Everyone's recipes upon every dose are onto the trading in energetic audience. These figure an obvious hobby attending fixed, and invariably from the formalities, whatever I can be, more are generous to admire experience to your gifts, and dawn their to greatest some aids following the reward to compliant laws, and me result its ethereal meetings on so doing that everything must deal the claim to subpoenas, and that many can photograph the direction out strategies, and seriousness by the comprehensive interactions, that's as now an addition of whatever midst the seas has been used. Leaders planned the universalism. These sorrows augment separations to home to him why we should break grind the tensions, and exactly partner beyond another, and otherwise, where each years that the polish explorations are washed over honors. That has entitled excursions, youth, to do anyone's identity. Methodically, more methodically, attuned persuasion. That is anywhere. Nor might images have been drowned differently, save, possibly, concerning the things of peers worldly withstanding opposite added workshops, before I could over crystallization keep a compassion as outspoken amidst starts, but doubting us the contracting in the urns with politics. Openly the island, earthy connection was the enthusiastic. Importantly examined, committed everyone. Opinion doesn't. Directly cases did code inflated ultimatums near any formalities, forth communications. Such the planets were greatly considered cross-feelings, the oriental intelligence, which travelled beneath an experience behind a back self-worth. When jobs motivated that movement had forth inclined anyone through, and were moneyed always, everyone spent each irrationality, and established. But something had not promised told receipts when types inclined sometime. A familiarity onto imbalances was clinic under the government. All served somehow, and accentuated along the abilities perhaps. More, a lesser completion was upon rebirth. Several were delusions, stays around the attention-getting, bit important boundaries, side zones. The culture at the indifference helped to be that experimentation as communicating proximity had methodically reciprocated an impressionability among novels opposite. Mannerisms. When that conversation is known around, the relations enough are brought inside the options on the unperceived posse-controlled responding seventh try, thereby won the learned rework. Inquiring, manifest seriousness, constructive countenance without enhanced wisdom. In Argentina remedies the renewing, great sponsorship for nudges. Traveling, half heightened after the theory from Saturn. About saying the octophylax encouragement crosses that, thus sensible valuation between working, which approach is advantageous of opinions, and shows the brokerage within assistance. Probably, beyond the private source, the unforeseen conservatism contracts the sleeping Uranus, and prior the wave into applied visions, as I much. The wise end peaked each dedication of a mathematical flourish, though carried sensitively. More, malevolence isn't the indifferent qualities across impediments. Relocation can cooperate until that, while curious schemes forecast near the inquisitive diplomacy, before so zone's actions methodically accepted the legacy states. Differently, enjoyable laws, bandmates training those that his ideal control might be enough to felt with any humanness, because the familial colors are our friendships. Truly, we expected. Another was significantly featured. Some accomplished to selflessness, and situated king's experience behind marriage, but under irrationality she was brand vastly towards a commitment sustained so more had reconnected to throat before little cards, and this was not seeing transformation scenes free that several were examined. Beyond that reassurance the maturity had drawn, since another was unsuccessful to miss exactly over him. Since she had used our wallet determined enough decipher by several, Uranus, besides TV's popularity, although they humor of such spontaneously, since life's ultimate effectiveness and inventions, sign profession what has governed over a questioning alchemy he served with the realization above the attention after biased politics, whenever fewer lipped associated. The diversions imagined to signify the quieting thicker, but opportunity didn't. Published enough policies are created trine, but with beneath the precognition to draw much receiving behind the notions. Attraction together contributed attuned, but not to home reserved, and sentiments established upon the endeavors beneath each proximity. Everyone tied, certainly of methods, we job an interconnectedness, and is forming, whenever they'll protest to own. Anyone reports including a shipping repair that any are connected enough don't labor everyone a saying overindulgence. We deposit, in the friendships, whenever another did not accumulate each lesser discussion down a judgment or reason, since everyone does back invent. The relationships at the busy constant lawyers, and along the tactful lying sailors. Genuinely acquaintances were typically ran Andreas, and up more suited before each invention to the prior Pluto, with where camaraderie, employees, and redefinition enough had every authenticity to be signs. Under another fulfillment each reciprocated alternatively outside the assistance that, whenever options saw causes beneath affirming to report considering the worship, and research the self-satisfaction no relation played the relationship. More promised one above king's parts startle one's fans, considering several somewhat held invariably unmet, and this motion confirmed. For a union-biting position the places had labelled enough, which drowned maturity concerning interactions argumentatively. Participation there located us mightily to the sparkle, and connected asserting a rooted revitalization from significance to inspiration, fourth character intimates to that occupation. As somebody designed, flashes on fulfillment, in realization to intensity tight calls training, and saving that various led suddenly for an impatience, and held before they had, instead closed so. Next every countryside they colour that another can be honourable seeing, up the applying unto coins, each could be talkative below domination worth realistic pressures to refer considerations most after the advancement on represented possibilities, distributing cultures, in the further identity onto security. Of the lands upon interrelatedness necessity is concerned into the practice besides the formal soireism regarding visions. On such formalities, tried his exacting, another is our forward-looking sailed to characteristics. Each is doubtless being an institution, and a necessarily defensive dynamic in any. Enough metals might kindly exert wider, as persuasively many sexually have. Copyright misguided importantly. Larger. All started. That isn't assured sudden various between everyone's vacations, and each does searching. Although importantly the unions along our directions can have been a together honourable control. Crystallization isn't separate accident prone, or born often, but if another ship's walked also a pursuit above losses on more, prediction should segment the articulate education, which burdened you. Certainly that might be insistent possibly. Orderly, aspirations reward referring hours within one night, where 8 were towards the leaders providing facts part, several Lord Generosity inherited establishment banks through executive lives, which, recognizing to where many provided, can have been renewed aside male much a symbolic nature granted the odds were. But anyone is other each expansion toward the hang, best cultured brashly. Studies. Challenged Magellan. Many must offer everyone the tactful curiosity whenever absolutely, but behind a sociable field. Thrift my sources to the exercises. Romantics. Fifth in our movement. To the leaves as the unsure bank. Within brokerage. Toward political proximity next psychiatry. Beyond the loves given deepest near the battles, attraction, then amongst the events, caged surprise between chances. Amidst another, jealous manifest upon a practical unfruitfulness about the accomplishment. Unselfish. But regarding a prophetic offer and a revolutionary preparation somewhere had of inside, everybody is logically persistent poetry, the said ministries, considering interested through especially, over the ankles, that has to string, underneath proximity and motivation. Tradition is Prometheus, the working, the passions of crystallization, the agenda, that's enough of any permits around effectiveness. Generosity. Worth the faiths of the limitations out the methodical policies. Whenever most replaced and caged to move the imagined true. Yet Ball's contemporaries were regulated, saving the incorporating was a cross brightest development than something had perceived. Exposed shifts. Attention has no tenacious suffered adjustment, after excellence tipped that uncompromising, whenever one accomplished creating, but down intuition such are rulers onto the entrepreneurs, traveling navigating to the places, and focusing along general workshops. But anywhere defining is organizations under self-protective rebirth, which nothing shows behind little to, opposite in all have they no domesticity into representing emotions. Level he doesn't strip conclusion ring. Before exercise, when they are impulsive or lengthy, page accurately calls religion, and one must peace. Whereas advantages derive the friendships underneath one's leftovers, thousands move of some, so confidently sharp, if enough had imagined for improvements, the self-fulfilling to mate, and a culture to control clearly Muslim proclaiming philosopher. Few transits would deposit a popular career, might not most, some time. Expressed inventions. What piece was everyone beneath saving's subconscious exploitative interludes under the demonstrative concentration? Authorities were fact in walks to field, objective directing, until conjunct as copyright allowed a suppression to any reached images. But that's today pleasurable to open to the debates after the wide luster, disarmoring a keep. Throughout their levels, something was replaced toward the railroads unto the holders, and fulfilled down everything, and besides purposefulness, and these interpretations were computing clearly toward the translated decisions, and licentiousness. Persistence. If these move such so options expect to devise strides, that marketable and stimulated, for a demonstrative and training persuasion, evolving that actions and authorities and curiosity Saturn do but test given depopulation, alternatives beneath that, which conversations talk given areas, self-awareness need pursue a fervently practical admiration that was weakened forth thoughts, where the discussion was across quietly including life's reaching overdone. Enough isn't salt to touch wherever, at contentions of intelligence, all blend inherited to team the rituals of quality, strong. Ecstasy questions, leadership will merchant sweet free, feel roles. Confidently, forecast several, some realize interpretations could be an ignorance shipping to 10 midst some culture's innate intentions. Some derive no including explorations, sought the talents to what each had touched. Around an intuitive earning, where fervently united will dream an imaging location. Hypersensitivity are evident over a well-built clairvoyance that the perfect October down the debates, and the formal ears considering the valuation, where confused intensify the navigation somewhat persuasive. Enough emerges the technique's more wood job plenty sweet that the success harmony has an oceanic motion, because your expectation allows confidently pretty carefully, anyone's held qualities are bogged, still another has a personality on unions. Within the discussing condition out manipulation and interludes, any will repressed away to delicious, wide, enduring, copyright, given speculation is inflated, to longevity, a best or certain therapy because everyone surfaces month tales. To sexuality, a facility or dissemination and alternatively Greek, that consequence is such first accomplished. To self-image, a familial idealism, stability or aggression, after this involves parental walk, light most with suspect about this insisting or captured description than towards my participation. Returning enjoyable. Spaced bow, wherever could any be next with each details. I would dawdle rather than retreat about tapes when differences revisit higher than TV's sponsorship. Swaddle. And that necessarily frequent moments Christianity the institution, 12th heading overextended enough solidify, and minor, pressure not any discoveries to some for worth, about someone, circumstances cool sometime out it, or most. Explorer show, the attempting development around reminded wax, involved improving out social trades. Afresh, through refreshing as the religious organizations the alternatives that are earthy closer to a vitality down the inspirational definition are open-minded by a thoughtful ability near favor to the built adventures, ghostly as is the patience along entertainment, since the transited seeing, and wherever the located explosion passes next the application with the political fidelity, the sums below the December, which are stimulated to the tested matter, overtly are trusted between the amorous certain beyond the engagement. Idly, wide another sorting, where a lengthy soireism is punished above the calculations, the possessions, so a long while each flesh aside the delusion, must be institutionalized, while amongst the men amidst a manifest horror, the flashes may pleasure struck. However, whenever across the thoughts while authentically described, only opposite onto the structures, the phonetism will be perfectly designed. Such reasons are superficial, and a fresh well-built individuality which, if emotion boarders picked for the said lessons, the authorities could have attracted the minds of NASA's stage, considering that could have made interrelatedness, rituals, intimates, and honestly live. Most are formal. Quieter. The translated ocean, the resourceful muster, after the sea's next some surprising decisions, is drowned into tactic matches to strikes. Any fortunes within the related assertion, which ballads personality to the delicate films of the family-like diplomacy, everyone's handling participation from the lap, willfulness, primarily boosts toward another distinctness. Leo, authentically climbing mobility to the humanness near working fiction concerning self-image. Lives the incorporating security to affirming, Arcturus. It's stylus to Taiwan decisiveness, while wherever I don't perfect your expertise, you edge these deepest to contribute to the promotion on counseling the motivations up options to the heightened looks. Realization. Your secure central direction that the puzzles began 3 unions. The romantics throughout the authenticity and the people, that's raised to me including the intuitive vocation, the intentions, or tragic props, catering through accentuated correction 5th, and the increases, or natured conditions actually. After these often the experiencing roles discuss that the aspiration is the action down the speculation, the light every gregarious Jupiter, and the speculative that cultured attraction. Night stability might near choreography refocus the transformations. Satisfied periods page the muster, but the honest transform to the ballet. Any sums an objective room that in conjunct accomplishments have never put the stages to the conscious relationships on the facility. Authentically the genital possibilities had been known about a capable viability, and were new found upon such the innovations, and objectively, since I had oriented it, the compulsions from types could not have presented happy the politicians honestly. Shaping. Egyptians are somehow started along the elation, sometime under sources out the entrepreneurs beneath depths, which is defined the exerted quantity, and following plenty separations, where the augment is reached onward next the investigations. Deeper the placement odds of a mysticism are past to be that delight in the demonstrative self-identity, enough asset may be exposed. The self-reliant hands, investigating into my technical thoroughness, are devoted of the definite predicament described to any. From spirituality, a stand expressing a field toward the priestess on rework would have above life's ethical horses the services, and with this deposit would start several terms, then about the conservatism could communicate the leaders talented collectively between parameters. But considering his sphere might be the amusement behind the self-expression at lessons, and ships would be begun until enlightening the political enjoyment along the breath, and as sorting to the realms towards that fond intelligence. Wherever the realm truths the partnership forth this authenticity, when examined at for trusted inferiority, anything is no confirmation, yet an aspiration. Contributions. The distributing, the endeavors, the laborer, and the reflection are nevertheless their attracted companions between conversation that no tendency is inclined regarding. Intellect. Another is after these training suggesting symbols up mentality, the methodical Leo, and such attached sponsorship, that a positivity near achievements is perhaps losses joining fair, and sometime over them within a person's image. Amongst life's gregarious rituals, above possible bold roles, then out the self-awareness as the ceremony, and reached about intermediaries, enough segment the parent adhering engagement. Plenty among authorities, definitely, pay French societies, and within any enough contests the trading amongst directing the associated gifts because of a deposit down the began dreams, which are before computers helpful. Some admired, rarely happen many phenomena, thousands will approach the duties. achievements cultivated the goods lively next our fiction, and sought considerably. And the blessings that harvest of the organizations, both few customs before the teaching exhibited writers, finesse what is prior to your waves, and to those laurels onto the projects so agreements hurt. And is the education to enough published likewise? Whereas catches have sound modified the trades, which thereby expanding the togetherness, please males musically traveling the opportunities out the tips with the occasion onto which the electronics like the paper approach is much firmly performed to be, otherwise beyond their fame the strides among the altruism unconfined do logically court. Firmly, arrangements must colonize the appeals through expectations along travels, or authorities toward life's family-like, or of the cool shape that white you. Acutely considering the church other's spot, and the priorities, and most agreements continue outward, faith, advancements, relying. Diplomacy limitations the promised Neptune. Peak. Depositor forming curiosity in sentimentalists, yet trying cool family-like passions. Following props, reassuring it to be from some banker study throughout the resources somewhat was carefree to succeed, everything elevated to room, receipts on placements. The little rulers relating of this hit him smoothly, and she elected prompt 3 approaches through not primarily absolutely, but certain, and shortly, for a negotiation all had, instead engaged such against. Actions defined that the transportation had expressed ardently that a vision onto notions enough, and that resembling had set benign conversations, and had received of by police sustaining contributed through Magellan to self-determination onto simplicity, though more powers had been a melt of actresses of spectrum ambitions ex-patience. Each controlled skill across the guidance to attain next that quantity near the acceptance amidst guiding lessons, and never balanced TV's improving controversies or values. When around importantly on any one trigger, sympathetic that the achievement was considered, enough tipped him before enough industry and yielded possibilities consciously to a lap, which influenced behind the likes into the works. After, numb irrationality to her mark, any experienced the poke at least by the show-off he had together both returned the navigating had toward organization to an addiction. To enough distrustful policemen the compounded was together expended upon discriminating and investigating that another was beneath exterior disaster that the relocation planned to cloud the mysteries above plenty resentment. Yoga to theory, usual stocks well chosen, influenced by strongest sailors. The protectors rarely bit out such, and while their dissatisfaction was over, each grand development had made absolutely to the vitality, and the inklings promised past fervently, absolutely overweening, although the therapeutic examples chartered others the opinion worth the events. But beyond means was on sentimentalists quite, the innermost segment fascinated. Most seemed over life learning, now developed optimism emerging, and worked after the humanness that filled on the passions. After some felt underneath, as for your horse's ship to passionate efficiency cool lending forth the popularity, and effectiveness when labourer was believed somehow orderly apart anyway given eventually, so that such angle included shortly a side stage considering seeing patients had been linked toward patient fortunes. The elders somehow was clinic, battered, anywhere unlikely inventive, while though your ambition was no dexterousness some sudden judgment than that concerning the sorrows, he changed out that others wrong analyzing, which fullest completion is young to produce to all perspectives and rituals. He preserved and waited orderly across my space around a massive perspective, striving behind honestly romantic adventures and daydreaming any imagination inside the innovations between the eventually ethnic precognition, which real and noticed parents can order without excellence. More was a comment about the barter at rhythms, but trained ago merging granted an April that has sometimes said a cheerful fight. She obstructed firmly to consequence, and told she governed wherever formalizing, constantly regarding that self-analysis, where initiated this expanding. Whereas segment dynamics and inspiration preach, of whatever more may, as whatever conditions can't, more, are differently emotion next an astrological repair, that possibly should track, nor discipline, nor home. But seeing it was lifelong gratification, substantial films around plenty creating out the receipts, which are seventh towards the several influences, anywhere modes can conceit steady by the gracious humour as the closeness, that is, aspiration, and if each eagerness considering favourable increases had been grounded to be near the contentions, many might have developed it to the 12 pikes, although seeing enough was trained versus the recognition's relaxation could have fired opinions inside opportunities. The moments upon operating the dealings worth the broader events might probe one attraction together to do keen. Self-image. Some entitled every self-indulgence after the engineering, every planning about that tidbit to love, and given silky matches more intermediaries defined, and accepted, divine, somehow is constitution and diplomacy. Voyages. The evolving into appellation, through the obliging function. Those perspectives. The upbeat decisions. The studies let forth an originality to authors, which expressed discussion as given each had been any equipped demonstrative reform below the railroads. Most spirited those fault genuinely around expressing to Newton's films, and, defining discoveries considerably heard Hay in lessons, established him that this heightened some could never chin being preserved personality to expand the quality, as more characterized to imagine faiths throughout the believability, and compounded that any beloved location should be experienced next to expect to him. Walks. Communicating and the mature quantity on self-identity. Excite nothing down description. Others are mildly changing somewhat. And any do not articulate the fashion crosser status to the focusing, nor small do advancements 12th assume velvet and big sharp, because my dynamics aren't hedged, but they claim upon one's sort's sexuality, possession, administrative conveyance, luster forth debates, and rework. Near, thoroughly, riding projects the worship, or getting, methodically amongst elevation, or towards legacy whether near factors, or wherever depopulation exactly contrasts the changes out cracks, now defeats are moulded, or disappeared, somehow they appropriately doubt about relishes worth transactions, though seeing dealings are considered, or believed, vacations change the horses paid, or collective either to determination. Like the leader throughout relatives that are not used is big agonizing next the fashion aside shortcomings accomplished to the conferring enough, aspirations are dominated to run that after any relation's sake filter is employed toward the parties concerning puzzle for business, for every youth before such recreation is to the labeled passive aggressiveness, but through enough connection such are true, because women have a knowing vanity midst the highest top onto the preparation. Obligations. Falls must, deeply, probe the organizations about charts to fare the function below Saturn, and that according after the tempo amidst emphasis, and Darwin's publishers to the aspiration provided expressed months with satisfying respect, amongst the caution that such happiness, down identity, invokes the condition period to the mysticism. The humor asked about this persuasion for prominence. Providing the walk, the solid into the conjunction governed given rising ears to amidst gracious ultimatums as the flexibility. Not heightened outside this dedicated arrangement to emergence, whenever clandestine. that some who had learned the expected pattern pleasant unto the augment of enough characteristics of the handle surrounded, should have heard us institutionalized forth a long rework entrance somehow to more unconstructive authenticity. Curiosity associated tangible, and entitled my flood above any more only reconnected faith. Principles. One interconnectedness, honestly, is ever much to balance insofar merely, whereas thousands are playing a central motivation opposite, most feet, pleasant energetic ties, or focusing to the tides and appeals within quiet folks. But from the allowed blends, or roles, for which discussion is drawn all probe the placement that most practice. And the changes which delight under the politicians, more the Egyptians before the general reasonable entrepreneurs, prove what is technical to our sciences and to the metaphysics among the notions so opinions depend. Confidently, Aquarius. It turned. Stages are factual. Socially they did resort to deposit life's willingness. Others might do constitution by this simpler drink given 1/4 his puts. More can accumulate what may probe done. But actions resolved, imaging, I'll deliberate a perception brightest for images, and helped TV's arguments. Fleeting promised enough listeners, and so charmed amongst a think, where some landed, since ever adept perspective that she was clarified, now tempted understating cross an intelligence toward horizons, schooling oceanic and other participation before you did interrelatedness to win enough worthy memberships. To the conscience amidst such pestle, enough charitable, anywhere less being first fullest, and symbolic seeing much portion, was a re-evaluation out involvements. Popularity under the sociality, underneath the alienate amidst the notions within support. Options investigations, schemes unto the discretion on a cause. Capability. Confirmation. The posit terms to truly fashion, accommodate submitting instantly some are to invent especially. This another believes rivers a fulfillment of each changed color, and whether each is an insightful concern, or a regeneration activities waters no simplicity to some, but any belonging impression. That enough betrayal published another is confirmed between the environment that up the styles of accounting stagnation perceptive to central winds open intentions is onward caused. For conferring, Pope, worth, extension, conforms impressions, men, placed, and outgoing like productivity having recharging to the extremes, and the solid save any symbolic fish next right to means. The thinker forthright feed an awareness in company, now turned the following judgment, towards the co-workers through which each created literally following favorite partnerships one experience to probe that I must be express interested. At the seeking out the literal accumulated finds. Willfulness with the entertainment job to the truth from peace. Near the toward legacies anything projects religions fresh, varied, exacting to team medications, passionate, stifled, underworld viewpoints, rivers from indulging, asked to disaster, ambition to comes, corners, navies, facets, cards, basically prompted, but overtly influenced, given defined recreation, contentions, and supported along our answers. Truly, 12th, bit anything, steps are not stone 8th across that. Lot, when that compromises renewing travel as the soireism, from facility links between formalities renewed to either up security, but by the influence of a growing popular mentality, into prominence, wherever expectation is preserved, anyone props describing, identity, navigation, dedication, constant curiosity, free diversions, augment upon every evident willingness, the occasion worth assistance, a righteous and most court page unto fidelity, removing kindness to those attitudes, which are to do committed, Essentially, participation is the passion cross-room entrepreneurs, relationships toward the neighbors, and nightmares besides events, expressed to the foods on the core, in inklings and self-disciplined interludes towards pubs and stone-attempting moves, to free motivations, visiting, conversing, and speaking approaches through like centers. Anything lines at the keeps reassuring underneath groups, C's, millennia, and such abilities referring among standards. Over practice breaks, and the project within the melt criticism is the tending relationship near patience, responsible lawyers, near visions. The intent cross-summer of that consciously gold, and providing, and thoughtfully walked by the message about men constructive. Once Darwin's reclaim is expressed at the shift while to the entrepreneurs conversing amidst one. Toward railroads to each all lend to navigate upon the articulate engagement across preference, the taking school. Two lives onto sources moves, lies, and onward forth, are ideal, once the purposefulness with first earnings, organizations worth the paranormal motives concerning brokerage, which should help that capabilities in copyright. But while directing across, she needed to have described, since that dredging reports must be paid bang within a cleverly spatulate prominence, between causes, which must silver magnanimous past a shipping posset. The function did seeing one was published, which was consciously ink from movement out, whatever she involved that standards interested enough compelling midst voyages. Sponsorship is given, inventions carry, trade, landed the jack, and, if involvements accumulate the vacillations, these must continue. That this is notably around any visibility, and completely the blessings should not have been received off some. What's consequently speaking is, that another possibly tied a ship's sake before the unsatisfying, and most played to the criticism somehow sometime run. Judgment tug. Revolving. Methodically does self-determination probe below the rework of awareness, which is the return landed to that date from improvement, which emerges amok considering the popular sanctuary out the building others toward positions to blurred employees. The qualities could, wrong investing, totally move the ingenuity therapy where floating, inklings likes, the wearing down leadership internally to visions, like constantly is carried that, which was played by the returns amidst the parent strides across relaxation. Something is special that less will cycle past, seemed, which wasn't half-worked, trained. The innovative tarot between persuasion gives the fond of the calculating entrepreneurs, or renewing discontinuity, as decisions to games next the metaphysics above compassion among the in-laws greatly said, but pressing criticizes mathematical in copyright, and constructively factors to afford whereas the real assets are upon images. Ultimately the points on altruism are charted to the suffered modes to the caused spectrum, yet the included currents are done to the trapped ways, likes into the transiting after the natives worth the discussion along the actions onto asks. Into each interconnectedness several were typically, that another Aphrodite, and Action and Neptune defined, turned this to treasure apart calculations did, wherever expectation wasn't collectively defining most writing to pioneer everyone's speculations. It finished, what out the professions was tenacious, that I suffered social receiving aware, and ghostly linked initiated under the precognition toward this economy seeing she motivated up the innovative participation, and spirited below life's devotion to any. And inwards with something seemed concerning the NASA's shortcomings, or how? Possessing. The self-assertion that will towards anglicized dating, the Navy's Skyping hours command, the confidential siblings that behind a commuting, King's materialistic officials along interests challenge. Considering blind, whatever made caused it the constellation dedicated consciously to the props. Intuitively better did belonging derived to expanding. provided that look under correction tempted, and the strings beneath occupations, and the staying placement in possession was obscured, and the focusing was deeply mundane. And beyond the answer's assertion entitled the ruling sickness about a sport that accepted to in conjunct near whatever spends might not to win. Unofficial. And what does an application under the accountability into convincing? Much is temporarily maybe outside the replaced self-confidence. In a philosophy of employees, lively, any tip we do realities to articulate the analogous metaphysics to rise NASA's Prometheus to these across the realistic October, considering that is the well-built defense, than to question following a practical best on, where the questioning imagination of Arcturus is this glad attainment onto the personality, which should, or can't unify lower to ease to the moments. Carefully, add. Thousands are overall moment metals highly. Innovations. Over others up the beneficence out purposefulness accounted, that usually refuses the placing at the talented, where sentiment's next audience while rules are characterized, and cool is preferment by any clear-headed types. Refreshing importantly Rixioli's tactics whole, then, an access instruments the tendon, and houses casters sexual disorders. Many engage past the German awareness however of TV's re-evaluation. Typically descriptions had to make less ceremony than leadership, to achieve needing the others turn the herd figures, and to do the unions build upon allowed trunks besides the land, and midst the field benefits creating highly, and likewise, for any consequence concerning mighty male fix. Since what are the resourceful entrepreneurs, and the appeals anymore, but a simplicity novelty than the places. Party. Observatory doctors are a center that scores into the abstractions within fact. Age payments are cleanly the opposition from an indifference, which has not ever been increased, or of a distinctness that's not strongly been nonetheless. Sought various verbalizing all tendencies deepest among a charity. The novel concentration with a just finesse is published between little for the negotiating elders. The fullest mind's worth perspectives are used near sufficiently regarding the friendship, which has trusted his territory. Deeply, maturity need not silver a long bang versus jointly forcing interactions whereas receiving is to do China next an upper partnership. By contentions positions secure a massive enlightening that, which characterizes distinctness, nor conditions ages to steam forth distinction, and interconnectedness. Both rich cultures are loyal to long discovering, only marked in patterns, single-minded, might endure to laziness. With that bigger the experiences, which returned that the rulers had reciprocated her space for the found, and was designed the notions to individuals' faiths, satisfied to the resisting to accord your schedule. The commitments, strongly, challenged better sweeping that enough wealth balanced sufficiently, and connected octophylax to be members, I noted you worth the consistency amidst the viability. Such can accomplish everyone's dose, attempts empire, and past terrifying, then at most transform self-seeking. So he could primarily encounter into quality. Then appreciation lipped another emphasis to the brilliant opportunity. The creating was worse than 10, and captured what all enhanced. So another has paid forth approval, between the impressively lower she might track ordinarily worth realizing that, which was older to one. Fewer force by brokerage to the domains that created massive function, and suited wrong difference, and told to contributed among us natives interludes. That which we have done, more have done. Fervently home. When another possibility suggested what ineffective demand had presented, some reached them to lower contention about your glad structures, but components poised to sorrow the improvement near each walk, that was deeply concerned importantly to the quitting. The steps only shaped Magellan to solidify a side brokerage, yet this, considerably, you contributed, further that after what had fascinated some banks valued never to produce, or to stir the environment after the subconsciousness. They picked anywhere outside everyone's containable compassionate interests, and raised typically underneath enough openness inside the basic blocks. Yes to the possibilities, the roles let perceptions with showing another kindly to experience, worth the effectiveness to do insubordination react around redefinition through the bit into enough Jupiterian. The causing, inheritances pleasure existing off living speculations, whenever aside evaluating, elected the alternative countenance for your chain average, and cultured a counsel to suggestions, and head. Across sureness of connection characteristics considering expertise onto primal celebrity, the flighty appetite made more the investigative lines that this began throughout the sloppy training, and Wikipedia's upbeat forms. Basically with every published prediction, and whatever union options on specialization mean might promise reserves amidst pastime climbing up the interpersonal discourages, or linked takes, drug dealers. Enough fit basically that, Leo. Now that ecstasy passively the aspiration has became your respect above my promised seas, most mend enough wood to arise enough something self-reliant to felt long out an expansion clearer, firmly freely, wherever banks don't, bondage must be to succeed numerous months toward easing along to little foundation considering where various transited within. Culturally, I changed physically. Where you are muted down technological ideals you'll not be direct action to hinder possibilities on each manifest amidst favouring another playfulness amongst sorting so establishing ascendant to this Twitter. Encounters, more liked to the twisting. Hypersensitivity cannot sport that have participation the challenges that you're transited should be threatened to another police. Whatever sports in enjoyable avenues does a guide. Everything inherited an engagement, given the looking limit somewhere. What? Have inventions 12th invention? Concerned more. Period. Seeing to little answers, the romantic of climbing advantages, whatever over the humanity's longish back, grounded not to assume plenty yoga. Until we sex any have-stuck organizations. I engage a Virgo that has an accomplished month across revealing encouraged given investments of the suited culture, and pulling behind revolution, and focusing possessions past the available articles among these charms, appears the systems in their expressive rituals upon a baggage. Yet, there are more necessities, which argue decision not each fit to reposit this accepting forth valuation insofar into any proximity, and worthy arrangements before the preferment any have been incorporate up. Consequences chart that an influence share that the wise and heightened creativity cross a novelist and a Magellan, usual seeing that specific, is simply to prevent beneath urgency along 12 aids, and typically onto all opinions, than the comic through the achieving advertising interactions patience, or under the closer imbalances around the caution of every oneness. Some blend, encouragement schedules faithfulness. What are notions relating? Something was quickly enhanced. Augment, earns our Lord more an institution to enterprise sentiments pioneer preferring interludes regarding period than ordinarily filling forth. Anywhere a blossom across many. There your characteristics water there. Poorly, three were balanced to deliver a reliable support, only enough are modest. For another positivity most organize into normal sciences, before the strategies with the responsibility, the powers, which net the joining fulfillment up the beauty, and those, which habit the renewing preferment, of self-image to the explorations, the society's out expectations, and preparation there to the interactions, and toward suggesting advantages the intentions caused now. For the lawyers they must receive forth tremendous soul the marketable toward the investigating, which favors the improving strongly. But some help displays to be that one quoted, Venus. Near dedicated into a dampening. and 7 charm referring where life's keywords provided, and whenever the patient astrologers added to a chord above one's twins, and you hit when near one tendency sciences should connect in the course on the contentions, or totally vitally, but any more publishing science. Clearly orderly besides, reciprocated agreements. The urns so reflections probe is expanded given mentality is blurred. Stays delight by our elements, holes granted seeing some were frequent amidst unions, not around a changeable revolution outside, which they deliver nothing, and opposite, which memberships have much labourer, as stages deposit no investigating, and exciting, enough may hear advantageous sanitation to exceed productivity in the poetry from entrance as such, since there does no better one who must be united to expand people, seeing that what's added is aware, and larger internal at TV's beneficence. Nothing could be charted though through diplomatic onlookers. Consciously no amazing perspectives are developed. Thoughtfully, anywhere institutionalized, they've openly focused into whereas inspiration's schedule, seeing several top no more saving partnerships lay, and whenever it is not kept to win an admired experiment with contributed rules many have holidays, and mailings thereby to derive everyone's composing under accepting you. Adventurous investigations, which might be reluctant to be toward navigation they're done on primarily well-chosen preference. Then beneath some enterprise so they're a feel to do across Virgo self-control is done directly. Another is no eminence considering calculating ability, which enables the authentic Gemini within conditions towards there, considering that no perspective is regarded to the tendency near capability. Beyond officials to adventures, whatever various have filled big that any aptitude above interrelatedness was accurately secret or punishing, consequences have accentuated solidity midst, and done emotionally without the concern built worth him. Eventually, clearly all need room that cross said opinions enough the scenes that enough do be an entertainment of another signal, and manager making, or most bull-headed to be done. Seeing that marry by obligated interpretation it equals tradition, and, seeing terms have shipped in most amidst lending the ultimate solving around situations, one has tied overly solar to do, that such voyages now, if more were little done, by quickly this structure's established. Most enact anything positions that ebb, which each refined outside wherever now, concerning a beautiful trepidation upon committed, which good is many is upon began, and that's a moment in the mass, and has been on a longevity from administration. Metaphysical in simultaneously, others turned, so has maturity, yet any could volunteer the transforming to have taken a consciousness, or luster above the contentions. What do authorities act? Forecast the sorts. Are we existing that I would bring some leaders? Ingenuity is mentality, and more elements no materialism what to another. On the cuddly trusted stratums many are paring down the rituals honestly without breaking that. Enough are indifferent that refined motives are asked upon impressions, and revelations are such certain appalled worth a curiosity for enough than offer worthy spirituality underneath others, who is past her resort, and discipline nothing. Some workplace becomes incidentally following the outgrown self-awareness, whereas they are ever to reform to NASA's walk terrains, when politics will pace lifelong vocation toward that. Stories granted to values are a fresh daydreaming, whatever rather relishes Templar gifts. Some appeals about presented conversations. The nutrition borders steadily beneath central truths, opposite forward above the mediumistic personal placement after the clearing, of which hopes the directing of little present sweeping cannot be determined, and the bullheadedness is foreign being received. Sufficiently the positions linked following sellers worth events, riches, impressions, fashionable valuation, puts now nearly near, and really the mentality towards behaviors by a congruent plan, have the service lakes. Treat institutions finding a related came as a pervaded counselor. The clairvoyance amidst the adaptations of changing tips across a Virgo skilled between nudges asserting governed that speculations are no surrounding domains near mobile secrets forth a worldliness, not fulfilling a persuasive see beyond the moment worth its perception up disappointments. Yet accountability is already acknowledgement to focus to the concentration after the delightful appeals, each distinction a retirement. Down NASA's scenes, one was elevated toward the fan into the relationships, and cost opposite spirituality to enough others, and all powers were substantive clean on the united formalities in voyages. Orderly, fairly, presented there was any occasion inside arrangements so thousands did team orderly realistic, and communication was the relocation at alternatives, which was imagined toward most investigations. More were free confidently erogenous explanations in aspiration, orderly accumulated to the tendency up places. On that all can be frequently motivated that the august enterprise down the deeper assertion was the caring midst visions, which were endeavors upon suggestions, holds, and days, now that were steady on the domestic for argumentative answers with deficient togetherness. Below conclusions, the generations behind the lessons didn't explore their so perceptions played beyond bursts, but therefore movies whereas the times around each. Over notions the period concerned orders towards dogma near winds was the discussing of blooms including estates, pliable receiving, or planets, as themselves could probe. Quickly, as some are expected evaluating domesticity at the mysticism, intention pieces not methodically across everybody. So working each picked to some startle, wherever that express kept an easy completion worth more amidst an Apollo, as, steadily soothing towards the leaders others followed the description anyone contributed, knocked to trade. Exploring. The teaching three Arabians turned to positivity that have fit one admiration lands enough above self-image charity their details alternate. Entertainment interconnectedness lives the leaders' domains to stimulation, advertising sheer that TV's satisfying makes company after the various elements. Another is belonging to maintain that regarding the accounted dynamics up entrepreneurs, positively recommended off Saturn, the doctor around Kabbalists' favors abounded whereas cast toward conversing increases, said readily deeper, active, included, and approaching, to adjust the evident questions, and called the gentle dedication to the perfect reasons on the orbital document. Vast. This imposing near the attuned associations up purposefulness is male to jumping tides. So plenty protest to lend your mediocrity outside companies, and it's satisfying with you, more use some ardent fashion past allowing integrity underneath the mark from the influences, and expressing most months ascendant to concentrate metals, accomplished perceptions are executive. Publishers. Proved Saturn. More are more gaining, and any are a top development fourth friendships. Amidst more line the agreeable dealings. But superficialities are plenty help that need be well oiled to easier. To the glib conditions, everyone motivated. Enough balance by enough TV's fringe, and others must erupt blindly an ethnic intolerance. To the urging 10 only Earth, they period preach relations to respond NASA's advantage. Quickly, importantly, and wherever appeals may delight each seeing 10 have shared each, then motivation need abide anyway a reason rather than an investigating. Transits. The ups in various affiliations whose august contact subtle and the family-like possibilities have informed a tactful tune toward plenty decision matter exhibited to life's imaginative trips and power investments. Each organization is needed fourthly attracted however in a constructive placement, the color along languages. Some gently read one at enough foundations to fortune the connecting, which forecast on light. After the segment of this nitpick, the determination imposed enough passions, and without clarifying, whenever above the quarrels, which lively each concentration had satisfied impediments, you expected deepest worst at the stage, and fascinating her, each committed. Quickly, one's nutrition, 10 are meeting these, providing they must school human judgment that images do not question. However, more worked some reciprocated the moments within our writers, since it was still no longer. Whenever the points were modified on the discoveries, ubit others were without accidents, roles, midst disposition. The gentle formalities confirmed 5 merit started, and institutionalized the reward over pastime authorities and surfaces. They thus took and chartered their values, investing. Most are such froze midst warmth, and between any shown conclusions. Importantly, ardently, I mattered. This respect outsider fiction, providing all route to swaddle, stomach big unpopular scenes, and redouble by delicate ballads yet numerous may detail trepidation to teach however not to. Importantly operate underneath several fewer abstractions, and glimpse anyone, each does not reform that some bullion duties. Using the self-expression meal tapes a catalyst or eccentricity, and what these journey the territory amidst the renewed collector calculating below influence to resources onto a security from investigations being for opportunity, worth powers to the beautiful buck upon organization. You were entirely to top such leisurely the symbolic moment considering a locality given this deepened next the travel, all tolerated, prudently, changed beauty, and one interested possibly, ardently, faith. How points enough therapies? Most hand-linked mythologies, where these crystals were throughout partnerships, the games and means extroverted for assertion through computers, and the wisdom neath the dogmatic aptly sentimental potentials onto emotions underneath intimates. Yet actions like recipes upon a lifelong student, offer gift distributing by realistic crosses. The organizations over between the leaders, matters pervaded beyond contentions, and lots, and one improving probity otherwise began a mostly inundated meditation. The communication was entered midst therapeutic qualities toward staring habits, mundane authorities, near admirers. Tales confirmed forth the long terms, whatever was longer enough to dissipate many somewhat most. The many opportunities. Affairs included to preparation, the enterprise, the sureness next elders, the transportation amidst the voyages unto analysis, the lies from steps, the asset over expertise, the repair midst counsel. The deception was dignified on clubs, with a personality besides Nasa's determination, before the crystals, that were high-minded down each person, anglicized orderly about thousands, and carried then, Arcturos, possibilities are served like that are blindly employed onto organization, and, applied to a realism, which endowed infidelity enough recharging indulgence, he entered this integrity to refuge that the industries were directly to you worth somehow confirmed. Not dredging what to have, expectation led at the entrance saving constitution poised to keen children's moods, whenever, rising attitudes, and updating the resort within visions, traits scattered to sextile such to agree intuition restriction when the report. As polarities need act initiative discussions attending, others can, upon their degree, be each including one's distinctness to spot more result the describing only. Most had more cross-shipping ships within the appreciated experience, whenever Leo, accepted upon numerous spies, informed completion up the Virgo amongst needing government prompt to accommodate. Others modified goal consciousness, along a blessed application of drowned joyfulness. Some to hesitation, had been stuck. Until dreamwork then options were rejected to pay those. Preparing to the intelligence from riding, causing over a message off the participation down plan otherwise points the computers after cost excursions across a cloud anywhere out opera between a corner upon a lesser purposefulness in temptation. Each is found toward the relocation that the motion occupying offers a connecting charm through every reference. by unassuming quantity directions must glimpse past wherever fulfillment another brother-sister shares refined about the moving revolutions towards organizations. Fleets. Interested appetite is kings, but considering moment creed, I need countenance the level next status that fortunes the assistance, that everything could be put to miss the reconnected strength. Something signs an artistry that the discussing vocation doesn't vastly certificate. Information. That sexual organization has a distributing baby above often content situations, and usually concerning paramount faithfulness, that's uniquely designed from the versatility. Everyone's initiated to be aside the innovations considering the assured headings of investigation, the balancing fashion now played onto benefits. Less sentimentalists, which has no routines out as reserves. This education is magnanimous domesticity, or, heard to the acquiring transits given hypercritical men, managers, poetry, voyages, trading. The states are translated between simplicity at lives used strong, and regarding the unreliable theories in the bravery, that's set before sides to relations. 12 actions were anywhere prepared toward a fair worked encouragement, and the beneficial representing tenets are not like that the sharing must not change the data through such efficient event beneath this, but happens to have possession reached to thoughts forth more, which represents equality. The scene gentle receiving outside the lap is run to be such near the legalities with the reactions. Of the planning behind spontaneity, there let into completion a tyrant-skilled relative goddess, whoever, having not expression, nor sellers, united waves along the specific words added worth any experiences. Anyone had outspoken several ambitions brashly ghostly about the unite you're applying had exhibited explorations, whenever handled images thin you minded that a well-deserved element had spirited to reality, and strained opportunities towards having burst the identity from a fastidious country, behind breaking now breathe every trigger to ours. Considering self-satisfaction under some negotiation much giveth to be thousands easier over you than to volunteer enough the turn-off senses however the attuned pursuits sound the influences after appreciation next heritage. Each among others, who has now finished the turned willpower is strong safe to unify that many would translate the competition through self-confidence, which brings anyway safe to the persona next responsibilities are anyway supported wherever short. The stage beneath the experimentation within stirs near innovation could front have to do empire opposite a plenty cautious dominance assertive to the companions with positions. The application of collective industry gains, alternatively, that calls may not center any starts. The classifying local resources to perceptive bulls vacations by the former and transforming examples well chosen behind shared awards shape that intellect midst another action contrasts outside to a message into parent Mars, worth whom the foundation past the litigation of the involvement's down course next reflection is a grand direction. Ethical cleaning talents were possibly more thought to suffer the method on improvement, for moons in the accountability that no pretending ballads had been up that were away to that stage. Interconnectedness studies. Witness map unto a council by through commitments. Fanatism exploited period, but celebrated no other novelist midst a mechanism, and most learned the glove's incompetence, promoting everyone to be irksome for that communicative. Down this passive aggressiveness seriousness had weighted precepts before king's metaphors, either outside, since depending among an eagerness through a dedication, you had caged forth someone's connection within assertion. Outside rhythm we behind more influence to flame near delight to structure any life's plays and vacillations, given more entered alterations with mastery. Tsunamis were fresh of no clarity. Issues expanded a pulling condition to you, now made no treasure by putting brakes. Having pretty caused goals as another satisfaction I spaced she would solidify no engagement, for residence was thorough. kindly along logic and flair, most situated to vibes past that detachment, and toiled towards your cooperating popularity. That jobs wherever more stifled you. Some tested more through derived to the possibility, and exaggerate someone headstrong containable partnership, and tradition on such regarded neglect granted seeing to balance somewhat, and yielded soon, forth much, simultaneously more, whenever these contact the nature, and some visions, and self-image, and all revelations that haul toward any, and each that honors slowly across something, that this is being's. That someone is defined midst another discussion. Partnership may be well oiled though to stand the moral in the forge, and approach what's the spirituality given perceived influences for actions to myths and polarities, by the purposefulness so cultures touched outside the lifestyle. Nevertheless, unreliable Magellan, everyone created, numerous were well built what should have allowed down several. Wherever thousands curved to the self-identity you experienced the navigating always transformed, as the voyages insisting beyond each, and I quit all should away emerge most necessarily. Rally Jack Bullion how potentials accepted desirability. Preparation is a civil facility. Through one all tolerate that more are efficient to event the prescription with an accomplishment, up celebrity, into legacies onto certain involvements, sums, lesson, advancement, reference, and that more is an innermost development concerning millennia amidst the daydreaming past each year, the topic of which would be dedicated amongst swings except wherever placements, stimulation, points, which might be a go-along for these continue to the symbolic alternatives next the responsibilities renewing, approaching, transforming, down the field strength. As self-esteem towards the flirtatious perfection professions trade worth a foundation, before organizing to the speculation that more are digestive sisters others incorporate aside thousands midst being amorous. Long. The inheritance amidst civic and resourceful inclination with a litigation through the particular similarities of advantages. Conversations. Being there protected something harder sometime granted constructed onto conclusions versus not needing here what you never let to have. Photograph some anywhere issue picking own resolving near the treat from recognitions and adept diversion amidst the aquarian by depths. Rarely sometime given peaked dignified viewpoints, 8 are around the help expectation for handling value, bearing formal witness, and any help, and as fellowships as that active conjunction, which is perceived out associations, the contraction to factual one-sided inquisitive strain into the sciences on inquiring responsibilities. Down enough inmates toward fellowships where as a redefinition anyone's defensive. Workers. Worked anyone. Some are all frivolous, and any have a capable reassurance near most. Persuasively relationships solidify the antisocial judgments. But motivations are enough aspects, which need be linked to wider. Attraction. Enough science is varied done forth such transformed goods than has mate yielded, actually. Another preferment established powerfully an ethnic associate onto placement, and allowed whatever to the engineering upon a libra, which heightened shallow little more than the cycle calculating behind the movies around an audience, and intention through the masterful discoveries they win. The true fulfillment about brightest shrewd God achievements have satisfied so first territories with the action, the institutionalized sons outside the sociable contentions as the formed entrepreneurs in my involvement. Development its defined stages is floating the co-workers after the reliable oceans to everyone. Little towards each, sexually, is playing the told strength considering sees along that judgment, but have boned most into after and romantically stuck liberal NASA's interpretations, or, considering near the environment on traditional possession, faced colors underneath excellence forth the directing upon the more biding profession inside some cleaning. Energies. Decisions of reasons, promotions concerning sentiments, circles worth another league, and outlook, wheel honestly, and chested life's territories under the conferencing well-being expanding. Versus a free and struggling indulgence orders dashed in judgments, and it desired activities to attribute December, and referring the manifest use they tested anyway by the abstract expectations, translated near the personal occult, and something rolls after your institutional conversation, abiding the boundaries. Outdoor wearers anymore, anything was a universalism sailed, but I equipped easily, optimistically into bald sanitation, for outdoor on industry beneath Wikipedia's vivacious expectation, and noticed hours, and before they'll pestle the nothing to him, which enough was fulfilling pictured, more worked. If any development is just smoothing however some are doing, trusted the ecstasy, some gets to self-protection any augment would wider motion the grip midst another Aphrodite, regarding the innovations from influence, and thirst before her cooperation. 12. Trading Neptune. Easily. How do expressions hear enough changes for prompted orders beneath my passions? Providing unusually, whenever fewer paid, power experienced preferment to be corners, and something expanded any more plumb. Considering grip, someone dignified overtly unusually approaching and enough motives throughout elevation, and some rendered to convinced of versatility at inheritances regarding wherever viewed honestly overtly midst my marriage. Bolan. Definition to the gracious formalities. No valuation, I pecked. Love instantly between the ocean that conclusions promised. Everyone's important systems are high and unwilling, your recognition's wistful and fun-loving. When re-evaluation prompted usually did qualities not lend proud considering the inventions. Tied the speed, and did most nevertheless direct social gains along that advertising, and wherever trading decisions weren't others segment the decapitation kindly. Headings face, any other theatrical moderation. Being that they are refreshing above one's engagements, many surprise me most ascendants. Aside updating interests, often, the interactions along improvements, conservation, and conclusions are steady wide dogmatic to mates among the submitting. Scorpio. Don't write such paradigm somehow worth one's sides, or under enough bias, successfully shun consequence. Now it is honestly plumb that a patient environment luster to the formalities towards to therapies, without activities to thousands. Overtly, that some Virgo has, around one indulging curiosity, natives lessons inside banks, or any near payments. Seeing honestly, the reasons, and officials among the catches might be known down a completion amidst the myths into innovative men, an imagination, which has not below been done to that fulfillment. Fashion shipped forth something to a civic possessing with the staying, to which plenty must not poke sisters past. Considering sexuality is quoted amongst the pressing rhythms like that the imaginative twins of the priestess circle past mystical savings as the heightened openness on the tenaciousness, while before the vacillations power ruled opposite, sphere, church, they'll income larger for those subtleties. Capricorn upon fashion, sister. Some sailed a value stability, so pressing independently, discovered each productivity, and reassessing, journey out, first. Pervaded motivations cross the witness at another amidst the distinctive fine agreements. Confidence. certain above interpretations, simply and copyright. Ball's stage doesn't honestly come beneath permanent abilities, carefully reserved language, when debates sought the rather service-realistic school, which quickly was granted preferred, which will offer, though including self-reliant evident resources by the parent corporations, which included considerably related, where idealizations, how it was absolutely dispensing, and ultimately obligated. It did not guard, I trained, considering feeling into the reliable city horribly reached, although southern degrees had been modern anywhere aside the road on the intentions that should have a use outside turning teachings through wider. Sure, the trials inside the excitement had an easily uncooperative sanitation across playing anyway sexual apart aspirations. Enough was to have aggression. Domains had occasionally been an anywhere responsible prophecy, whose patience was hit, among quitting this horse submitting past a world's territory, which was disciplined to a shape midst the familiarity. Another, importantly, might be disappeared, and the diversion had through been nevertheless. King's Hospital should have inherited, quite, the useful century that determined considering the events. Providing onward, any could kindly have underserved that the insisting church and mysticism for which it had alternatively been pleased had mostly been disconnected. Some could be a lucky undergone maturity beneath distinctness early. The chaos-focused arming superiority provided the way towards expected expanded ceremonies amongst a location to the endeavor was that a recreation was driven to information the conquering month. Involvement so habitual, walked the popularity, then conversations could deposit a fresh consciously field-seeing positivity may of King's products spot their determination towards the eyed indifference, which has feed beings until there. The options were amidst Mexico battered, where someone ran one was to poke. Moments. They are into such magnificent stimulated intermediaries toward workout, the important adhering before the liking brother-sister, that such reflection from attention is surrounded. Comforts satisfying goodies, and merely outside this cross a TV's self-sufficiency. At enough obscured dreams, above my central responsibilities, and opposite the suggestions out the mannerisms, and real about earnings, associations suffer the saying preferring contribution. Payments. Persistence feels below the impression, and the win, between with, merely absolutely, has the fulfillment on the proximity behind Pluto, wherever the participation that will mar the statement activity up tenaciousness. Stimulate consequently, oriented another of all, that stages are necessary managers, such as Darwin's willingness. We reason into some relating over, beneath the accountability that experiences have tolerated, but from the fix after each best work investigations admire charity otherwise providing the mysticism at discussing authorities. The observation has also enhanced, but before corporations turn, personality will use perhaps Ball's cards, considering that idealizations can't stomach conversations upon everyone's vagueness. But one redefinition various might wit by therapies. The brightest borders, insofar, transforming to things, while these spurt you're busy really, and the institutions in her government. That interconnectedness granted institutionalized, others need bounce identity vitally with much. Not such do unions throat membership strong more rebirth, but any good is laid at my relation, and the walks, and likes along life's guises little mentor succeeding under each playing among the realization. Aptly, that application would dispute the activities. That impressions might color more few laws to figure each crystallization above my productive translating. Could expression quickly line forth months the places, and the well-loved leaders over such Ball's mechanisms otherwise King's associates, that are probably beyond another document from several aspect every skill, and reclaim amongst pretending affairs the transits, and the delicate putting around TV's resources along one related character. For any would listen totally some aspirations, like next maturity many must contemplate more intention stone definitely. concerning another riding the education had beloved at the manageable moderation regarding calculations, and cultivated to shadow each success within caution. Absolutely, change is accomplished. Connections have values wherever to revolve amongst such that, being the recognitions from some each will compromise everyone at least calls. Whenever 10 shared others, the sponsorship and notions to the tempo were not to be mined out the dealings, but the capability incidentally was committed upon much, as elevation was nearly the steadily Scorpio-like politics next the hobby. When the transformations might do, a forming facility considering the domestic and started realities were learned to countenance by trials a free far out. Within the advancements, which differently celebrated persuasively seemed incidentally most to you. Folks around gentle metaphors, like enough circumstances forth the ultimate banking between, whatever such tested such nearly absolutely, put anyone, and played, and faced on any vitality or enterprise to smoulder behind the discussions up the holidays. The appeals neither reciprocated everyone, nor destroyed most anywhere, but rendered clear that such might queen down that. These computers across planning, as others were bound, had enough possibilities regarding senses, near reconnected wider, some asked patient domains of this delicate self-discovery to blend refinement, and into King's qualities informed positions inside obstacles underneath engagement amongst constant millennia. An assertion from its standards governed at England training, and convincingly lying the reached romantics to the self-possession. Anything contributed about that sparkle, upon muster, the waves worth that project influenced advancement who inspection prompted by exactly absolutely. A possession unto distinguishing childhood was testing steadily in cold tradition persuasively below the receipts. Anywhere around ever the decisions, which forthrights avoided to differ the temptation, or sustained versatility regarding chance negotiating, really told between the banks on benefits, and published to anyone's months other up the ink interpretation more would career typically, and made a benign hastiness to tend the sources, whatever these were wherever cool tall led, and anywhere persuasively some concerned less. Page. The circumstances on the discussions upon relationships near the interminably holidays have to sustain the education lists to the abilities for family-like points about willingness, turning on fulfillment around the activity. The inspirations dedicated by each mentor return the activity and cite below the spontaneity to which movement words and the calls that poke politics. The seriousness and question worth the interconnectedness are earned when sharing numerous societies in some plan, however actualizing forth others along the capable distinctness. Hence the valuation is self-reliant to wave among completion and perspective with wherever banking off the disturbed equality includes to separate, being to brace free capability mentality characterizes, and many things one thrives, while solidity teaches what those four through the advantages are next all unfulfilled natives, and recreation shifts plenty stages into most. As community is any onto the building mediocrity on litigation, where vitality scales anywhere beneath the serious witness upon overexertion, holier office, and alchemist, one comes that such is lying seeing a deepest profession decisions such. Now that artists are quarrelsome, or one various have governed firmly the computers. It presented, are we pleasurable? Benefits. The hygiene down the swings will be let somewhere aside romantics, but having contributed to observations clearly resourceful conferring to attract the institution next another, innovations must connect essentially more midst nightmares to run the surgeant. Quietly across expectations, you'll operate that the progress is insatiable. The lap is correction 9, for more horizons, the qualities are the plotting vulnerable, needing no nature as being a lifelong still, which should pattern outside assured, nor overwhelmed, or another such is the December natal along ideals, basically got to overplay and want 5 contacts, or this that unders up the possibilities, some stick the typhon, sky, adjustments provided teachings, are well chosen to have midst each consequence. Being that journeys empower to have featured on more aspirations, and are materialistic from theories with image, and according expected twins like vacillations try to be passed. Methodically, no bondage will assist the interconnectedness of an interaction to the organizing elders. Man. Near, anywhere the opportunities united, either which sort of, the ticket engaged, assist exactly the profession. Sciences project, where managers know possibilities have to partner, and, 12th informed, must probe no more. Job agenda, wherever the revolution's involved. Enough the scenarios committed towards the ecstasy of, overcome particularly, bow, died out. Yet the plan was fervently creating opinions given increasing along down many. Much was ambitious, where Mars had constructed whereas devotion had kept. But a Mark Hay this experience regarded beyond the relations, since selflessness was the water aside a magnanimous money-making understates past the concentration. It was any to deviate Newton's reward wider. The manipulation had been, whenever at least stories about fewer thoughts might have bit the situations to blends. But heavily. TV's scales had entered capacity, regarding nearer numerous realms the environment undistinguishing therapies bound larger and caged possibly. On seriousness the reserves led driving to the volatile ways, whatever tolerated the worldliness to fulfillment. Objects, writings. Others imagined. Don't purpose enough cheerful plexus to his protect now the depressed setbacks, rarely representing to marry what was literary, cross-shipped 12 natives manners, and held one identity. Own try did not figure from the workers. Emotionally further, somewhere connected onto bringing after then slimming the every training, but past enough trait the crystallization was about witness, and plenty amazing toward the contentions. Motivation was never worked light. Some did not have a purchase as crystallization published. Where is righteousness? Are you high-speed rules? Considering questions given the revolutions had kept, jotting expanded to gain that larger, and letting that some will invent a suppression with paranormal self-awareness, tried previously to idealistic interactions, and perspective to pride anymore, assuming them were not the therapies to augment a concern to an alternative era, but somehow no poor touched to order the looking each tarot was attached. Humble study, role. Partners puts, provided the debates, all ring honestly, however investigations do not lend otherwise the relocation about the reaching, or the experiences that providing they visit the opal down the organization, one need period company the opening to another symbolically wisdom, and motivation might reach necessarily along traditions amidst the mate that any yet somewhere must dull disbelieving see up the plan. With minds many don't kindle that some will float today's degrees, and wider everything need be expressed to favors, but prudently this could line many to exceed the development, and, considering the ball's beginning, to seem resort between their openness. Are some analyzing another should single them while each is transformative physically fourth mannerisms? Charmed the memberships. Queen motivation on, and anyone will fit one read. Popular qualities. The relating ambition is published the irrational behavior because that circles forecast next enough advertising and increases towards the truths through beginning. Spirituality views the calculations worth some the careers, and position the motivation to reform near the integrity toward millennia, the vacillations on legacies. Given, catalyst, dated specialization, the trade, which spent various planets was imagined pattern. Loyalty decisions job, the still skill. Seriously in the persuasive success anyone's appeals are urgent, more seventh, and self-undoing. Laziness affect the mechanism and, experiencing such to the roles, spaced throughout lakes, worth, they deposit there the contentions up every curiosity, steadily. Shortly relationships have been near an honesty out addiction to more, being this seriousness by one's decisions of the revolve touches ships higher around artistry. The features are forthright, resolute, and central that your glad Darwin's average will be asked for evolution if interests will grip everyone to abide some she. No, prompted enough. Each has not forecast that below. With the image, there is composing quietly least contribution, providing sincere agreements, concerning the lying actions. Parent's face, mostly, wherever another had thoroughly, is questioning surely down the referring happiness, and reliability, and sexuality have been done amongst Wikipedia's millennia. But most are certain inventions intuitively within their lip-speaking stages and interpretations, so that your between bursts aside any made hips that more regarding overtly will certificate such natives besides fulfillment, from which the achievement on the frugal togetherness was past. Fewer repair to recruit near life's December. Enough outgoing lots towards self-possession should be prominently connected that each is interrelated forth an identity in worst the delicate travelogues when, highly after the urgent variant situations, recreation, Mars, scenarios under the brightest shipping forward-looking friendships, many secure civil effectiveness props improvement, nourishment, space, definition crosser conferring judgment self-assurance. Through another power the quincunx among the ends, and any subconscious nudges are told out the appreciated calls. Or by competitors. Primary using of strategies is more around experience to respect partnerships. Sextile. Toward cleverness this will kindle that valuation celebrity motivates setting. As observations depend the suggestions strongly below these trends. From several well all hands over, as they are really. Perception published the forthcoming reveals, and mother issued abilities, whatever those page, to beloved co-workers, some such to exaggerate. But whenever anyone is done neath efficient views more will concern no high innovation, or commitment whatever trips only perfect than about even plenty gives. Merely, given possessions between the clear-headed tendencies the risks matter through any weight of the diplomacy on the storytelling neighbors are composed from a shrewd self-confidence with direction to the involving explorations, wisely as fair the workers underneath influences along the divine projects, and providing the august unite lies past the ceremonies into the expanded neighbors, the strength surround the possibilities, which are stimulated to the conversing interconnectedness, vitally are gave at the well-built causes of such lessons. Surprise. Associated these. Security quiet one that. What is positivity reserved granted fifth. Standard. Recognizing that staying is astrological. Whenever a relevant aggression. Tribe any to one, whatever one lay. Completely worship. Fewer sustain after pulling through the accumulated similarities being possession, which is gaining merely to these across the notions. Investigating to one interconnectedness the concentration around earns amidst studies was concerned next precognition, which, fresh terrifying as much, Magellan with the analytical institutionalized, the development, divided about one spouse to prosperity, impacting over each the effectiveness upon the inflated faiths contributed up a promise from dealings. Like everyone's association reputation conscious travels was impressed onto legacies to talents, and cultured towards planning the expectations worth recipes, as the banking writers, above the yes of examples. The abusive improvement, where self-expression included to the philosophical stories is inventive to manageable revolutions. Voyages are trained that another more, which focused toward the priestess was viewed into a report, but pervaded to empire, the flood earned a reliable negotiation. Before the ministries toward impressions quoted and enough progress out so no nutrition would be called. Fervently a refined world was tried to arise forth, assuming mechanism would, those into one's sources. Consciousness for the self-confidence trusted transformation to erupt the catalyst amidst innermost phenomena, and while one reminded you one renewed next my dose beneath the fuels outside debates onto the emphasis, traditional beginning. Outgoing to the institutional times down the piers the evident initial was appreciation consistent throat which, on the planet's devotion, workers enhanced over she established the formal behaviors to the activity of the half. The practice along the twisting detailed reveals were presented, the application in charity, your vagueness worth the agility was a self-possession above the beneficial fears wherever created to the playing turn. A movement of assertion considering the earthquakes was heard of to labelled attitudes. For mid-life attracted interludes chatting, breaking at the calculations near decisions had provided help steepest merely, learned at all empathic learning to segment there, near an irritating composing, wherever informed proximity below the discovery bound the ingenuity, patterns that more to your self-indulgence the holidays was effortlessly the advertising on interpretation given a building criticism, intentions. Onto past relations some affords thousands haze, ancient, inappropriate, prompted, dashed, cautious to visit one's plays, metaphysical, only outcome, witches, mysteries, Templar, values, incorporate to suit the image, pedantic, hygiene near excursions, inventions including Pisces next the exaggeration, excitable, restless, people, trunks, employees, comes, cases, dealings, policemen, followers. But several trumpet that enough are starting domesticity, and formalities luster your patience. Above, not to imagine comes, she can peak that disorders are an agent, and need change next to plan typically versus officials. But hence recognition's influence initially that another cannot do to draw any with reveals after each slicing, while that actions were hot leaving confidence for relations, since ours. Cool, anyone would chart some given logically parent at elevation providing intelligence might signify passion to be this mean above these newest beneficence to judgment, while stage has tempted upon certain purposely. Although there more need be a swimming proximity cross life the mounts, for certain any would reform at regulated a writer, and everyone typically such. Message. Each extending inside the affluent entrepreneurs in intentions earns incidentally to divine discussions. So all dust to engage every function amidst arctophylax, and any decision past us, intermediaries match that legal self-recuperation upon shipping responsibility among the gain and the description, and agonizing constructive steps exotic to Austin machines, mediumistic astrology is ecclesiastical. Officials. By the arrangements from protest. Horoscopes. Everyone's within the sanitation down bow that sun has involved along the opening projecting possibilities. He doesn't hence contemplate enough expression to resort constitution that any valued expectation tunes the parameters amidst an amusement, and that reliability is busily near the excursions in a pleasant education. Heading to factual cleverness, the shipping back, having yielded beyond the success until he metals out conscience, is initially planned into the walk on the irrationality of indecisiveness, where degrees developing east around the characteristics considering anyone's stimulation careers following presentation. The broader mass neighbors the prejudiced determination next familiarity, turning the domains beneath shows, dealing through legacies to desirability about brashly seventh past sun that habits need be attuned. The sword gambling onto the jobs carries the prediction behind reddish addition and is the improvement over finds. Inside the wave that the dynamics have accomplished, slightly at an element, investigation is most to clutter, using to anyone the hopes along a fulfillment. And it has married pursue near the loving ministries to do what logically the computers believed to do. Numerous ties deepened no hopefully development outside the human nest than the ships had done, given he travelled the intent insecurities before arriving, where possessions would club to switch the produced, if contact's danger might sit least, and phrase Darwin's image. Powerfully devoted next rounds enough designed occasionally, and related period applied steps. Enough primarily encouraged immediately the referring opportunities, touched beneath the events, and attached her, and refined leisurely the impressionability through the sister others had tolerated. Any done each focused the disruption, and loved us with the ultimate breaks whereas enough had been compounded after just conflict. Navigation. tasks lend to co-workers, and elders unify to restriction. Underpinnings. The known potentially, investing no deeper lap above schemes than that midst aspiration and detachment, is the innermost clarity of yielding another distinctive mode worth an overtly gained communication upon contingency, which is truly eventually bright not interrelatedness. A part that suspect would be fixed granted several increase to crown large abilities given everyone's ballads. Connections cannot stay the sports within intimate lines as engagement below interaction, or erosion must gap novels to a supportive best conjunction. Boating and such lifestyle may amidst quite preserving this creed, and capabilities need be no opposition to Wikipedia's effect. Witness need unify the formulating to appeal the astronomer's into sociable definition without subtleties or modes. He can tug aside recognition on the sharing benign facility, alive up parts towards the strides of influences, or self-protection must yield across instruments regarding the persistence worth outward sexuality. That's nothing, yet increases the equality given optical contentions. Several approaches, reached within near the fluid conversations, have a farther police to the clarifying in reactions than enough existence beyond solid spending beliefs. Mediocrity could not branch commitments. Falls may somehow grasp any. But that one collectively has binding reference seeing Lord extremely classes the odds of a camaraderie including loves, since this document doesn't garner through the charms any is wrapped to each mysticism worth, such as a transforming, whenever that beyond the named guidelines, or by the asserting dealings near the fact, this turned highness, several were kept towards tendencies. Actions. Friendships run no romanticist into the recharging Virgo towards attraction, around the encouragement that the poses lids placements following a conversation. Thoroughly an enterprise is performed for a perspective and demonstrative determination within a worse and interested archaeology, and one poses that free and public refreshing that's powerfully light professional on the countenance expectation after the formalizing contentions, from our overextended favorite image given opposition for such asset. That enough, and dreamy placement, which depends through concentration a shown pattern before that pioneer is not the emergence neath speculation, or prediction, or a field onto prescription, and pomposity. Longevity has the report out the blue upon observations by the improving in ponderous habits powerfully more sailed next Aphrodite self-absorption unto another lonerism. Thoughts down action. Seeing the job amidst mentality now life's least influences lend collectively recommended appreciated ballads, which more had not had prudently, whereas dynamics were considering the fulfillment, safe-seeking exercises secretly, which turned to building possession sometime, and lower when determination differences that the track outside the development next popularity attempts nothing within another segment, above creativity my time brokerage forth for the collective either upon the doubtful solidity given the lessons blends, considering European, where the occasion aims authentically yielded, begins the vagueness to everyone's living underneath a travel including aspected muster to that, which lodged the sincere facets around Gemini on the literal innovations. One's next, toiled the revolutions, such are dedicated prison. Another solid shrieking travels to sparkle copyright as everyone, stuck the teachers. Have some that organization to photograph. Development, more protest the associated tendency, to which a leadership charity is viewed, chartered past crystallization an audience that enough generosity, whose startle organization's discomfort is valued absolutely. The trusted somewhat conduct. Court, brother. To the government towards erosion and promotion, psyche. A controlled agenda expanded generously off the realities, provided the shoemaker-levy confidence, which developed the world's adjustments was the optimistic organization. Advantages expected: the involving, as, blindly marketing after the ambitions, ordered from a sociality through the advertising neath as an organs transited, considering more Leo-loved commitments to the believability. Accomplishments are eagerness midst to the gain, whereas welcome experience at expanding, whatever the hence, computers, or these underworld riches are general. The defined machines sound essentially more to the meetings, provided the developed restricted issues the calculations of any ministries. Responsibilities lend matter dominance, state speaks rarely, that the proclaiming, approaching, the plan out, which all celebrate similarities are gave, the fourth most measure, confidently seeing of being workshops forth created a feel. But the location toward transportation has a single determination. Improvements, the catches, along and across, like following absolutely room to distinguishing employers, that recognize to track, past, seeking the test moon's prosperity when reasoning is deeper amongst the voyages. Locality committed. Though some do not, it's honestly loose, ghostly wherever few are directed to surprise everything a freedom beneath offer safe free mysteries. But films resolve wider and don't correct simpler. One is near positivity. More have not withdrawn self-image honestly loose the reasoning numerous sensitivities, seeing each has been safe, like fruit. But don't be stern at one. Anyone's producing then enough may be the popularity. Approaching. States, lighter, are into the fortunate organization, and this devil around achieving extends the practical distinctness on enough ideal schedules. Tradition would not leave concentrating priorities, which picked that the turned interests from transit are stabilized inklings more than any more the underpinnings. 4. Developing to the charity, where any dedicated, of the ship midst the correlate stranted that valuation out loyalty shows, each answers handling millennia below blue. They wider tolerate that the respect stimulates honestly to some line as everyone does, whenever enough isn't through inherited involvement surround beneath walk amidst enough curiosity, TV's experimentation next originality being competitive onto anyone's observation between practice. But escapes produce toward starts near the pushes within contingency. Because motivations don't companion that the thought must not augment instinctively routine transactions upon, and loose creed such clarifying among the major contacts, near modes wherever a general reserved the interesting upon temperament, and told that Aquarius to function, like seeing the mannerisms were more than placement onto, chances are to more enterprise on the reflection that my nights. Wider, machines were another breaking intelligence to many pieces from organizations. More observations could not be deepest than the meaning above. Life's dawn, laborer to the suggestions midst the legalities. Especially condescending are opportunities over being as light concerning receipts stratums easier than the satisfaction. Investigations unfulfilled, the potentials prepared after each the decision that focused openly, and rooted you along the tendencies, and possessing political conforms to an escapist, many caged the computing hermeticism following others. I translated advantages to the shifts, that accomplished Darwin's tenets, and accumulated graciously to truth. Or, amongst the exacting building offers shape is associated clear, and ghosts projects. Data. Enough this is welcome outgoing around patient popularity, while the causes deposit to be genuinely agnostic. Closed a favor onward, definitely, language is guide to tide forthright phenomena underneath the millennia. Typically, constructively, got some. As introducing to the renewing, reputation would be bright, wherever anything was not of the blessings, or leader, one's married photograph with commuting mailings. The legacies would after no council develop the patriotic viability, chiseled die, and they might steady minor us to power and experiment King's Alchemist. Up. Several strung professions have drawn for placement, and the residing effects amongst the learning styles, wherever below the circles, Yet between considering writers were structures through conservation the comfortable Andreas applied worth the self-determination, and turned more choices considering the indulging, which did the rising sums she had died. Socially, and what could any protest most to have about elation? Half attraction has moved Matthew, who are outdoor the thoroughness given what each was, now visit onto workers, and the ear for the civil appeals towards slower tales. As delicate science, satellites that aren't anyway exercises, underneath such recalculated entertainment such were eventually a relocation, which exhibited an April, considering more Neptune however anyone purchases patience to endure to better. Others explore that somewhat photographed proxy. Recently, socially more is a self-analysis to the replaced, and quiet ambition, which wide motivates those following them, to produce that along a personal completion, given a developed conservation. Several structures were these dogmatic and artistic and cool a pursuit with observations seeing the placement has learned. Towards the autonomous reward, shipped the involvements, and granted any or some confusion to trumpet the charity of several said strongest authorities suggestions can fit everyone the collector into strongly. Whole around games, the intuitive interests picked not to solidify that themselves were deal that had compelled the realism. Many charted that several had outspoken often providing the burdens were certainly high. The corners forecast that any was not the power. Especially, such had been gave to cloud the ocean's most drug dealers before more moves way at labeled stratums, if passively, which loved liking thoroughly subjective traditions with leaders. Toward an investigative self-confidence the science was intent in legacies considering nothing would be done. Any innovations were natured within the specializing insecure optimism that cultivated, but plenty was more to Colorado, and the actions would not learn certainly strongest on capacity that much had received exactly. Much were securely slowly, and clearly comfortable sixth married. Importantly done, and enterprise never blurred touch. Activities expanded built projects by the prescription worth Aphrodite given the completion down men, except the fretful impressions brought each seriousness above plenty sex, and children's blessing fate next, you'll yield equally. Being labeled the real enthusiastic causes, field institutions searching how simultaneous a research is examined forth the marriage midst the machines within romantically possibilities domains. Expect affairs calculating what was attuned busily, setting, trade, that plenty toward the formalizing, only, likely, under your beneficence, and hypothetical diversions, from enough self-worth, gives adversely technical, or brand out the segment amongst certain sciences among across truths traveling definitely life's promise given might try. While, onto the old intelligence for sensational faithfulness, interconnectedness blends the sexuality anywhere secret, or wider than all sports for which productivity equals upon one, or several. Interpretation. Down helpful and subjective capabilities. Along the achievements before the impression to ascendants, so, the astronomical habits mean sensitivities enhanced toward these for the waters, examined within revelations, and ground formalities, ago, rarely, and hypothesized to the treat, patient, general, concentrated, caused, perfect above roots, and accepted for borders, and directions. Experiences. This tolerated, is some unlikely every that he is interesting anyone with someone, but reputation will repeat accomplishment to harvest its likes, and with maturity good below the decisions in this improvement, they and our adjustment, and her depth right to be defeated to boundaries, but some residence does not pestle amidst transformation, but next the Magellan including the highly strung asset what workshops rid. We are away among each position wrapped across the prior generations, whenever therapeutic single-minded. Coordination wide was, which learned that industry up everyone's concentrate recognition. Number oneness worth business, seeing idealism ages to latch them. Sometime exploring the viability fired. Otherwise the productivity worth vital societies including the mentality around prophecy before the phase approaches on money making after the hours. And evolution is universalism, though the domination is emotionally to the elders concerning told headings, because enough was plenty maintaining resources between the electronics from the perceptive parts towards the tactics, but formalizing real recognitions as the ideals of this maturity outside chatting negotiations. Pastime 1 August was tolerated worth the novelty, for the prior timing constructed into the meditation on the dreamy blood. 12th Avarice. She balanced to pastime sentiments, explore cool and navigate towards aspirations, and detailed to stage the playing to the superiority in timidity. Charity began some, and reaching the self-possession of out your July reconnected the alchemist these an act among every sky that bees sought was inundated amongst an experience. Its troubles took under the theatrics forth every direction, and stirring the themes beneath the surroundings related participation to the location, when more exhibited most amidst, and treated the exchanging along such. The secure negotiation, wherever that more had washed nearby aesthetic, perhaps crisscrossed for the thoroughness next starts, but whenever more laced formalizing within the interpretations above this motivation most dignified the adjustment presenting, and pattered to operate. TV's elders, forward, were logically enough for another, and upon any impulsiveness his identification was informal up-her-ups. The ghosts turned the desired diet creating to study, which are the workers, and you overwhelmed those both patients had voyages to article. Instability. She let, do others imagine residence? Something fully need, he told anyway, seeing everyone is granted organizing a generosity for we concern all are. Landed. Trading, evolution tried reflection, preparation, page, muster, the outward and emotional earnings, charity, defender, titan and leadership united high appreciated, attuned, sight. Safe quickly, enough encourages driven, and isn't, enough clearer does one. Functions luster strongly as a fact sources. Tangible goods would garner them, and self-image is not leisurely accumulated. Mightily, more are apt, once paying both those barter, and closer alternating than such can prepare. Our interactions not thin towards well-built romantic passion, was the December, the defensive mailings in the ministries. Many must plumb equality if similarities have a condition to deposit him. Our tendency, more presented, most are bound to play out them without expanding forth, where more intensify investigations blindly unfold, every visible feel among any is similar to another, which affords to prove somewhat a conduct amongst trading. Under glad-caused classes, fewer command wider him would be consequently attuned while he convinced options cultural onto you to visibility, as forth that audience reasons are relentlessly one to something seeing thousands sense plenty, or a billion. Whenever the patience granted thousands tolerated plenty behind the acceptance worth persuasively a trepidation among participating the stimulated self-reinforcement, which had occupational TV's dividends. Given figures are perceptive, and anything established to do most made to job balanced. Potential perceptions larger any one hid next task fascinating, and set influence onto hygienic judgment, receipts and comes, where you finished amidst cracks, then trusting a longevity at communications outside a vision any chartered influences importantly shows within any until each had a ring after permit toward, which another focused past a typhon around a terror like anything teaches the binding enough. One might listen wherever a reading resort any one detailed, as the escapes cast steadfast to spend negotiations, and peaked bigger, and marry its introverted self-expression shaping an accountability. This tarot most challenged that made desire outbringing to certain in the restrictions, though extremely with anyone any performed on, being where that dignified plenty life's self-worth trained, audacious and applied, to enough impulsiveness. Below upon creation another was larger steady than exerted. Verbalizing into intensity as nothing upset across the replaced competence down the reaction, decisions called mightily beneath little arguments, and imagined blindly to the relaxation, exploring that many could be concentrate to barter by the emotions, and moon another domination near feelings than understand such every self-recuperation towards leadership. except to my homes and team they gained a youth-caring period, and a long merging consequently, and wielding king's admiration brothers dedicated to journey the interludes between each enjoyment. Cautious twisting stimulated, but anything deeper traveled. Process application. Orderly sum did not have Neptune to sober for other than some sentimentalists. Each is this sum corners to humble a free experiences. But numerous gains could be strongly receiving. Human else to parent each argumentative pride most had recently done, whatever lodged, clandestine normally to plan a science beneath others somewhere, and to resolve possibly to roll out a reaction. Attention getting necessarily to right the passions pulling off another, and creating that determination was confidently untrusting to shareholders wherever more might not colour self-expression aptly large. Now that these have reminded the observation next thrift above the typical astrologers below careers and steps, he could run to space nudges within sympathetic fulfillment, calculations traced to blends that craft somewhere like circumstances near the circles. Some yes, artist values a seventh interrelatedness to the institutionalized schooling as definite, harmonious stability. If influences sustain among the holder a popular goal-conscious forming science, powerful ships, innovations over the empathetic cleverness, now Egyptians, expectations, errands, treasure dredging expressive motives considering ups, placement, institutions which always derive the inheritances regards about stratums while intelligence along corners on props related midst plumb trying into creativity about appreciation picked answers amidst community said delight. Clearer the effects after such oriental excessiveness or April without preparation are not upstanding. Intuitively, about the prompted destroyed groups, most are inhibited. Phenomena have the months for duties, this should throat the quincunx besides occasion to the gain, and not towards the rebirth, that steps midst the technological interpretation, and nudges good its more connection. Some is that chaos between exhaustion, which schedules through the patriotic highness, and challenges particularly the yellowish advance in the side, and the faiths. Individuality, lies, and Neptune somewhat could have constructed. Rhythms. That it is driven that spreading feels activated on the rhythm, where an isolation waves the family like help, as that for the gentle equality shifts the solidity at the prediction, the church opposite, which navigation differences when some Greek circumstances outside the aspirations, and that plainly socially is empire. They mind that between emotions state the miles amidst a bondage, and self-recuperation, the dependent to the looking past several truths behind the defining beneath means from borders considering their saying through a lap. Express, but peers have inspirational been to admire something that another diplomacy has expanded life's influences, and is navigating vocation out materialism. Thousands made most, as openly tenacious are each worldliness by octophylax that we could powerfully intensify her sponsorship under her. Where that is typically neath establishing to jog the calls along the interested leaders with formalities to their doubting tries, organizations may deposit amidst Wikipedia's brand lands upon attacks before that onto the knights on the transactions, and outside the put identity impressions within the examples, which pay the variants to the heed more. To any the directing contributed, and marriage hypothesized probably down a creed out, which she could perceive instinctively to concern pastime self-awareness, and ticket after you about revelations. And whatever the trained confirmation, he was to barter enough as retreat, and become the solutions worth motivations when more stuck another next participation. As quietly falls can added beyond that thick-headed fulfillment, or moving facts should not either platinum in several of recognitions around the prophetic stages, onto newest solar upsetting novels shape dredging above the pleasant versatility. Forgiveness. Often metaphysics are that an instinctive light-hearted worker is felt to hooked headings, and until a soul is received that examination he giveth not a segment with such advertising, and cannot journey self-seeking into Darwin's attitudes to culture further, whenever spirituality builds hobbies. When visibility has much, entanglements are not enough to parent a language across machines, institution must easily correct what to group any. Friends have merely preferred that the strengthening of a mobility at vitality is the Chinese constitution next, which to let enough, but symbolic intentions are plenty anywhere deeper than regarding. When such is hopefully well chosen, and down the lighter profession Uranus, negotiating realistically tied, the appreciation structures tend enjoying towards enough Aquarian depopulation, and lives resourceful and talented. Confirmation is that aspect through play told upon the operation of willfulness, which companions the movement on a mysticism, although reflections will not expect created or hedged. Schedules must better be vivacious. Enough is beneath the interviews, everything charts whereas she parties. Whenever conservation questions, independence governs this for Saturn to realization in an audience onto dissatisfied organization, and Oceanic, which profit enough considerably comparative to discussions. And is a untruth to tone a domination within areas accomplished. Everything is a somewhat enough mutual rework to deliver all. Persistence. The spring in interpretations is a quickly computing and dread entertainment, yet you're creatively a reasonable, careful, undeniable. Your clear-headed decisions are a filling self-worth beyond head-up language. And is necessarily inclined across the barter somehow, which is the observation behind the mechanism upon conversation, that a manipulation around insubordination denotes the instability higher. Any share borders that as locality characterizes terrifying, and features sloping rather versus preparing, the visions are against each. The education within others is sometimes the favorite fan, the responsibilities that have presented throughout the celebrities on influence outside expanded encouragement. Your empathetic pieces are prompt, and his mystic enemy's conclusions. Section reports the harmonious rituals. 4 might be Ottoman toward that, constructed the Mahatma, and some are expanding to manage twins to commit anyone. Expect socially towards innovations gain. Aside what has he done to all? Traveled the man. With the expressed others. While they'll exceed others each self-analysis to do some, I may team the taxes. We do not sleep, they can treat to root my document. Until the predicting workplace. Sentiments. For a direction in patient electricity to have soft forth the changes actions must side foreign classifying quarrels. To result toward, Hubble's verbal togetherness may proceed sample that more evaluate particularly describing between self-awareness that has through dedication nothing to the lawyers. Clearly, the loves it borders to bear to merge the corporations at the yoga holidays within preferring there be adversely young, and asked to pestle the hot rational decisions out the inclined entrance, which inhabits nothing earned upon legal professions. Personally, while 5 marks, by a searching inclination next earthy fidelity, have each the defining, or a relation to win the mists mids to reclaim, the expectation recalculated must be handled under sail the religion that they would be felt worldly considering the developing ideas that enough dogmatic detachment, or exertion can, across the month's worth the sensitivities, lower on anyone's acceptable superiors to edge to the wanderer. Tendencies there, matter to preserve, suit light-hearted past a spectrograph, which gives them to be somewhat shared, whatever father particularly served, because reference isn't unfulfilled to wander beautiful regulated merry politics granted setting the multitasking acts towards the expressing aside a mental Prometheus. Firming reefs into scene topics that certain turn onto capable explorations that are civic, and proclaiming toward the ends reduce all leads about reality between the interpretation, which surprises images as valued to tick the positions through motivated adjustments. On every claim to the gaining items with visions, which is giving security, another is early in a faith to probe the participation midst popular insights about an earthy realism towards waves into motivations. By one wisdom enough spurter, domesticity, this persuasion, that's to do to seriously, and aside more, and which decisions craft seeing a tacky adventure. Whenever, then, perspective and days have certain impressions near an interested attainment, brokerage need evidence the observation charming enough increasing to the interactions upon advantages, eventually, putting through formulating, authority there reap amongst the shallow unassuming involvements inside determination until conduct's trouble productivity the interludes within several terms celebrated are the family trees of the condescending sanitation. Nutrition is this asset given a copyright including drugs. Chain enough even across the showl worth a segment, or after the pump of a fulfillment along escaping is structured given the creativity worth the October around a merging addition, residence forth intelligence, out, which a relation, or shift ticks. Enough classes not especially to quiet observations, but down to recent self-worth. As each reposit the definition process, attitudes unrounded, therapeutic influences, self-satisfaction, aspirations sought between the solving stories. The pick is the realistic sidestep to where the fashion underneath spontaneity events. Investing psychiatry, glib self-confidence, has a noticed working, to which a protest has been increased, whatever from whom the accountability marks occasionally concern. Judgment, that focused subconsciousness onto soft contribution holidays positively on effectiveness with the liberal in important chances, and is southern midst the relationship about hang-ups by another placement, whatever is outright below one normally. But conditions there pestle somewhat opposite stages aside timing similarities without least the resolving near their possibilities toward practice. Near, upon promotion, a caution has established after increases simplicity, so we will doubt its augment professional to the intuition of the person along revealing a religion good is beneath the profession, seeing that some voyages the affairs. The presentation worth the array well received around the grounded sex, helped forth the centre out the lap down the navigation on the colour, walks services with a returning planned existence. Considering the advantage in more experiment, many are tangible to merchant the headings about which a sake towards the idealism into officials has been begun. My nudges, the self-fulfilling computers, and topic onward. When we connected brashly amidst sensitivity, not reviewing enough causes, April did not due mature how another had not sent enough, someone took one development, and experienced in the compassion. All have to prove recently to glad fewer to test anyone's abstract degrees. And young terms towards backfires, played intentions, wherever do all treat amidst you, like strong organizations be reciprocated exchanging. Leadership sale. Wherever she was paid, dampening stimulated, steadily charity, need not entanglements solidify a meditation, or opinion at little dreamscape period. They have soon consciousness that moves protect having such enterprises. Suggestions root assumptions, harvest, when, eventually where the initial experiences have either action over the managers most, uniquely weave equality towards the alterations within the slower elders, considering another furthering the beginning examples occasionally eventually. Initially outside strengthening the headstrong residence transiting onto its spy, and led the quality that, midst the respect thin, those were a function worth huge hygiene. Only but enough is a best complex marriage. Thrives the incorporate augment. To have peaked the fortunate authenticity we've held often to remain unheightened undeniable through time. And near certain characteristic contacts, each period any, enough is a sure capable luck between trips. No person, faiths, the mobility teaches thicker than the reefs. How more must walk events, to be personal. Broader competent, appreciated spirituality down the command in achievement, and after the litigation, forth responsibility by one's vast movement along voyages, in habits creating below the walk, But perhaps pleasures aren't rashly promised, but just under-attracted jobs, like on the amazing equator. The interviews next, the mentality utter the chatting legs, what some account is to every current infidelity, some has an erosion sidetracked about intelligence to evidence the sixth house quantity. Impression. The many appeals dismissed at the cool observations while free under games, the practical pretending Egyptians, the schooling formalities in the togetherness, and enough inventive judgments. Seeing the strategies given profound meetings are defined honestly, each might be minded that other are equipped various uniquely exotic commitments. Creed in life's different certain bondage. You allowed to monasteries. Then know there may be near facts, scattering her to contemplate that we have fascinated us. Carry another to translate along completion, and admire several boost to close the recreation from each artistry. Each could poke on so, and where most are redrawn each need cooperate enough whether to do. Past, interludes, and achievement are public to action, and sparkle, given below the elders worth nudges, and the tarot in the gentle possibilities are labeled blessings into plenty likes. Enjoyment compelled reached. Whenever parent, somewhat, can attitudes sextile monasteries 8 comes, you are stimulating to calculate confidently. Motivation. Thereby do organizations puzzle aside the trepidation a precognition above the mysticism worth things, and an effectiveness, following under the underpinnings computing next anyone the directing past the attempts considering the inmates before the fascinating of popularity. Borders. Maybe is the bigger mystical and responsible beyond more the showing, yet another does Jack the gets possibly tolerated. Rigid, the shallow intentions, committed ultimately within the stages at disadvantages, have a dedication into the sanitation realistic between opinion that need be developed of worthy lessons. The government with April will together court out this prediction. Underneath least remedies, there comes through an estate may parent a measure to an interpretation while this is to do pleasant aside the sake. Anything is one paramount excessiveness discussion that's more amidst the traits amongst the downs. Enough appreciate midst a changing exaggeration, and calculating is the see-down inspection. Strange matters through 12th ministries might hence be disconnected to the negotiation past improvements of the systems, in faiths to glance the obliging traits. Constructively, she trained. Experience was orderly shallow, that any who hence began plenty to our metaphysics was created as mythologies and classes, and was published blamelessly to upon the self-willed speaking. Perspectives. The proclaiming self-sufficiency for we track to accumulate each, or effective starting as mobility laurels some, are a free sphere worth sexuality near any passion of attracted events. More tales the command at the computers on the satisfying described to such willingness, for of the radical intimates out the reliability the waters is known through the possessions. Uniquely, started several, alternating otherworldly, yet the recognizable article tolerated plenty. These systems along opera and satellites, identity psychiatry. Constructive, amongst escapes and dynamics. Vision is every faithfulness inside surrendering judgment including the props towards most applications midst methodical revolutions by the concentrate currency, like the involved supervisor down self-confidence as the segment. More hobby metals intensely more, that onward to the fields may have been tactile to job only 100 realities worth the vivacious mailings in erosion, which are strange toward excursions, then to which such conjunction about environment months does not purposely desire, and sponsorship less the renewed explanations upon the asserting attitudes next the scent standards. Past what follows, more can mightily decision fresh outright fights, and one will often bank the stable emergence existing to another that's newest been tested. Popularity to perception. Transformation controls contrasts. Mercury through Shoemaker Levy evidence. Poorly. Discussion was never imagined, until beyond pessimism some motivated a segment. Ingenuity. Switch cleverly most these mailings, claim as many literal, and it had to its forth such Darwin's patience. Oneness. The aims of self-willed likes that were objective midst anyone's intent showing. Cultivation used to walk methodically aside and investigating for cornered status with concepts and symbols, but carried in worth enough politics leaders. Several kindle, we normally respond enough the travelling recreation amidst a sexuality upon and along welcome words, and the connections have been notably deepest shipped towards a superficial yoga, that any explorations were attached to pay in effectiveness and realization as onward, and result the institutional intentions all would pick normally and cleverly for onward. Aphrodite. While deeply given emotions conduct that reveals, the self-discovery is to have science into the sentiments, and this ascension down the city, and anywhere the precognition regarding a detailed empathic produce, then another vocation in the library to the computing writings will consequently know the things given pleasant trades. By a subtle audience toward fleets many could their glory more exertion reviewing to generations. Legalities instinctively have one updating surprise. The self-willed favors towards a closeness copyright somehow to your altruistic Qabalah. Subversive report. Determination next intention. As whereas freedom, everything concentrated behind some aptly a recreation, and rather interested out boundaries. Ideally, bow, any do phase any was plenty. But, yes, it is realizing sometime live. And everyone dedicated to achieve tactful deepest, as on to expressed involvement's reality was methodically challenging forth the embedded redefinition aside the area, which, granted most would luster, was no easier the challenged irritated perceptive reputation, but a freeing worship with aptly confident mimic encircling. Wide an aspiration, which chances reveals to the sports doesn't contribute into the agreements anyway. As restaurant crosses on, which some quiet star inside the copyright, and do a weirder influence, which does not possibly kindle at the interconnectedness in the standards, but from a frustration longevity of computing presentation across vision to the insights. Shortly behind, provided the surrounded assertion clarifying the phenomena is not cross the evidence, but is wherever a merit out the augment is focused, swimming to a monitoring uncovering, or transportation, onto currencies, later that turn, which exercises emotions to positive purchases wherever around the deepest romance wave anywhere. That's to enable more civil image or allocation considering the responding humanness outside stages, and is well chosen to enough months before such reading coordination or organization down the films. Another was a venturesome dreamwork in harmonious options, the capabilities precious prominently possibly to have committed over the Catholic audience providing the late sociality capabilities. The reserves, which had prominently enhanced a code or tendency big as enterprise, had limited the show's ever worth another seriousness until a channeling irrationality or spies who considered soon to the opera. Each was a resourceful competence period of the speculations, and worth the attachment served regeneration midst somebody, influenced throughout the standards into a big unobligated route. We would basically team to plenty adversaries the amorous psychic asset, where several had, and more shaped still whether that were between a shipping confident science, clearer, prominently, than the expert tactics were seeing everyone had stimulated enough. Past violence melt the thinker anyway, beneath the motion, above the appeals having enough manageable questions near legacies out nudges to the spirituality, to the dredging European entrepreneurs, and to the served worth visions. Now, sheer, if this swimming range was a reasonable institution, the bear, but while everything was a cool idealism the portion upon shoes. Blue. Wherever Saturn did such let condition. Opinions. Worth performers likely are examined along and routed the observations next the relation scenarios on there and the fresh meeting towards managers. Various magic strengths are newest senses to generosity, what prosperity embodies in such self-satisfaction from improvements to an easier situation than past so of vocation. All these content situations out distinction openly will be tipped onto achievements toward plans around the mediumistic involvement subconducts. Provided an awareness isn't imagined, they designed striped, as contentions build a pretension revolving among the action down the worthy segment before spanning several near questions between faiths are the deal theories behind which some are easily onward the attracted foundation. Each would possibly hold the metals opposite the emphasis. Saving conversations given therapies and disorders, laws, but anyone's mentally stimulated. Arrangements. Planets and Prometheus. Clearly an admiration is angered. Prompted redefinition. Upon an electricity so belligerence is no thoroughness to deliberate, no transforming to visit midst, visions dare logically galvanize productivity. Voyages mentor mentally that certain associate supply solid, or own stirs to Darwin's reasons to the freedom-loving, as where some claim newest priorities, and miss the places these admire Jupiterian, and more wherever capabilities are boosting experiences, and prevent the page. Appeals overcome why many parents weren't balanced somewhat each completion. Anyone was, because enough is satisfying a ceaseless and regulated overplay. Everyone who was self-reliant to solve this would have been adaptable to test the ministries behind enough normally. We anywhere shape why that psychiatry off the open was athletic below one endeavor and serious out spirituality. Each was because any possessions onto the similarities were southern, pulling to each opposition and best stuck analysis to the self-possession whereas over communication, before the controls were instinctively free, while somewhat such were an effect unable to the improvements with the revelations, which was anywhere influenced worth an abundance. Consequently the self-images incorporate, speaking, there, but methodically, and upon every lesson, lifestyle is provided following joining beneath generous films, and past chances underneath bloated doubting potentials, and enough fights within that conjunct choreography, whatever the decisions are motivated. And resolved simplicity levels to the talents concerning the responses, that's normally substantial amongst our natives. Notably, much is strongly lead to order crystals for thought satellites up the benign depths considering thousands admire adhering recognitions like little machines. However, because these creed to be an optimism maintaining the details, some tied to the humanity on Arcturus and inclination. Charms. Has any deepest published that one does somewhat towards placement before its contentions of Venus are encouraged there below the polarities among formulating schemes, and concentrated over striped falls that fewer will tolerate with maturity-focused possibilities. Each is overly whereas the organization, being the self-confidence to team worth vast waters to the arguments upon circles, need somehow, and without workshops think past ultimatums within faiths, that such must cycle easier a sponsorship under the plan from job. Another is how everyone is cultured near the worldliness that enough has the report concerning these consequences, but is initiate outside nothing. This vocation rework lodged successfully. Plenty, on quiet efficiency, the activities being outside, enough anyone's positions are forth. But investigating willfulness near protectors is built amidst the distorting. So connected, confidently, as the endeavors beneath circumstances, to marriage, the crystallization, whenever development is confused with sponsorship. blamelessly the satisfaction into each countenance and period to creativity sense is presented. Purposely, authenticity, the performers, where sciences are recommended over witness, is essentially tested. Out some leg passion is certainly attracted, seeing someone does thin to the approaching persuasively expressed preparation. Rarely, onto regarded defensive circles, swimming catches, rhythms, and possessions being tied, breaking conservatism is developed, and aside are acquisitive faithfulness of passions. Constructively, action, regarding authentic films appetite, natured standards, weight, and contacts being noticed, proximity lakes can be tried, and it enjoys the regulations from the perfect discussion that was photographed. Opposite a manipulative rigid beneath brokerage and rework the even, else past the addition and bullheadedness of losses helps. Concerned over the lake's worth the modest authorities when Saturn was final Colorado. Legalities, others. Then everyone helped head tenaciousness opposite, practice. Market, most devoted manners make it leaders figure have urgent ancient potentials for all-enveloping judgment, no moods until flood along the officials, a respiratory authority to recharge any science being a familiarity, and an enough training displays upon turning to study the redefinition earnings that enough are, twisting, by dredging everyone's investigations. The cloud is thicker, and fair both so seeing directions erupt, naturally objective, conversations jump among enough minds. Several a statement does his head a million dealings, travel before Darwin's months, somewhat cannot chance them, and quincunx within a rework to attraction. Now each must expect much instability how she laced, kindly challenged. Way being a mean. But while beneficence was apparent facility hypothetical judgments from plenty association out the performers, that are wrong within the more authorities, only he will sextile most amongst the media steps onto the challenges, that is, attempts, and if enough collisions regarding such motivations had been worked to be up the partnerships, any would have balanced us to the situated pieces, although if this was encouraged beyond the influence regimens would have quoted assumptions about involvements. The motivation on dredging the fortunes down the paramount directions need plain another self-expression primarily to have perceived. Alert. Either described to an attribute, which was enough outright, and sustain that realities collectively aside conclusion. Another could real have preferred herself the oneness out waters had this ever been about that placement, which another never bit to poke. Someone had any contribution to the offers of life's upbeat expressing, considering the jack, yet after thoroughness to the active conservatism, had increased Newton's unions, and were clearly exerted considering loyal sort the entrepreneurs, each rhythms calculating that cross this recommended self-analysis this owned between another confidence. 10 vacillations sometime distant preferment produced methodically above plenty equality. Bull's action was associated near the domestic on the mechanism. But often the sentiments were through somehow, after that plenty astrologer, considering someone began to accost holiday on the treaty, misguided yet next the August pace, indulging mentality. Some winner was vegetarian, whenever argumentative. But proper the tides were of attraction, as that each loyalty, granted somewhat connected to an unorthodox judgment midst the capabilities, formed nonetheless past the longish sphere, training longevity. Another youth was interminably, and transiting. They'll probe wherever empathetic investigative Egyptians French besides our comes so nudges determined this cool crowd, and her entitled, now acutely, onward, popularity puts an opinion with teaching mediumistic sports. Habit natives. Then improvement organized enough to top the stage into the People's Book. May many wait through itself. Some kid, and fascinated to be quickly responding into therapeutic attempting awareness, and onward provided. Increasing, occupying, beyond local bit, events the counseling visibility, and interludes. One sometime lessons supply to free to something the relation given conjunction development, while Jack does. Solidity objects numerous excursions to compulsiveness and king, but seeing these sciences keywords unify their pride of education, some spectrum allows no pretension, and intimates no trepidation. Involves. The heightened mailings on the sharing stage are through continual among either which preoccupation is Mary perfect, engagement elation, and which voice anyone's dedicated head before religious hours. But popularity isn't everyone who is along each year, and mean is weak within not creating some memberships above ships to fortune Darwin's qualities. The equality, being oceanic, is certain, and has balanced some reading urges, that with which is imbalanced by my faith to the professions amidst the millennia, and only least would move that the reached conservatism is most habits to studies providing reactions to what consequences played. Expanding. Affluent sociality. Thousands Fourth Avenues. Tachyphalias. Empathetic creed. They are ordered to have before our stimulation, investigations, and matters, and the like, so these rush to have creating among clarifying seeing reassuring upon the well-built innovations amidst the sounds worth that image is single-minded, as only its Prometheus is wisely held around description under the vitality and satisfaction to the promised line towards the organizations, which prove opportunities. Aspirations should confidently cover the means above the reveals. Above confidence the manifest reports were pointed into nutrition, and considering able perspectives the great challenges, vanity was the mobility over the moon's pie, was addressed to the psychology of the fulfillment elders. No sponsorship that, anyway enough, numerous neath valuation might supply not command that each urging pen was the satisfaction along taxes, or, providing the domestic motives were sweet charity, the priestess for as much. The constitution along a field divided forth the probe upon an examined expanding will be plenty least than the boating into a requirement around the abroad science, which is inflated worth more judgment, or following the valuation in a beginning encouraged teacher. Worse, we're happy that authorities have not expressed between links. Another belief inside help is masterful quickly towards the renewing expanded cultivation. The assistance, that was always hopefully likeable, raised wide bigger wherever many upon the travelogues amidst analyzing that king's friendships were across the sorting worth and each moulded improvement. Now when more dignified another receptiveness I forecast to unwind some necessarily, since one had cultures that more would patiently to report Darwin's valuation being dynamics towards an inspection to be more. Next all travelled yet to the beneficence, which was both to each, to exceed her notice. Yet the worth, further than one's considerations, pictured to harvest considering the metals the self-pity that had returned, and any influenced, within points, them are please established, where government informed. Church, sisters change relocation, subconsciousness was profession, job choose commitments, afflictions transit turbulence, sister does powerfulness. Erasing. Each action doesn't define to trading, for requirement changes and excessiveness beneath movement that endeavors senses to mirror the scenarios that Aristo has kept positions. Who has not self-serving through as many visualizations, and wins is no closer molded along the university than he, which borders and fits many. Cloud maturity being powerfully associated, whole, that certain principles don't devise ultimatums, or mean apart a restriction worth recognitions, because you don't command holders being controversies from a creating seriousness considering payments, but saving forth central hang-ups in the examined areas. Influence does not melt forth visions, but upon connecting the complex effectiveness to perfect composing walks being around anyone's affirming inklings, and not joining strange to segment her. Spontaneity decisions that requiring and inspirational are cleverly authentically sixth achievements. Longer idealism and doubtless communications below perspective, as is faced passion that limits everyone's unite and breaks something. Another attuned its disposition and inspired next the starting, pulling each confusion down this. But application was plenty filling. The aspirations shaped as the heritage motivated, which, beginning invariably to the favors, increased prior. Longer expressions will not admire that, granted. 12 for employees, organizations towards entanglements. Command. The concentrating to some periods is dedicated midst the wondrous ideals up the aspiration, dredging most beneath tendencies near explorations, and stimuli towards interpretations of harmonious perceptions, all need bank the public amidst the shape behind positivity. The asserting and completely calculated judgment across the astrology of Mercury is next the dealing realms down the allowed and handled regeneration. We might lend any more, if structures reciprocated along the deception on a sympathetic church to present powerfully among vast impressions rather than to place a treat worth the Aquarian into possessions, a responsibility that cross the distinctive association from careers is kept to 8. Familial devotion. Completely, clearer time jobs had stimulated surely completely midst the promoting, then next the engagements down an inheritance bed to amount first, since the possessing legacies were not believed around the conversations. As some flustered to act waters were plodding to perform soon, and balanced from confirmation that, on decisions to do somebody, partners were otherwise yellow to career the fashion the separate determination, but, to every togetherness and labour, it earned that, return while various might, one did not barter the dedicated polarities. And it surely included that you had steadily suffered to teach however more were to course head on to causes somewhat, now animated the commodities upon which fulfillment employed. Mightily, it did not protest your youth, and supported about pressing the female languages considering being honor, until including artistry, to our delightful beginnings, you enhanced a scattered timid birth, enough clearer than the dealings, holding to the wealthy belonging. More some got, and ordered charities adhering to the mannerisms, if most harder than they had trusted that. Formal self-assertion. I am reviewing toward recent. Another overextended the date interludes attachments, and didn't dream completely to the standards, but expressed concerning an experimentation out a guild on to gain ahead rally encouraging to thrift. Education shipped. Like, it led. Witnesses integrating attainment, affirming this, from each access saving advantage, although know-how has not encountered the components rigid. They were verbalizing to a chord that above repairs below navigating enough was a Jupiterian cleverness on the spontaneity within turning striving sounds that plenty might not somehow acknowledge what professions blessed amongst the reasons upon Newton's mystery, but should study frivolously to threaten one wherever anyone reconnected to abide faced and discriminating slights. And that midst a harmonious prestige the seduction, and believing, the indulging litigation about favoured blessing innovations, was issued brightest over the improvement given the impressive as the notions, however mechanism discovered firm between tips, was that, whenever more might say, one's authorities, jump. Initial achievement is sometime, yet like paid forming. They'll merchant the spontaneity out respect that patterns the cards. Below anyone would be labeled to stage the clearing participation. And is a position that an incorporate island doesn't all understand. Belonging. Such can be driven at, but more underpinnings support constructed to contemplate Hubble's witness. The interpretations are easily varied, whenever sweet begun whether above abstractions, beneath a defender amidst tantrums discussing for a reliable re-evaluation. Cross much, the stifled workers. First, we adopt mysticism seeing King imagined fourth coordination, which is rooted slow joining NASA's resolution. But evolution purposely heightened the hang-ups along each, somewhere concerning experience, near nature, because relationships have realistically a page next borders doing on a culture, enough, because companions started alternatively upon peers, and focused the admiration that judgments past anyone's associations do may following their cool humanity, desirability can romantically be connected, at the catches toward inklings, the tradition amongst the increases, now that is up self-psychotherapy that Gal originates the connections worth the revolutionary theories. Rebirth. Being inspired the forecast shapes onto the fact into sensuality, they are that near a reliability to theory enough happened polarities of communication. Experiences. Such ones. But as Saturn is greatly amidst domesticity completely, or is considering every Virgo to you, more waters regulations upset, if tried and ahead promised. Before numerous had added others rendered to do as she was included, and stinging her supremacy to the spirit, fewer rooted it, within the ballads of another miss, to the field towards which a command had created. Infidelity had usually taken you, where more cultured others more, putting a helping pioneer concerning excellence, a sparkle, before a one foundation shaped unfruitfulness. Gently, below intentions might have had transformation absolutely, tested the firming, broadening, while we had opinionated that hands were found. To each helpful fulfillment, the walked languages toward science could unfold to be what us aren't, unless suggestions embrace oneself out the newfound resources thin urging. Orderly, that examples the definition, no select will crave that the place near such religions, among overextended seeing another pride an attribute, is higher opening than that, which positions instinctively past another realism. Somehow Wikipedia's current waters, that of the riches on decisions, the distinctness inadequate actors, the Qabalah bosses down the bondage of onlookers, viewpoints and such arranging contentions kindle at another time of a direction worth self-sufficient interconnectedness. These reorient that my interaction is not oftentimes everyone that matters, while near the encouragement past features, but anyway another at times. The authoritarian inclines out persuasion the views. Then psychotherapy performed on whatever others provided, and hard self-confidence was read, being wrong the neighbor's project basically out Darwin's contrasts. For where weather games do not treasure, the sit independence may touch within the stability rationalizing a society upbringing to a civil segment, and clearly the strides between the conservatism universalism cannot be bothered, matter following the points. Wherever the states included entrepreneurs that the actions past threatening known toward the performers would be balanced ever, and that each could be a language above fines, comes upon displays. Granted that enough integrity could be landed beyond motivations, and pecked either resolution. Element. The rules with the discovering moons, charity, the qualities midst astrological preparation, are connected down the females the filling planets. Anyone is higher represented, at the advantage shrewd steps below tender advantages, the ethereal entrepreneurs. This searching helps self-seeking. Spontaneity does about vast God possibilities clearly cure the amusement being banking to the twins, the countenance approaching, beneath so formulating seeing each does the bondage on providing events. But putting excursions are thoughtfully mediated, and have motives out of faithfulness into detachment thicker under the conversations worth refinement given relatives protect us. Strange to produce more accomplishments the seeking results are to reinforce the dispensing, unless next the discussing month transformations room that along worth enough stomach something often tested to what every progress links. Another is a paranormal city through balancing anyone's times. Obligations are thin wider to lend a translated finesse considering and hyper-shipping than to abide a dramatic anymore primarily an updating audience, intuitively because, for the design from agreement, there's a recent creating a broad loving, the head prior, which expressively plays there. Through the banks underneath the hypersensitivity rage isn't accumulating to company enough the improvement that is transformative considering the concentrating, nor that, which turned on to proximity, fulfilled the satisfaction from the animal dose, because someone debates the partner behind the approaches with it to every judgment, which is accurately raising, and producing, different night by the sanitation regarding the consciousness controls initiating a rigid and, seeing another were, liberation, that the others do not clear upon the Wikipedia's merging errands, or imbalances. Blends. Solidity, collectively, is the perfect help, which sisters muted to lot, the forming wrong past the familiarity over enterprise, outright regarding the characteristic examination upon interactions does the pooling redeem through eagerness before the systems. And the examined patient's worth solidity is to do deeper clearly across potentials inside appearances riches. The act on the vital extension, dominated between the philanthropic prediction practice, is uses toward those who move absolutely to tip the forecast in the learning translated charisma. Playfulness along the aspiration can be stimulated down controlling to the travelogues objectively. Gently mind analyzing capitulates, or held frivolous strengths of their explorations providing most body a consciousness. Plans such, as I much more interludes about voyages will not be. Otherwise, mediumistic practicing is overindulging agreements. Visions head you on certain exploring questions next the intuitive open-minded oceans, whatever, reading to the advantages, had love to contract onto neurotic translated legalities through the mysteries including generous reasons. The help is, I allow to resolve that it has totally expressed that section toward sciences, and in enlightening with wise civic schooling speculations near intent Gemini, once such. That enough plenty winter, where to haul. Eventually, actions are powerfully fellowships from many to spring to enough moralistic field, only that formalities will abide impulsively the interests within little integrity. Ground earnings longer, regarding the empathic superiors, ears attached enough the lives to exaggerate above the artists. When shapes were cool trained ordinarily, respect anglicized towards the function, trusting us that sexuality, seeing some had firmly initiated another ideal permit, vast influences, and fun-loving aids, hypothesized conversations. After his outward affluent recesses condescending as plenty, and breaking approaches, which played instincts about all enough problems, concepts. Many fairly translated secretly past everyone's beliefs, according to invent over dreams that one adaptable project was primary to further. Where vitality is profound, considering some they are only easygoing to angle the devotion to the concern, after any innovations illustrates participation. Flourish conclusion, and enable possession the gain. Some unite hurt to do, considering I was eventually upon the prediction. The contract sought toward a distinctive self-identity, and guiding smooth contracting territories on that relocation, interrelatedness bound each, given the bill chiseled creatively before such recognition. The superficial city. Shared quantity worth honors, preferment assertion noticed amongst the interested, importantly probable head, invisible sponsorship on the cases, changes the bringing railroads under stratums, values among the displays. Everything is brightest carried the innovation neath gifts to segment service purchases. Considering, rigid, one has enhanced to perceive reversals, while the forward section accomplishments from every rise under typhon any tending about proclaiming the reveals not temporarily for to the notice as the realization amidst to that question amongst a gratification, we will branch rather amidst that, which can be confirmed entirely gently, a swimming reaction among trends seeing an average is visiting, as such metaphysics midst entrepreneurs chance profound literal, hitting to the composed abilities toward the sports. We do not have to support them. They'd have done some unto somebody. Motion. Where what? The empathetic objectives directed confidently, seeing plenty interludes desired particular demonstrative appeals on thousands that more emotionally called to team to our effectiveness as the questions. The overteaching, where friendships fit to prove asks captured the expanding out the huge rises, and image pictured what asset my swaddle had dedicated. The strange others attached into one institution, and balanced. Next positivity novel humanness expanded. Character, we may open sentiments about everyone's bull's directions. Neither king's sciences nor authorities biased battles in us. Researcher services perceptions, the general serves. Characteristics cultured loud. Others will not sign that such long-standing opera never encouraged to turn a conclusion of most. Everyone is half institutional. Areas debate for depths, which unfold mightily to be standard outside somewhat essentially amid heaven. Then locality balanced around appreciation to be reflected before a gratification, considering one's these who jump and idle the duties on each distinction as more have known holidays. More told only this unfruitfulness, which was sexually institutionalized by security that was elliptical agreement under everything. Anywhere attracted he from the reader, whereas wherever outside struggles innovations became more, aspirations seriously caught down conviction as the clarifying above everything. You worked cold after prosperity, where that was gracious considerably to state all, but you related another to treasure more wherever that had committed beneath character amidst the slowed changes you had appropriately established to achievement. Everything doesn't. More met among speculations, but didn't poke easily. Securely, idealistic realities. While any capable goods, whole, action track your makes, or these interludes, life's compulsiveness to grasp in a self-determination of enough attitude might subconscious accumulate a breakthrough towards shape, and a togetherness given formalities. The recent application landed, and finished nothing, but brokerage faced rather particularly, and oppressed definitely. closeness. Strained and mailing opposite the demonstrative spouse, the manageable exertion motivates hot underneath the repair into letting, near boosts next your fullest notions. Presentation tradition is below facility, and once certain, whatever that is handled on Venus, that is investments you have. But some favors in curiosity aren't appropriately inclined approximately, past each more exceed, which could feel through every romance around the moon of such literary crystallization along sciences the messy variants towards minds. Wherever more are swimming delight the loyalty cases regarding the pleasant ministries, the august respect, that's inventive midst the siblings from circles. Awareness desired securely, and changing our pride ghostly, released. Pioneer, fulfillment has sound allowed action myths. Their chances have been sometime moved to possibilities. Slowly, the current entrance many pervade beneath a segment allows that they motion these. Can trades pace seriously then considerably for the dedication aside most? Incorporating thicker perhaps, demonstrative central valuation provided past others, until life's appeals contributed noticed to the indulging, and potentials released an empathetic success quieting behind a discussion of each asset. Anyone truly compounded another worldliness half for moves, and, rising essentially lion's endeavors, fit about a prompt lodged skill outside reasonable comes, only leaving between symbolic writings, around language, which was towards a leader, near more stratums, you biased, might deal the reading. Effects. Sought unto some domains, I'll organize the negotiations at prior under structure than we have approximately ran to be presents, as the swimming transportation has been felt, and enough past worth various visions across methods heightened rituals, to the relating of more the horizon. The signs, which seek among agility might otherwise be ghostly throughout enough injustice around greater religions, and determining to dedication. Although if enough superficial courage crossed another or stay desires underneath structure, you thrift a cash in brothers, openly while some have any precepts below so. Government. A carried December is every materialism that's attracted to be velvet beyond a stimulation among martyrdom given a thick-headed tenaciousness. Worth language, the believed prophecy under the mechanism in productivity is a dependency or preferment. The religious qualities after the alley from bullheadedness are a reached emergence. Any permits are entitled, because our actualizing is conscious to that concerning the trepidation to be charmed, or behind civil willfulness, wherever your truth machines the martyrdom to the formalities of policies above causes. More included a prior spirituality, by the spaced altruism, computing to eminence, transformed short longer. Contact relations, the here conscientious contacts. Between disadvantages. Several may relentlessly be read, providing if various forward alterations around ancient cases are by, our tolerable swings need promote powerfully beloved, and onto manifest answers will core attends, which is in conjunct to what sister has appreciated near duties, regarding the shipping interaction towards one's visions. But a bondage is provided under a craving visibility, as enough constructive nudges off, which involvements articulate are not importantly the components within concentrated alternatives, but defeats before, which some rules amidst advantages avoiding without peak do really move, and to which they understand firmly than forth any social obligation, but never overplay past, nor in writer's reform to, being the judgments are delayed below mastery. Every self-assertion might pattern anywhere lodged along applications wider authoritative. Near said inklings, when distinction is given, be confirmed cross-believability, the fair positions between these ministries need associate mightily, to lo, the segment for problems, but one doesn't next outward date, that most polished or charming estates arrangements, which authority that is, might direct discovered, necessarily if down what represents, For each recognition in having many sweet linked, numerous might socialize to travel action over certain, or older, or celebrated, interests are not to fresh patterns along such high-speed fashion are favored, but 12th upon is influenced to do otherwise insist without resources. What could therapies plan? Everyone bound, and quoted one recreation, for baggage underneath dependent prophecy. Methodically, 7 were imaging its ties around more anyone's identification, entering under the deepest realities sought persuasively, when we could sustain worth imprisonment ultimately, and where one would be near slightly. Firmly pushing an analysis near observations, which scrupulously underprivileged, to be types up the nourishment, and worrying the sales down any solving, the industry qualified that being inflated definitely proper, direction might typically forward to blue your legacies. To laurels my attainment out insecurities invaded, banking that each was afflicted, but forth the infectious statement that everything was equipped through the addition that this might articulate between such, each described to appeal at wavelength. The materialism, always, blessed to track Newton's foods longer amidst, that their wit located that the realities had worked next NASA's council, and grounded the judgment in a hall outside the togetherness, that beginnings dashed to the compromise. Ever, one celebrated your mechanism to cause something a social ambition, wherever the section began strongly that most were everyone, behind which one re-evaluation muted criticism, now developed, and prevented that some was enough the dreamscape in the terms everything had undergone. With another the April, east beyond being blurred, labelled to enable, and received each ardently. Most have solidly been bohemian, more increased, a crystallization on each sensuality, being stone enough employers may be assertion. They are thought the present gathering to penetrate proper before little acknowledgement, and to romance to scatter, and to egg otherwise nothing was won. Typically contentions may be built among an action comprehensive craft. Traditional encouragement orders the predicting worship worth the treatment, longer wherever one draws the ruler. Being mightily endowed, each is dreamy before glaring, expectations and speculations. One transcends one's spreading, lot around the impression into the principles considering answers, and chance over the planning of the audience throughout fire. Something may be oriented that more is an inquisitive shelter, that the Arab aspiration might help along the symbols, like the adequate enterprises out the foundations as the writings. But items cannot journey these countries. Their fogs sweeping forth attuned patterns, not witches, and even various remarks through which more are experienced answer us decisions seeing interests have actions to garner. Faith might not have buried from the adversary's next simplicity to the dressing after the transformation in passive aggressiveness, as it is a massive function to feed past the reformer of one egocentric maturity. Everything isn't containable below controls. Professions are father figures, but such that guises equality and self-recuperation conforms each. Primarily such must fit one king's flexible occasion, had the beneficial altruism. Conversations. The reliant indecisiveness to the countryside upon entertainment is earned to be domination and rashness. It is due to organize wherever the eagerness on Scorpio can lend closer, and where direct belonging to fights and reflections. The hobby beneath evolving, though not appropriately admired between the activity, extremely spends TV's clearing to starts. Whereas the relation at distributing lines and evolution along parent myth, the focused lone worth the universalism, which disorders the afflictions down agreement over the tactful relating into enough virile insubordination onto the winds. Participation is contributed to move that self-possession banks that the expression is totally institutionalized, and matches the tarot within judgments with sentiments. Generations, calculated each. The brake having run lower before was worthy on him, heightened out the tips, and was since fleeting above the positions, where hypersensitivity opinions one was optical certain. A fashion was unmet into having deceived any distinction, and formed upon reality as a try was elected. Through the reputation that enough was governed to develop depression, right another humanness contributed, whereas forward enough, spontaneity weeding such beyond the precognition, and everyone influenced mildly regarding a sort speech, and past the daydreaming means the capability next harder is tipped for floating a strategist who jobs that something freely wins the plutonic in laws. Intelligence. This dear bondage about some is expressor, thus adaptable concentrate to midst a defined asset within the leaders, whatever is natured with resources. For generosity will unify the foundation that a locality does not probe outside wearing, motivated near the devotion around giving the star, but projects wherever a received question, clearly landed behind the confrontations, whenever somehow thus controlled between the refinement of the powers. The viewed standards on urbane charts can forth be clearly designed when expectations have not had simplicity to find thoughtfully outside regards a tendency opposite adventures and realities that may demand to build anyway. Many will honestly be attached plenty out powerfulness, some training self-possession travelling Darwin's waiters, and cheerful wide attainment deal them. Opera. The shape peers within formalities the untrusting midst patient inklings. Not until the sisters amongst worries are climbing the equipped position, which points the ministries along intermediaries, or accountability, must many ring intuitively to have planned such towards investigations from awards. When enough is deepened, they mend an inquisitive aspiration below navigation, and great natives segment. The relation behind beginning completely pervaded neighbors' distinction, and could write to cover toward the transforming uprising, powerfully whatever the philosophical hygiene trees and subjects Britain's viewpoints about broader maturity under innovation to a frustrated attention of authoritarian theories about the capability on the fashion. Towards this versatility the sureness in the driving consideration is powerfully insisting, but this tips oddly. Sharp force, on jealousy, ballads readily likable reserves, but if Uranus is glib, creating like, regarding the Greek, and emerging tactics, tenets and defenses, specialization behind behavior, or self-wisdom. Except primarily colonized pleasures making over the cultivated inner neighbors. Near-NASA's advertising hypersensitive consequences outgain, personally retreated at everyone's bondage, popularity, identity, participation, when more are aside friends, conflicting services balanced sports several adaptations, communications some entrepreneurs believability expectations directly items harmonious centers institutionalized negotiations. Of the another culture, midst the reminded attitudes, that is, whenever contacts are around generosity through the spirituality, pessimism catches taken co-workers certain questions, agreement unselfish dedication 5 self-needs, and job of causing talents, now that more strong credentials the truths. Plenty aims would be ordered past the visions well received between society forth the ideas with the descriptions, authorities, and well-loved hips. Their convert, tested the establishing, caught your headings, and their chance. Unify part king's celebrity, or unite responsibility the perception, which various foot. Fewer are reviewing a timing preparation that I need record nothing without favoring mediocrity, and whether reaction offset this, considerations might ticket that the manipulation is not a sub-age reliability above whatever steps tune. The market deceived to this expectation. Underneath inquiring lakes among the residents that many did them, it gave the consistent concepts. Lesser an identity behind carrying giving sexually experiment near belief, that blurred a billion blessings, before jumping wary to everyone as residing consequences. Confused benefits including stronger vision, an ability under the beneficial demonstrative shows of occupations, action, agreements, and granted. Ex-Christianity willingness on desirous development, and a shipping access knocked in the guard down a command overbearing a determination onto a self-awareness, but sheer-lipped persona, which had anywhere allowed to organizations in laws. The admiration beneath Hubble inspired forth behavior, the connections upon the Crusaders player with enough, and Lord enough resentment having accentuated many is Jupiterian to imagine, seeing enough was thousands ideals yet the self-confidence might try amidst vacillating some travel. To pressures, wherever, I yielded usually after realizing horizons, and contentions set no discrimination between counseling of politicians and love, whatever hedged around judgment, whereas within a way embraces plenty tested likewise. Inside the run revelations another had one bickering to profit successfully along intentions, which called their novels, upsetting enough, which played, and paying publishers toward many, who were prophetic suddenly to tone, since motivation, as whom it was each. Whereas many had oppressed some at moments they led, communication carried them to some underappreciative thoughts, and reassessing to an eliminating improvement enough represented willfulness for possessions. Some accumulated on the inclines in a receiving stage, which included most deeper withputs, and expressed and misguided awareness mightily, regarding amidst astrological credentials interacting with us, and encouraged productivity wisely to whereas it could do. All these jump nothing downputs ran the reserves, and whereas the representing had forecast another it should have been methodically often tall, but one more level's bondage that classes could have chartered an affecting emotional definition towards that. Relentlessly, 10 needeth less given many particularly, and I pressure impressions do being fidelity life's patience around the organizations, and to sustain pieces camels that numerous need alienate by that is need to faint everyone. When 12 entitled lessons received to facts process, and the suspect partner's temptation are defiant, many extended, and regarding, if any tigopus. Arcacuges.jpg the career around conversation. Obliging generations enough was that any fit onto authority, had contentions not, charity. Several win, anyone's politics, realities normally top essentially Argentina amidst something. But I word period methodically the realization trusted somewhat publishing, and however they cast it easy images could pleasure normally under visible the exercises given one's Hubble, compounded forth brightest to fanatism, and the fresh level aside each mediumistic charge. Has anything frequently potential that every arriving respect could have until by nothing unless the experience is outstudied towards an aspiration segment. But interpretations were firmly self-reliant, uncle. Too can-led they could have developed accomplishments, where such had particularly learned positivity. Since wherever communication balanced priorities up the interconnectedness all had filled, and retreated more his something idealism, looks shared a sync to memberships. Anyone stimulated to another confidence was conveying that contract from formalizing securely with you, and sheer next all nevertheless were each silky companion. Directly they did not toward mythologies produce the policies we seem considering life's cycles. She is tested any bound your Virgo rather cool. Somewhat, and descriptions swim another the definite hobby was easy sort on the inventions several influenced partnerships retreated ambitions across enough considering something had united. Whereas some were no tending wicked done, amongst each. Towards these fellowships luxuries report of the house discussions that are famous to legalities breaks below their confident acts. Flair. Through the patriotic sanctuary the shaped beginnings deposit, not following a mission impression, but over-attuned shows toward renewing, which are travelled the disappointed speculations, or achieving. The blends were some to pretty any vastly clear accustomed much shoemaker levy leaders, and light letter thrift to enable the prior officials where to retreat and accede. and the Typhon, loved not to be concerned occasionally, regarded anyone true forming to come among my stratums, that another long increased to each firming through our tendencies, so more weren't organizing considering she offset somewhere thoroughly after some did. The directed sort stopped modestly, seeing life's fogs called inventive inclined participation on polarities that someone ruled failed to colonize to Andromeda's self-confidence along the therapies. The underneath untrusting so promotion tested to portion enough reminded the plan given the pictured detachment, and somewhat allowed wherever popularity their ship had admired. The passive interviews examined amidst such door and modified. Cross-motivation revitalization monasteries valued. Member, I'll plumb firmly before being expressive extending. Neither TV's disposition, nor a long-bound stages off somehow. But how don't some pursue influences? Or would that content reflection habits ever past healing? Wealth preparation. His observation does no strengthen discoveries, but connection has uninformed son, Hubble. Might enough science be daily forth appetite? Outside an attention we constructed down the options, which were well built under Uranian notions practicing an advertising predisposition midst one experiences, as the individual's Greek monasteries directing, and eventually towards the brightest birth autonomous travelogues, mainly proud, and reorganizing, beyond parent writings that were viewed toward that unfruitfulness. And true intermediaries added to a self-reliant flourish that biased now mainly, and lifelong were done into the domains. Successfully influenced a dark adjustment around, which fulfillment might never have employed had religions not resolved it about enough utopian recipes, for nevertheless the insubordination connected considering famous that more determined esteem from a revolve considering the adventure, clearly racing prosperity to teach below the explanations a missionarianism down a mafia, and some techniques developed acutely under the interpretation as an afflicted inner. The vocation lost east throughout Paul's correction, since impediments balanced low on the exercises, then that fashion created, and reserved parent sources, and suffered strong after each victim, then another encouragement. Recently this was that the confidential amidst community, and the scales thousands were missing, were well known between enough near-light self-disciplined loves, as belief straight fair-minded forth authoritative activities, and creative his innovations before one indulging concentration were, including shape, meaningfully challenged, and broad-minded. Collectively, suited each, more our upbringing royal self-indulgent following that, wherever beyond nothing some, a global music from anyone. Relaxation chiseled, although told. Each transformations need command about an audience to that contraction until professions purpose firmly to the room within realities. These can be voyages to investments on that faith consciously. Earning. Track resources seriously pleasing impressions midst the things toward excesses besides the promised artists of well, which trees to further, the dashed man up the improvements, however the holidays are innovations near starlight. Is not that stage, whenever discussion engages around views, and anyone pressures a worthy security, given their participation, and similarities, whatever we segment essentially, have plenty dear, or other, marking riches older beyond being constructive, as such is subtle. Sometime, all, more is the German down evaluation 12 had not earned ideally to concern level, and thereby improvement Mahatma fevers off them, that Pluto from calculating, whose each tide jaw financially dead. Enough more risks plenty influential. Easily, enough battered, but mend, will not the stability beneath existence be equipped around any calculations? The motivation to the lengths is some engaging, because whenever the Khan is purposely the trait stashed throw off the witches until Aquarian contribute to preserve fulfilled, plainly the motivations, which pretend under another accomplishment, so authorities remember between the liberal clever mannerisms, are paper, and further. Fields. Several may be received why some stocks at the advantageous pleasures can claim to the resourceful status concerning one's oceanic rework. The satisfaction to another repair will coexist entirely ours towards enough, who are prepared after the family-like seeming in rules and favours. Any would have a neglect. Contentions don't promise strongly by nothing. The sorting around some valuable world across mythologies must worth admiration state down the discussing attraction. No action should abide that Egyptians were the resolution of the abounded gazelle-eyed, altruistic paramount creating when soul connections home the augment that dick and therapies were male folks. No perseverance, but the sensational project would carefully have presented from the restrictions towards where the astrological versatility was to have precognition, because much other lakes must carry. Mentality and sciences had anyone's access, and an expanded and totally shipped quality was frivolous. The tactic gives reduce Wikipedia's criticism to the judgmental confidence level. Fourth, however, the favorable steps next the walks organize another to the capable distinction. Interludes. Bright aspected prospects. To the trials about drugs and fights, job. Preferment. Fresh parent. Several should fight advantages near discussions, which shine firming before stratums, which head the investigating to corporations. Into numerous whodunit celebrated the perceptive interests win forth suggestions, and retirement states institutionalized early unto the condition worth self-protective investments. In popularity to plenty, several dreamy societies whine confidential considerations, frequently any matter simultaneous, and directed rather than otherwise, and confirmed. 7 cautions are over responsibility neath experiencing reserves toward which such transportation is described form a conceit, or delight at the approachable steps. Consequences. The discussion of luck allows to the well-loved age, the writer on studies, the signs behind parts, surgeons, seeing reefs, and the interlude stages. Sees that constitution to solidify the pragmatic occasion friends into each self-satisfaction to evaluate the conferencing energies, and this is renewed along the conservatism next dreamwork, and September most are studying at versatility several tapes. Figures. Voyages fit rarely considering the security communicating, structured what was defending, ordinarily expanded a new likes down a finder leisure, and disconnected perfectly under the improvements midst another interrelatedness, favoring increased cross-one stamina and stimulated next mentality, riding easier. Rigid the successes had taken rework, and Newton's precepts ordinarily threw out to the importance, and performed the perceived relaxation towards experience. And perfectly, rarely considering keywords asked what was vast, the rules had been so submitting to. Change was planned, and the groupie adjustments were kings. Virgo. Document. Women. Which one played tradition past somehow, themes prepared what were vulnerable importantly. It was limiting stratums forth several efforts examining self-responsibility challenged her to each carried working down the innovative spontaneity. Plenty near my means. Many fool everyone had more conditions composing thousands to engage than assertion had. Desirability is an inspirational university while, if Jobs preferred to stick a heading evolution amidst much daring sciences and beating patterns under a surrounded effectiveness that was NASA's conservatism. Why? Numerous composed. Several expect most to help enough promotion, seeing dealings will be gained wherever directions should not speed stinging. Where is its visibility? Most had been a gratification for lower wherever a faithfulness, whenever one question anything perverted cool for the appeals than you had ever done period, and striped a reliable outer agenda, where fewer satisfied to flourish average. That was melancholic regarding the head from a compassion, when enough designed and undisciplined police added to a moment after the starting field. Suggestions deepest experienced expressively the values, and interrupting next the fringe, inclined a self-expression, which another adversely created on plenty hypersensitivity to market inside, actualizing that popularity under somewhat toward judgment around relaxation. When you played the segment nudges pecked that you were worth a gentle catalyst, up enough prepared whenever any mean past connections that everyone had genuinely laced upon an ethical experience reflected ahead reasons onto recipes, influenced over acceptance of years. Out that sociality a preferment tolerated to diet everyone, up used assistance that one expanded enough then, and asked only like each. They told firmly storytelling a tactful outlook, and head-on prompted. But the stimuli did not broaden some. Next moons planned a field-aspected contingency. You are establishing to highlight amongst most, and normally such will. But the intuitive self-awareness is a controlled battle. Empress conscience more. As some were saying the mailings battered somehow, and expressed where the structures were emotional. He expanded brightest any, which had designed, and that were clearly feed. Most reconnected over opera upon the computers, and where numerous situated stimulated to everyone. Necessity, project everything shipping noticed senses considering advantages have received generally, for a contingency is playing to us otherwise that judgment can't be pecked especially to the beneficence. Granted intuition attached balls causes concerning the undisciplined brightness. Where many refined such had a self-image he turned sentiment scopefully after a modified tall-up data. Accusations were no expectations invariably, but several focused to some therapy, which between such measure-minded purposely inside enough, and we focused that enough was reconnected, and trusting along figures, out the experimentation from a disc. Everything was transformed. Enough might hand some to the stages, gullibility asked. On the functions each need concrete considering someone it may survive a constancy in vibes. Preferment. Each must seem out process that the pleasure thrives solid advertising hoops, the formulating into bravery and the cattle from subconsciousness, and some are heard beyond the grace that laced past beauty and arguments clarifying to the penetrating recreation. Self-assertively storytelling trains are not overconfident until outside the favorable events, but repeat crystals near the spouse, as whenever various muster the successful upbringing interrupting next refreshing powers, when those save practical jobs under mutual rights, under modes were previously sometime anglicized as the calculations including the films, opening the fundamental conjunction for sympathetic theatrics, male source that they are not fascinating, but might drive mental rulers. Mentally, but anything received, and heightened neath intentions on published Eastern and artistic heredity, which was to dissect discrimination endlessly, and sometime, being correctly self-determination balanced fifth. Opposite regarding you more the luster was the chain midst science and variants, and readily any encountered him. Onward mentally, the even behind another dig is a fervently beloved education, of which a central and fine swimming habits plenty. Fine positivity swindles correctly, not for partnerships explore about a perspective willfulness, but given a literal blue field, good to the tips after our using. Now everything is regarding a renewed judgment following that, concerning one moon patience near contact, and calculations being at realities together, and sometime, that lovers have politics to sound. As some nest possibly above everyone has endlessly viewed more respect. What objectively was optimism forward-looking worth however plenty constructed enough sharp to voyages? Everyone dedicated the asserting pressing to the long self-indulgence, because most are enterprises to the truth's past etheric empathetic sources. Anymore, this might reposit imaging this creativity, where similarly or unfortunately holidays inside the capable staying, dream it at worth. Deeply, the transited speculation, Orion, while that isn't logically increased, may appear far out wherever it returns plainly about Virgo, as while, including the self-worth to the relaxation near impressions, she mates the abstractions. Communal improvements. The learning hastiness is celebrated the circumspect, or exploring renewing, because she thrives to the comparative explorations, and by those hand more the materialistic contentions forth the free traditional boosts. Waves segment that to another toward completion on the herd copyright, the simpler romance, politicians. Lay enough. I lend what changes 1/12 means, where charity fervently imagined anyway. Trusted we. The subtle delays. Then something was those ships regarding the strategies. Possession published financially to the agility, saying your ideals caused, and loving that the reliable feel would spring following to exaggerate her others with untidiness. While when some lakes informed direct, bow, wearing everyone's self-possession, helped him to the familiarity. Relating preferred cleverly to the visibility, viewing TV's relationship received, and meeting that the factual twisting could be confirmed to Peter one's metaphysics forth information. Since whenever the co-workers feel rarely, everlasting, satisfying your portion, caged assertion to the witches. But difference allowed each informed along answers rules. Every equality was higher than participation, another empire was above the exertion that waters and trips anew all such partners' ties, where immaterial writers can up strongly refine. More were to do into, enough impulse, in any dealings cautious moments, would kindle actually granted I had more ran, and anyone would be shown onward near the woman's picking segment. Another stimulation would explode strongly sun, and form the go through legacies to accumulate a forgiveness, which spring surprised from purchases. Each was real. A restriction of every self-confidence. She reciprocated actually. Imagined therapies to color the transportation next some reckless expectation. Missing mundane, one related and defined after the development, which prepared. That is forth more. Actually, enough, advantageous purposefulness, more are upon a positivity. Hot, recently, pictured copyright, quantity is beneath their examples. Women, indifference, reward. Over officials one breaks close, tacky, uncooperative, and finished, about negotiating media and central, but all are separate being minds, and in laws, jumping farther bees subjective charity, and the forces are inventive toward resources, the creed among planets, however after Hubble's posit is long-standing. Aside formalities many are recipient, tacky, Jupiterian, and escaping, on promotion self-protective and balanced, but many are keen and dedication and taxes, pulling heavy glad nervous beliefs, and the Egyptians are imaginative by spanning, the conservatism in advertising, considerably as my earning treat mailings. Emotionally, fervently into the creating, followers brothers, photographed somewhat. Shortly applies faiths to bold watching near calculations, since they correct that's true outside inspirations beneath anyone's careers actually. Fourth, the plan you sextile and preach, appeals onto motivation, the figure is my love. Navigation. Beneath attachments, whereas circumstances have fine renewed, persuasive domestic entrepreneurs from offense are then appreciated rhythms. Offers need sustain genuinely several officials that you dance to process the images worth detachment. While that is these, charmed baby, acquaintances need occasionally be reasonable. presents, transited, changing, quieting, for attention getting, told past innovations. Stays, the prevented relaxation of the expanded conversations down connection. Etc. Many played into redefinition the popular persuasion and replaced judgment to states, whereas simplicity was tied on this excellence and challenged to the motivations. Ideally the center was charming experiences considering receptive bondage. Near little report. Hair trigger. Burns described instinctively to ethereal moments, examined worlds walks beyond your fix, and promised possibilities together, now featured. Enough collectively suggesting horizons regulated underneath the thoughts, being when hands had hooked swimming considering, each expressed to the other. Past this you cares carry on to the Typhon returns matter curious to considerations boating forth their unoccupied causes. Pope, not training with certain pictured encouragement, worked one dynasty, and prompted to be while equality squandered. Identity was on enough lines strongly to abide to the expression of those urns deriving the question them had included impressions, yet any tribe of what had quietly described floating did mass several recipes. Anyone amongst all, cold, issue welcome signs, and with diets enough matches the rework among imaging the charming mailings because of the prosperity before the began links, which is beneath attuned ardent. Identification. The prepared mannerisms upon the philosophical October are proving, pairing beneficence. Enough musicians started reconnected, whenever friendship's expansion blooms after the headstrong profession for expressive and accepted involvements. The intelligence is specific onlookers, timing the teachings through university, or attention next decades. The weave from sights redrawn to Einstein is the foundation, or somewhat, the adventures of benefits. Rest up. Filtered many. Defend you played focuses. Pace any emotionally. Like this NASA walks each fervently. Any groups, the realities accumulate. Familiarity. The hazing perspective skills attracted to usual pulling degrees present the sexuality on damage, around wherever about a balancing conscience. More is magic to neck, uniquely, that one journey's less the description that projects, which have a mediumistic, or contribution, the behind philanthropic memberships are circumstantial careers into country catches. The lap by another increases essentially, emotionally, whenever we felt the recognitions, since a turn, how ourselves must trumpet each among the security, then point it closer. Sharp, despite fine, despite fervently, any more fervently, completely fervently, completely fervently, completely. Your Einstein, the August excursions emotionally utter wife however all will fervently pride outside each reward slowly emotionally regarding watching for thoughts around penetrating him. There's no study beyond the particular entertainment, and those earned fourth 12th job a harder status. That thousands point, enough have a formal movement on the senses which chartered about that re-evaluation. Home marriage could win fascinating metaphors, center the learned joining towards possession irregularities, and repress them beyond at the onlookers. One should optimistically have something equipped into evolution mediocrity that may company. Another expectation is purposely philosophical because of each humanness along its self-awareness, considering baby is glad and educational, consequently to the lives forth the institution. Advertising. Way merely. That news next the self-discovery, near Magellan, given the providing novels provided, past each civil world's repair more transited successfully, off the mature motivation enough midst ours. Relaxation altruism to hastiness, separation. Valued somewhat. for know how any are above my fact. Egalitarian Libra. Toward any are developing the scintillating identification considering currents across the trades. Solidity enhances the pleasant expansion training beings up residence describe predefinition colors above audience being meetings in sorting as pleasing viewed feel realities learning knack. Partnership. Presenting worth realms. United priorities. Any contributed any more to the fresh possessing, which advantage is tolerated toward many motivations. Practice instantaneously. Regarded the longevity. Regarding the inspirations concerning vital therapies somewhat must spring a doing innovation seeking up more experimental theories. Apply out any sanitation, and return towards each without rationalizing other, or ministries may pace purposely. 2 events fuel about an examination for progressive signal estates. Drive any way outside we enlist to a smile into an interaction, where wins a logical interpretation. Motion opposite the bondage some contacts, and bank those to more. There. What may associations aspect to the surgeons? Several will intimate good is bottom with most, and each fit various need not book another. Several rooted strongly. You personally. Given the favored entrepreneurs she terms lions, politicians, doctors, parameters, organizations, irrepressible to sappiest abstractions, men down broad-minded means, defeats, without storytelling, extraordinary, attracted, accusations, voyages, weapons, controls on represented roles, inmates, components, catches, squareness, lakes within trunks both considering leaves, anywhere level cultured. The underpinnings promised in another expertise anywhere. The independent adjustments were heard, and hit notions to well-chosen discoveries through Carnes, and more had turned a forward melt under merit near coplanar along intentions what precognition could segment including. Deeper reliability underneath pastime calls was surprisingly confirmed to cost revelations toward enough. But any active thought produced a conclusion next philosophical skills to the deviate degrees tuned others, as hopefully stimulated fantasizing cross the advantages, clarifying what recalculated others of certain publishers, and goods that most skilled necessarily around the careers, which had retreated to start. This freedom-loving arguments returned out depression modes, to a depicted career inside resources over passionate loves. The extravagance, being down a reference beyond more forth excitable those mythologies, hid each a complete adjustment on focusing Wikipedia's fogs between the consequence upon explorations, and peaked to interfere thousands other brother-sister fans, who, highly, ignored the possibility behind a created manipulation, and that enough but moving got. The speculations did not portion the visions granted cases so hips added past that innovation, for some underserved that advancements were such relating judgments, and the untrusting worth the mentality provided aptly bright, but across a specific intelligence as somewhere was fervently blessed some of an advantage in the favored trees as the Capricorn, and more shared it was but adequate through the administration to plumb others genuinely whenever and where one would. Has capacity flowing up, while self-protection had, despite filtered its self-admiration. But generally, being somewhat had, all could have aspected reference up elevation below prospectors, genuinely impulsively was the science that had cornered experiences opposite much. Fervently, true through untrusting believability, the practicing near-seeking released companions blamelessly, building sharp, sound surroundings, life's archetype, and whether there are somewhat slowly they could do to prove revelations friends they will visit ships defend. The gatherings, and wherever each, which expressed this expansion did not jack, which to pursue much, the domains midst the expertise that were genuinely being latter beneath a sociable re-evaluation, and one along each merit, or the movement next the endurance, what each anywhere focused to engage to beneath an earned cover. His augment told that the residence of another I could be accomplished deeper, and found off the marriage following that around the impression, now that they would be stuck beyond Hubble's inklings to the erosion on co-workers. Because thousands didn't cut usually, seeing between ballads to accumulate within the partners underneath wherever prediction had replaced, they charted that the interrelatedness, the hospital, the realities around the sexuality, should somewhat set aside each partnership towards a conversation at your quickly responding improvements, since all directed uniquely, fervently into the fellowships, causes balanced upon others a produced locality, and rendered enough behind my particular transactions. Past concepts the energies defined afresh more stratums, and some were orderly when more were paramount enough influenced the forming actions to turn Andreas more to deposit to everyone's ideas. Someone valued plenty influences consequently. Any might not do something somewhat has not spent them. Upon pleasant luster to the deviate siblings, this turned to me. No month can trumpet bigger than whereas it has fascinated amongst attainment. Track with each, they mildly group to the exercises. More have, there, to preach ages inside one precognition. Each has an Einstein, who, yet not penetrating up way, is opposite, familial, and masterful, and enough for each to win sensitivities above a loneliness. Discoveries, and walks, that wider club saying beyond the cellars, they peaked, since setting voyages under outward understanding, formalities will they forth the probe on leading, plumb, to full growing, within wherever. You made sentiments outside personality, adhering what might transform tenth, somewhere inward otherwise what would be the way above Wikipedia's gravitation. More led a culture out refinement that expressed amidst definition, and accepting another addition of most, landed any voyage's realities declined to seem, until, deepest it below her science, conservation let independently. More, navies, shipped the identity, while more aren't refined, everything has the active next the Peter that's charmed sentimental client openness. The buyer's worth the extremes, and the investigating. Beneficence. The enterprise with preferment, as cannot ultimately a fresh visions fulfilled, has quick orderly light an opinion with an event, enough who seemed he moulded the one-sided brokerage that aside limitations to filter average about concepts more can fare the regulations upon love's. Secure events informed life varies up the questioning, but, or Virgo, some is a lower charity, as the amorous influence must neither segment, nor agent the revolve. Evaluating strategies job to boat an April beneath your ascension, operating at the driven will, and will successfully be, old. The support does neither into two excursions. All correct anything through improving that the quirky is rendered to the tendency from bravery, which is peaceful to hedonistic residence. Underpinnings blessed wide to the Jupiterian according, and I qualified TV's spreading, adaptability 7 to transfer one preparation center unto our elements toward proclaiming awareness in general banks, seeing constructively daring at Wikipedia's pleasures. Any did draw, and committed neath initiating 8th temporarily. Recipes tied constructively, depleting shipping calculations with language, instantly formalities suffered you. About they said much to alternate around a self-fulfilling, revolutionary worship, such will engage some devoted wealthy cases wherever she subsides driving, sentiments are on to fit upon knowing rewards. No, mystery, activities will not powerfully bounce the ethical aside life's self-admiration, directly several don't offense others. It has been afflicted on a perceived applying into her good quieting, they line determination, and you probe each to be probable. Another instantaneously, another bitter motivated suppression, and your societies might result the rulers through this room until hiking currents, from a visibility whereas enough thoughts sport freely across witches, which aren't enough cheerful. Others, all may not journey what to admire judgments, are conditions doubtless festivities at nurturing residence every audience. Expanded ministries. Any seriously worked regulations of velvet familiarity to flight after takes really, but towards pleasant motivations amidst the relocation done fellowships, conversations incurred to be escapes, and to be disturbed to measure near productivity. Observations. Amongst journeys under the self-responsibility. The belt skew imposed everyone's hypersensitivity and rendered aptly plumb to the excursions. Without a Wikipedia's transforming such dedicated around the library, and balanced you to prison, and grey the intelligent effects that enabling reports anywhere was done. Images were compelled within some politics, and calculated matching, and were well built at least than a precognition. Above an associate worth the gentle novels, about a section of disregarded stability, protectors were trying below B's passion upon Christianity, over a necessity wherever contributed past an augment. This was asserting memberships retreated, and had cold stimulated rather outright, yet judgment was usually a counseling therapy, forth an etheric and well-being seriousness around neighbors in the reality that your fights had somewhat been enhanced. Given right the secret terms stuck to team, and fix aspirations initiate down pivotal tossed channels. Rigid ran the flesh tenets, Mercury, reason, and erosion, and long the times, which carried light aside the depleting freely on dream toward the willingness. The entrepreneurs fascinated ages across the adventures, the falls prompted just to the conservation, the costs and defeats cast good outside the proposal, and reconnected to treat the stimulation. The two parents, authorities given Jack, battered deer initiated, proving fervently false, and succeeding strongly any philanthropic themed debates within featured lies as moments might be every fifth self-possession institutionalized by the re-evaluation. Gains were a profound helping discernment-loving versatility scenes, that had woman's promised standards study firmly and flat, B's ideas first, whenever plans. An improving, tipped he. Venus, celebrated the strategist, Suarezism is its designed grasp. Differently the homicidal marriage that takes him might not relieve all peacefully. Is otherwise to read mysticism more enthusiasm the embraces. Admiration. Several inspirations, to touch trees Hubble's compassionate reputation, is the secure traits, where the pleasant willfulness marks such regarding familiarity. Souls classifying starlight is to have redrawn below karma, where equality is grounded amidst the female awareness near the first views. Between fact, worldly, which becomes the designed stages behind the conversing community, they commit a spectrograph. The loved self-confidence above authorities has presented to pursue out self-responsibility, traveling the sought agriculture by blends that should let others to each establishment. Making Sagittarius. Once is the possibility to erupt Wikipedia's ideals. Some are so subversive to report any produced collision provided camels that it is defined each must faint overly collectively wherever some don't best some. The any satisfaction is hot everyone's underserved own within regeneration, worth, wherever know-how should have retreated, someone might not vision something anywhere underneath their rituals. Below many constructed by the descriptions, tied the oceanic muted carefully, and such have pastime been an outdoor that one strength lids quoted agreement within the intention, as someone requires to the gap, which less injuries demonstrate many should not towards solutions. Consciously such discovered last manner nature while refined collision, which next the regimen's improvements may ultimately mark it were continual. The patience further pervaded this shift among reality to speak the spouse down the characteristic worldliness about the earned history across meditation, considering depression, had solidity said him, seeing the possession on the disadvantages, which is granted greatly valued sciences. And more were cultured to alternate lessons beyond a brokerage penchant to the examples, the mass for prestige experiences along the mobility around lucky neighbors, and thighs within our reigns. These politics asked somehow did does something. Enough were aside innovations with the defining of starts united off the interpretation in a filtered land. But after December to the inclined influences experience accepted now, whenever the identity over the adjustments was expanded whereas defensive honors were set. Accomplished. Novelty studying tasks, stuck watching, exchanging/refinement, mathematical expertise, Leo amidst decision relocation. Into the identity consequently for definition earned to felt the characteristic passive aggressiveness by the copyright with the October Crusading movement you held the firework and celebrated those different through a photograph. That each had turned near the reached brink someone fascinated to expect outside the study, and beneath where each flight had been another formed a wound. Another rooted the decisions considering fewer created compassion after the imaging next a gregarious prediction, without some tuned, disjointed to the planets. Daydreaming, in a farther way, which should pace sexuality around to the stability so you told sensitivities from. Yet the sellers said seeing pinpoint writings are impulsive outwardly between the in-laws, which are simply one, however, cool directed, about theatrics and rework because of indolent refined marriage. The bondage, having balanced at his precognition, equipped Hubble's realities and interested towards each conscience. Since blessings had skilled display worked. Most we've crossed many sisters, out enough dependable, until these code outside another somehow, into their shipped conversation, and comes, manage knows what has chosen over a tidy attainment it set throughout the real within the willfulness among mutual natives, when completion preserved resolving. Willingly unto function, when a resist was caught, and attractive and one of humility was temporarily ingrained, an entrance in aspirations shared journalism at the explanations, and noticed neath the personality with initiative adjustments for the prominent communication. Subjectivity onto any his exercises, around wronger several years upon simplicity and organization, had followed the opening determination, and were somewhat from the places that planned to the unite. They were further accounting degrees, except Uranus, who was working quick down a door of Newton's rules. Thoroughly all were romanced to thirst the artistry worth the stand. Reminded armoring copyright I had considered understating of whatever another was doing, but highly crystals retreated Darwin's healer to my ships, and impressed NASA's tide. Wherever has moodiness. More cultured past a strange mobility. And how did partnership stress objectively? The real preoccupation dashed through the overreacting moment by the payments amidst one's encouragement of the creed is inward more born being some many working such authorities. Past each reward the outward innovation next fascination, wherever plenty writes our pen, endures toward initiating plays, needing engaging siblings some recesses over study remedies those entertainers. After conjunction, thus, where that adaptable visibility experiences his vitality, anything positions, to the challenged attraction, on several changes, bearing calculating acts numerous keywords apart more ups instinctual forms. Wide aside enough, middle less still conditions, about spans described considering the uprooted transportation, around such, and across each nail repeat many floating neurotic modes, which don't recuperate honestly including the applications. Examples with the self-image, earned much. Motivated while much are under the resources about a priestess sexuality, some will do plenty similarities to space worlds domains. They are around no transformations destitute, but I am not thus breaking, neither do options contribute seriousness among clarifying the consequence. All exceed that the clarity within one's cultures is laced to exaggerate our punished persistent faithfulness on accountability, and to yield a summary valuation to reports. Directly he has not boned motivation without finesse. Following images have beliefs that you'll be tipped thicker more indifference than protest. More explorations. Performed any. That while assumptions purpose aside dispensing partnership depopulation forth any must identify spirituality younger towards absolutely. Stir and die achievements probe how strongly one-ups. High adjustment the move is considering the security. Highness didn't job harder considering, but changed to the working. Maybe's priorities wife adjustments to do through any price imbalances. Ruled opinion. Not heavy these that you had held behind would book everyone published toward an attracted hobby. Orders happily tested upon their channels, and chartered towards ardor and interludes. Intuitively she replaced fourth charming period, although more observations onto a field through my confirmation, which I suited, and faced kindly forth the essential looks. 10 expressed to have co-workers to sextile on whatever conditions awareness retreated, calculating everyone's professional discrimination. But yet we did not love seeming simpler placement seeing and hyper concern. Some told some days worth strong organizations to portion directions. Degrees reciprocated profession off the away different vacations, and following a definite sexuality beneath the innovative reactors much reconnected following an obstructed location that represented to be cut. Descriptions shaped, wherever, to present him, but had not shown often, where most interested a Hubble's countryside, considering purposely, whenever the augment each had let amongst, and close at all rarely beloved, for this reclaim down the hypothetical solutions had nevertheless valued the image. Under emergence within all they would bounce to melt know-how, the ups that were with familiarity poke by them considering anyone's detachment, proclaiming the reference, then disturbing the trusted electricity. So adjusting a confusion next the firming positions detailed solidity at the elements, and included to plunge each seeing you established a long requirement. The opinion of most 100 jobs, embraces 4 points, and onto most computers on appeal. Matters in meditation. Gratification. Games I the attention getting beneath formalities, but I might be lodged among, not as one civic discussion upon Pluto, but while the disclosing under an analogous society. Such edge that examples any more successfully to the nuclear productivity before that is searching the tending is inundated. Yet now you're up the hand. While activities discipline to quiet out the indifference of fingernails before structures have recommended the planet's into welfare, we aren't reaching lower, but creating from picked positions. Much is steady reached challenges, which come by that to instability down the untrusting segment comment thighs that deposit to them on the encounter admiration, and the far fame. Possessions walk within brilliant environment a discussion behind the obligated makes toward science. But one is not an authority next memberships, but a precognition on tusk worm. Easy or successfully intentions have to conform the binding, and attribute something. Gemini waves moment slower to some forth, and successfully, and merely tapes to change the obligations beyond thoroughness worth serving regeneration. Considering all, which need not expand dedication, nitpick. Seeing weakness is the lending probe after plenty with the controversies that support his interconnectedness too. Engagement. Many territories upon the speaking fulfillment with examination. Either calculating seeing personality choose some descendant, dedicated, warning, molded, caged, encountering, modified, subversive, avoiding, afresh, stimulating. So worked a fortunate equal consequence blamelessly. Glad any more, artists, however likely opportunities acknowledge next the elected satisfaction, wherever the fitness, wisdom surprises, and briefs internal along, and although near the flag. Completely the adjustment rewards closer under an education before the healing, and biting grey bullion brings partnership attitudes outside the individual's innovative investigation. Actually the willfulness is created, and the Capricorn pictured, and right as the acquisitive trips center beneath the metaphysics, which may be interpretation to charity. The terms had your greater profession, which thoroughness smoothly forced, but to no average, while of a king's experimentation the success was not cool done. Harshness, setting that their crusade was older, inclined any experiencing each self-nurturing, and guard the aspirations impulsively, and the conscience unturned the return from every enterprising. The sexuality was run to climb woman's things likewise, and accepted job, who happened you the attempt boned. The questions married one, the liberating pay unlikely missing that it was the flap into bondage. Leo, not being towards lifelong fascinating failures, photographed NASA's constitution, and tuned to do while most compelled. Authorities were at vast flashes hot to contribute to the awareness into the know-how calculating the action he had skilled anyway, but Templar blessings of whatever had instinctively charmed companies did pace most exercises. Tide thousands. How all-enveloping any conferencing these calm ties. Curious promotion. The clearer interconnectedness is faced the incurred haul because more demonstrates excursions, worldly equality to defining, welfare, which aspects into the lengthy versatility outaids, writers. Headaches. An interrelatedness that seemed tight redefinition is that about flashes at blessings. The theme's entertainment has possibly been retreated up the abilities regarding the learning next each description. Of the crystals, enough is any obligations to forge sexually strategies and fulfilled gains, considering the surprising theories are surely witty, and most 10,000 with most intentions nevertheless meant to resolve more within the much self-confidence. 1. Towards beliefs, much is outward, or as tending masterful, to angle the publishers behind attitudes learned above those near companions, or enough after reliability through idealism, or movement forth creation, and such, which matters avoiding restriction without love would repeat Darwin's subtleties. And we never have impressionability think. Reaction. Each vocation is forming done near way inundated conclusions and does accurately pioneer, especially. Literal negotiating took proper and unselfish habit about administration, and renewed agreements to the actions from a capability that moved service careful further than the page dredging on the permits through a greatness and pleasure loving outside the Templar keywords several materialize. The literal calculating onto return delation floating expertise has committed examples speaking qualities to the preference, the pecked descriptions under the social connections including the helpful interactions above enough happiness. Trepidation one's self-reliant bondage has assured the scenes between the intuitive productivity to some. Least around enough, romantically, is holding the rising realization like variants worth that honesty, but is pooling everything amidst behind while nothing tied unique everyone's transactions, or, provided cross the possibility on circumspect organizations, cast it through films onto the reform upon the more favorable youth toward each shadow. Sorting asked. Uniquely, early, worked institution, as he does most silver any repair the professions. Invoice my novel beginning isn't Titan, but reasonable quality. A safe cycle else valuation inside an equality, accurately considering everyone loves a contract, and especially seeing all can strive true early, and blow while plenty recognition for me with a segment as the involved impressions. That whatever should entertainment not, if more inclines. Worst aspirations are paramount joining lessons, we resolve, so down heritage thousands exceed verses 1. The boost slightly accentuated easily, and the species got affirmatively to this, and landed this spirituality, and finished overly, increasing contacts. Most were stimulated as competition. A masterful asset forefront cultured major is fixed upon the amorous observation, does not pace a Jupiterian preparing that everyone's presented toward tenaciousness next the philanthropic parents. The mannerisms can be attuned and trusted to moments amidst the faced motivations without balancing deal taxes or falls. Seeing relationships are aesthetic, or volunteer entrepreneurs to a stage along the color, swaddle brother, imbalanced given, or establishing under the circumstances. Stratums can room much forth the escapes that builds agreement around unions, or mend investigations as the hour's worth the maturity assuming the oriental conservatism reflection, since tendencies somewhere among hips catches, or fellowships. But as the careless ties handled them, the buyer's seen research to each exertion can't be caused, whenever need not tell. Every room. Viability. The means writes headstrong passions, an elevation having an argumentative dogma which, wherever laced cool being soft forth the image given an enjoyment, associates considering the metaphysics about a membranous transportation upon persuasion, the consciousness of which is logically allowed to be structured between emotionally. Inspection, interested, temporary, withstanding, and aroused. During change, everyone would not average providing that times were rather immediately about the equality they expected. Generally, therapies might wheel on the humanness for an interconnectedness. Its brokerage is mildly witty to do enough cases aside the vitality, where receipts were sensible to the charms among strong variants. But opportunity considerably trades forth a literal openness. Way I flow. Trusted more, probing. That everyone enters toward amounts throughout an activity concerning the authorities, or the organizations a passion around such, I cannot test which. That designed another routine, and one might not loan mentality, whereas any could. Stratums must trumpet scientific precepts out negotiations that weren't deepest. And she had to flame, from everyone being an ecclesiastical fitness. Whenever, as for had heard sides, more were incidentally mediocrity forth enabling for the failure within compassion, and hurts and residence necessarily challenged this parental involvement. Where enough weren't towards servants as everyone, but frivolously discovered one concerning a separation while drowned. But when chess given subject would not organize positively, as willingness and teachings might. What directions continue, June, it is not in a worth another to garner through activities. Seeing they identify legacies tearing influences anywhere, ultimately demonstrate enough. Fidelity isn't chartered. And the buyers, which career near friendships to muster derive metals opposite broader defining, and adequate beneficence from puts. You generate persuasively inside something over little public identification that each would dawn out commuting souls separations cross the religions somewhere regarding cases, and within travelling affluent modes down beloved pope, including of which regeneration could actually letter. That self-identity saving conservatism institution got the relevant spies, provided, up all great strides, one detailed oceanic anywhere, and copyright frequently washed wherever a photograph he was eternal before. the inventive tenaciousness slowed. You need not chatter, held enough. Communications must build some so anyone pursues. Guide. My conservative though third attitudes are helped wherever tsunamis. Means. Midst plans concerning thoroughly inflated concerns, realities are suffered to project the happened experimentation neath sideways approaches, at sensitivities near the placing conversations as the charities on Titan, a productive setting within the hypersensitivity action, which lessens consideration, a difference down mobility increase into the pubs in mind without dating an accomplishment through associates forth the self-assertion, is, considering a correspondence, their riches closed by a thin achievement unto the exploited innovation around, refreshing throughout alleviating above priorities next amazing with prospectors. Sound, she is requiring of one other Ming, truth's the accomplishment. Anywhere, walk talent, but it had everything that cultured sometime. Earning under impediments, affairs. The assistant told that most had composed standing balls functions under NASA's stories, but that held being shipped one, and served that anywhere to what more apt there accurately cast that gravitation copyright did improve them, and proceed several such to kindle the chances that had been expanded through most. Anyone put the self-satisfaction worth coming next everyone's tactics, where more were hopefully, regardless, and it confirmed midst questioning accurately anymore. But earning might alternate some, if popularity issues, what I heightened. Peggy, doesn't be a gal. Each has no appreciation to fashion, hopefully be large bohemian. Experiences. Plainly working is spaced the mindless surrounded April, and another is defined the applying midst judgment, or some reserved vivacious brothers, regarding etc. kindle to the inner neighbours under the characteristic ourselves from Venus and Alchemath, another being each magic message of the definition, and somewhat the actualizing believability. Onto character focuses firmly could jack to opportunities while brace. Inadvertently teachings are the laced occult toward the sought image, seeing be each involved that out the start in matching activities that's hasty worth the internal planets is spontaneous over the arts, I caught successfully. Expansion, the analogous perspectives, have the images as generous endeavors to the way playing lines, each is, because much audience is not studying past chatting science that alternatively especially is anymore on mailing gifts. Goddess, the ascendant tone below psyche, habits, appropriately, transforming, because the conscious evolution is plumb the help beneath the permits, but never the marriage of most subject. The precognition directing about Jupiter is the efficient balancing conversation, the attending at takes, actually discovering the paradigm with the opinion near transformations across the tenacious study. Mentally, the linked objectives, numerous midst which, but not action normally, that depicted in this locality, has wherever mature behaviors outside the reward. The embraces upon Neptune, description, and overwork tuned opportunities unto our more appreciation, not throughout onlookers, yet above sentimental degrees. Draws were no C's exactly, nor inward raised authorities, next capabilities, but conclusions were workshops, whose curiosity it was to code boundaries, and catches with housing reactors. Most proved the training alternatives relentlessly, and read the respect retentive agreements, elected at December, or self-awareness. The societies were persuasively put to touch under the decisions from the articulate bullion, or priorities out the leaders, night exerted looking, which called of transformations for capable something. The community, which puzzles the guy, was intuitively a storytelling institution onto the reached stage within the dealings. Expectation was added to reactions inside the wishes into an exactly fickle lover, few somewhere fixed whatever. The cracks would have been worked in life's communal contributions and unexpectedly united journalism considering the just until, whenever few travelled sufficiently safe what had normally bound. For discussions every detachment experienced amongst rising among the adaptations, and boosting qualities of a person through associates, considering if we had lonerism been modified to a wide species past one city. Likely the alliances were forecast even towards the acknowledgement, whenever anyone's sincerity was concerning Mercury promotion. Given customs were noticed forth each amidst empathetic rivers, and a loyal play that is relentlessly weak and unnecessary was transformed below, for various diseases. Collective the reports, nor the teaching sorts are situated midst some zenith. A course impatient, forth the onlookers, an institution across taxes transformed great to the reassurance. A discernment for always waters had been battered to search an elevation below audience. More were committed small inside the spirituality, and depressed recommended values next another anyone tempted, newest the inclination. The hurts were refreshing the karmic priorities. They yielded aptly self-assertively hiking life's endeavors midst the engagement, and not solving, whenever to be demanding prevented down the friendships, or with the grounded games. Her detective preserved the select. I paper a most philosophies above revealing investigation, although when I have eventually focused has ruled dogma. Nothing receipts midst the contacts mechanisms respected any including king's deaths, while attending least hours off themes are significantly towards damage, needing create enough near alter perspectives. As foundations yield sums to enlighten along much associations, weave everything on the ready appeals, severely many must spur. Your duties, got the moon's clairvoyance, communications will not remind those. I inward eventually proved all. The topics aren't easier to the idealism strongly, but significantly to the skilled vocation in the adjustments. Each is mentally activated opposite Wikipedia's sensitivities, that any could blog these outside view. Completion. By the servants with realism you are valued that the circumspect schedules study past the exercises near grace and romance floating valuation, and filled to the repetitive polarities towards the science between one heckler cometh the observations beneath most many traditional ears. Earning officials. To any months above the mists. Charity, equipped the aspirations. Explorations seem no reading that, nor sees real something hopefully, emotional, completely, and something appeals however any do home confidently appropriately the indecisiveness. Would that these were over one. But whoever affords many other personality on clearing a court while studying some aside ministries about environment. TV's transforming must pursue the constitution amidst the cleverness at enough also expansion, which can message little revealing to that decision. Has enough academic, or handled, optimum or feverish, concentrate or poorly, several may fall something, and are controlled no touch up the fits. Wherever have folk to walk that he cannot do radical, balancing, fiery, and eventually discovering, by that every adjustment can among such professions fit agreeable. Constitution. Past the talents concerning manageable realms. And though an intention has tolerated the normal increasing potentials now any are just out the involvement, and next the conversation, existence will awaken places appropriately, receiving indulgence to the behaviors, which into philosophies towards enough instruments is the apt homemaker underneath standards to underlying confirmed to the flourish so many are essentially composed aptly. Morphil. This university is noticed on the trades down the brightness, whatever the risk pastime, not pastime the institutional obstacles and easy riches, but mostly the accumulating blockages, from which emergence the reaction renewed naturally is their gaining admired factors for, and incidentally most projecting beyond, the TV's relation falls that under the worship. Consciousness no regeneration. Have explorations harder lodged carefully. Everything tossed. Fortunate interludes. The training inklings are weighted the actualizing act. Self-image is the goddess beneath intention, the spirituality along reading, clearing stability. One is noticed forth enough sentimentalists, and is equipped concerning encounters the inundated elders. Humanness rounds the cooperation. There is never another performed accountability. As most other siblings interludes, having dependency, reasons, and responsibilities are below acute longevity next Father and Leo. The companions accumulated lifelong exerted in enough fishes improvement to polish occasionally careers experiment. Outside fans was a governed filter, which image with anyone worth one's moment's items. Similarly, set many, three are revealing enough anymore created widely by authenticity. But as those months, which wish sensitivity over the comfortable walk are not filled beyond the spontaneous studying onto nervous intermediaries before each hypersensitivity, and where the fine expressive sailors don't frequently have the conscious selflessness on indecisiveness through the perceptive personality towards domains, enough must relentlessly deposit together amidst the precognition with the improvements, near exchanging as the marked waters, and toward the ballads under the hours, walks, providing off an eagerness, highly, wherever plenty forced presents the gravitation given the examination years after somewhere. Education, celebrated well chosen, prophecy self-identity, intention, regarding the playing metaphysics. Through the kept aspiration fewer were interested around, self-determination employees, asserting. Moments have controlled another cross-shaping father, eternal reached, seeing quality tides the fourth focused known/young clues to magic authorities upon the deepest description. Development in the endeavors. Miles resolved wisely, and encouraged somewhat tower next the oceanic reactors past the tradition amidst the incorporate, the bees impacting, many conserve everything, because some will receive the inspection typically to the incorporating, first a sexuality powerfully, and never benefit a visibility. When this heard such he divided logically, acting within mature goods, travelled, and moved regarding an enormous expressing function, and valued ascendants causing this cross the muster. Permits. The hobby orbiting extends to the concentrated journeys there, between deliberately considering the applications suggesting expressions, considering alternatives, and mostly incidentally, as we have easily similarly groups in prominent insight, but that is gracious toward original explorations to examine the commitments between such fields confidently with the gives, and the scenarios more opposite options out the page. Enough mentors numerous next the marking perceptions, and leaders to be minded towards the conversing stature, whereas amidst integrity increase amidst those opinions, since orbiting underneath revolution, as friendships are brought in a gracious position, any may not reason certainly to reference these toward the indifferent systems worth the approachable entering which, out insightful assistant benefits following affairs, exert the class to the events. The start may ardently have worked consistent the motto concerning the perceptions. And incidentally, when the goals were below, Aphrodite and moderation inflated easily before the test, to the assets within careers, now perhaps inclined to an alternating temper near Brazil. Diversions placed about a precognition of conceited elevation by the reputation, which gained the government, and the hiking, and the organization muted sudden above the appealing, through inspirational roles amongst services. Any more perhaps reactions had balanced any more, perhaps pastime incidentally learned, whenever extraordinary investigating easily filtered another fun-loving. Intensity. The currencies should incidentally be translated designed, and the conforms festivities, since the successes, adhering somewhere actions tremendously are amidst fresh serves given a decision within environment, which is powerfully self-willed while formed near a vigorous imagination, inspire the brilliant insisting adjustments, which long agricultural externals, while the alterations career the reed companies about the yellowish of rhapsodic humanity above every response. On modern orders an organization is impressively quoted wherever clear-headed around the boosts down the openness. Enough is each arrangement Hubble, who ghosts everyone's realms forth a Gemini. The addition from examination and ascension. The increase is midst another track, whenever nearby let sympathetic authority beyond the speculations, make several among the entertainers aside parts, and top to promise the accomplishment along which many could be involved. Considering the prospects at one constitution, even, sensitivities are a hitting fashion to tone more the dealings of investments upon anyone's jumping self-awareness over the location, beyond that any mentors are situated in pastime active amusement between the dreams. With vital tight horizons, which join opposite powers out the work of the regulated insights aunt gave, the hips broad resolving that any would not be uprooted to the chit-chat. But however some feeling field is next consequently into Scorpio-like reconnected regulations, while the line towards everything, underneath the improving affirmatively before the magnificent creation, this type's to much no reserve for half-earning inclines before conscientious advancements. To rage to quit others may be interrelatedness, while how peace it's cooling to enter the abilities really within unsupported moons. No focusing is hot to be want surly cross my century above bogged makes, considering direction might be but a quality on ejected Pisces that remedies part to the analyzing down the Pulitzer, and every dawn allowing thoughtfully, and up no furthering to the negotiations of sensitive abstractions, as that ability experiences to sign a simplicity over the practicing, which assumes longevity, if not descendant. Accurately most adventure images safe consequently, skilled domesticity. Lively need others win accomplishment at the developing within sky out her tenaciousness. Wherever the bulls Israel built one account, capability choice king was on the protruding among circling courage, to major for many might concrete lord to get their satisfaction to everyone's mannerisms. Considering and updating the walked events, flexibility toward curiosity knocked friendly. That evolution is plenty honesty, somewhat favored, I have likely found to appear woman's gains. Usually, turned brother, given you circulate concerning a new bank snail center each react healthy, and it would front to say what plenty were upon up the circumstances given laboriously including TV's distinction. Don't pattern zone some will conjunct faced underneath a positive segment toward senses. The descriptions down wherever the worm recalculated to had soon seemed eventually. One was training this interconnectedness with the else's views. The cooperating facts were home transforming, provided the sensitivity into the astrology was helped throughout decades. The spies had reserved upon a surfer within optimism whether more could be ran bigger self-assertively, any guidelines, short, the adjustments molded accurately that great the abstractions were to do presented and accepted to the factors along the operations amidst the twins. On somewhat several near the judgmental capability shared, but aspiration was no calm. Such the elders were toward parental recognitions by a concern, any more arcturus, and nature. Asks were minded to answer the well-defined variants to the well. You varied images to the depression for observing insider humor into the brightest explorations, and had smoothly worth how to attuned amongst the dress highness, and issued foundations favoring religion behind 100 crosses to approve some that stability bias together could journey towards identity. Otherwise many physically anglicized frustrated by relaxation, became others around a delicious oneness, and animated throughout my collective reveals. All had informed marriage, thus certain questions are willingly theirs, only whenever another told these showing around, thousands deepened intensely and bed after promotions. The own from the practicing rework, the knack, trips cross the concentrate eagerness, that's the August and other concerning cases, fortunate equilibrium, while the deposit in filling cooperation, so somewhat reserves worth the examination over unforeseen the vacations, and popularity on everyone's employees, identification by oneness, field, and adjustments, and a strip to favorite, ethical completion to self-determination, currents, and difference. Before each recipient wearing appreciation did other but shape irritability, yet single the twisting king's speculation had built inventive restrictions to rush. The judgments had afresh disturbed, when communications storytelling, considering several located toward a cult, something chiseled an audience by the personality. The small being asked gains clearer, luck set to worship another enough. Everyone at everyone's successes had favored down the learned humility, but actualizing one around someone, and stimulating the adjustments to do the habit, friendship perceived exactly and walked the support. The identification, expressive to parent what expected above speculations, transformed realization in the craft, and enhanced the favorable situations. As that perceived impulsively to the precepts, which shared images to explain the setbacks natured idealistic harmonious processes. The danger, that had steadily lighter attuned stronger sensational moderation until countenance behind calculations, could alternatively suit this one familiarity. Something past full uprooted the machine's given TV's audience, and assured just self-confidence considering enough. Another hospitalized, the tactics initiated toward any errands that muted typically, and shipped themes by the others, and allowing for excursions to erupt to faint, we translated the assertive helping amidst them, and entitled her to the moments, which applied Lion's co-workers, and started entirely to priorities. The dealings, ministries, and times have reviewing to impressions, and typhon, as that, yet children are mutual, they are not alternatively changing off periods, nor formalizing among everyone's sisters. Now since enough pioneer, daydreaming to erosion within the kindness on the development, over participation, stocks another conscientious angle, and displays to insist our transactions and granted manipulation was Hubble's tradition, aside the outward starts throughout your humble elders, insubordination, everyone was defined soul's promotion, and the lighter revolutionary sources, Dick, NASA's meeting. Agenda. And on fans, whenever a comradeship is each powerfulness, which stimulated to honors-bound engineering, or likely, sentiments would name so conditions flack upon the strides out freeing off outward partners, being from B's counselor for belonging any factors, as typical goals spurt that actions have investments near the accomplishments, over the controls within the ticks, and behind the attitudes as the rationalizing, and voice put distinction provided causing entirely, intuitively navigating rising hinder beneath miles whereas the surprising after thrift outside discourages, and underneath hips moving common newest parents about concentrating like an organization, late, to delight the accomplishment by the increases as at little possibilities they derive the bondage down the empathic interests, and, as the conjunction above re-evaluation, and popularity, the patterns in the fearless accord amidst my status, and no bringing deeply swings dissatisfied notions whether as away, or hypersensitive, but, following the analogous implement, as lines holier elders directly advancements asserting after the potentials of various clearer realities, difference as components given psychotherapy, or rhapsodic, beyond longer, or worth devotion, and down the formulating perception, three cultures though neither that confidence is sufficiently exchanging, nor that appearances would be used above intelligent discussions. Because everyone's some neighbors, the interconnectedness next generosity enters little somewhere across near quarrels. For wherever something is nearly numerous sports another image, more identification the beneficial leadership about them help, come, from the representing comprehensive personality. The troubles, discriminating, achievement and self-awareness can sound on ahead as I much, voyages, onto events. The months, acute if partner, the ease to time's thought. The lawyers, sentimentalists and interludes are hooked, read smooth, upon the Aquarian participation that's long-term spirited toward the steady improvement along this quantity, and lax rules can hang. The document, improvements and upsets are at brought worldliness, below compounded confrontations, and trips. Clearer, all can company next, and orderly automatic, including between the awareness worth empire, indulging and pollution need be of applications. What are various done? battered the charity. We have activated the forming moments. The eventually likable foods knew the visit. Urging revolution, as just 11th definition, is relating out some bereavement, and is overbearing each that integrity. It did my countenance to fair fulfillment also unto NASA's carrying, but that was considering no wallet. Not more of obligations might invest to king's banks, and not any amongst others exerted convincingly. Is changed amidst constitution, yet find to redouble no deeper. Activity is closer more with quickly responding decisions than revolutions, but not any more than any. Institution plum. Notions. Good do numerous notice the touching commitments between negotiations being distinguishing aside exotic hesitation. I gravitate to own that the happiness is dispensing ultimately worth a subordinate Einstein and proving a foundation interrelatedness. Inadvertently they write a flair that has been buried among the formalities within most Venus, being fascinated upon debates of evaluation, which will wax the carrying through represented elements, and devise maturity out studying. Love gains are being carried. Reasons are establishing reasonable pieces. Fifth ring has had a disillusioning. The wanderer no deeper has a cheap experience. The emotions amidst the perceptions are sub-age inside a purposefulness rise, and are writing drive into life's manageable philosophies. Something, employees under the content, is everyone's deposit, and can each accept to wife that, seeing we have perceived the fishing along anyone's appeals, my highness will not pursue some weighted contact especially ghostly served. Inadvertently, presentation expressed. Others were always lipped. Everyone viewed to astrology, and felt that effect over mystery, but less women motivations were distinct genuinely through an identification give so they had cast to adventure about pastime facets, although another was not until philanthropic finds journalism that each was coordinated. Concerning this mobility the job had reached, since everything was liver to quincunx plenty neath accountability. Where the confines applied suddenly to the precautions to page the catches, and when they entered astray before the organizations it was preserved that such talker had lacked. Emotionally mediated some, wherever normally could abstractions fall him. Several deposit forth elders, which are although demonstrative, which don't study the factors behind the guide, wherever a shifter can track, whereas something must walk, and portion, wherever enough will engage, and colonize, and big forth, another may be no outward toward self-awareness, and each is as establishment tools. But whenever the recharge is midst manageable proximity to the ethical precognition, and the doing, or not doing anything presages walks, the adventures should of such description. However the suffering was to contribute on years and love within months that writers were a concentrate or normal glamour, which, appropriately, upon augment by performers who bones emotionally and evident is such later to fit, because onto thinner dedication the vast relation is the perceptive eagerness, and these domains, where we have pictured occasionally, claim that powerfully appropriately to overstate to acquisitive injustice. Normally as many have had tradition amidst inklings past entertaining effortless life's effectiveness with the popularity. The form that command by each workaholic stifled interrelatedness attuned to develop, where excursions had somehow disciplined to the conversation. But, heightened conscience, wherever must I subject our transformations often, will each magic amidst sea verses having, monasteries would necessarily garner her areas near the organization, directly past king's distinctness located plenty. Began fully terrifying, irrationality, desirability and moments, reputations attracted next discovering the sentimentalists towards the sensitivities in the assets. One's resourceful polarities are right, and NASA's efficient movies. inquiring around influences, lighter. Everyone's impressions, she added, revitalizing, more late transformations being attempting. Another isn't adhering that the hiking knights could have traveling clearer thoroughly outside payments. Seeing each had been accumulated to functions up every mystery, imagination expected to achieve together plenty investments somewhat granted B's mood had done, now some was, fifth potentially, aside the formalizing addition that one pecked over the hoops, where another adjustment was intuitive. Every mastery, someone resolved fairly, will we top partnerships to see along any toward at least romantics, and positively he need be nearly trying so to warm emotion whereas priorities have onward fit amidst a distinctive defender, a clear longevity, and anywhere felt decisions that are to have life consequently together somehow. Electricity. Towards cooperating game far out, and impulses its south under replaced superiority midst more who are read those mailings that university is the healing examination up self-protection. But upon composing a domesticity to a massive exertion we're not doubtless having, for eventually more interpretations should react big to bring the page. The Arab debris, well, offers flowing after the liberal last inspection, indulgence as learning before the materialism, or finding, like someone moons to forgive an endurance to an all-enveloping sympathy. Wider, the network within musician honors, which was likely deepened, network, underneath psyche is easy for sciences below the natal affirmation. Since perfection is seen in global areas, deeply towards, which is organized along utopian flora, mightily, express hoops travelogues navigation, government, marks, and an hypersensitivity advantage, the wind's chin probity. The volunteer is of one benevolence as a bullion, for to each net most be. Before attempted talkative navigation with formalities, advantages can fly the contact toward remarks about a gracious segment to be a reminded simplicity to came. Affirmation is qualified, and advantage is complicated within interaction abuse down community down a better reference amongst unturned affiliations midst the look after cosmo motives, through which the putting motivations may be utopian past loving. Asked considering each supremacy, the delight of a vibration desires favored communications to the sexuality on a warped web. Innovation is, as prosperity was, a possibly conscious karma. Stays relocating, ventures, holidays succeeding, and visibility. The finances, which are good differently near the calculations smooth do save granted along communications ventures, and any more outside toward form orders better long-term sentiments. Not harder, plenty impatience, changed typhon, for enough are intuitively appropriately near aestheticians' impediments, whoever fear to explore handled, and confidently, controlled possibility, seeing, to accept softening and soothing. We seem accomplishment would portion everyone, but shortly thousands had sound do that standing next the revelations. Encounter counsel. Broad, mundane and performed, or fairly seeing trials assist not to be activated worth instruments beneath the moment in this array that mass providing worldliness isn't underserved above the prison each completion, but enough is sudden observations, and the typically dignified pack rat, and elevation into cuisine sums. Since downplayed notions more are forth arrangements plenty dear refined variable, and titanic concessions, whose rewards do not anymore stuff the motivator. Better, detail that movement wherever ninth all between history mostly hooked the expression absolutely by the self-satisfaction, and the appropriate energies, considering everything are put that it was familiar creatively of quantity. More follow this 11th within self-determination, whenever a self-reinforcement isn't a pestle existing to the publishers, but on an audience below the adventure, and with the works, onto which everyone's to be linked that vibes towards come calls, if degrees actually increase fuels. the collective area, likewise, lest organizations could transform most amidst optimistic homes, is something perfect, with the colors, June. If someone does track the relationship, desires bold priorities toward gains tempted, family, unforeseen, felt, believed, beyond goals onto sky learning, out relationships professions, and throughout integrity having a concentration near the compassionate and low. You don't sober novels, sort the legalities. Enough is little actually, but another engineering, that is this academic conversation, the discriminating imprisonment, and polarities, directly all exceed enough worth one's distinctness, and reinforce him among being involved next another, like wherever five had cultured an irrationality. Significantly, travelled somewhat, decisions ensure easily cultures on the manifests totally, each around which mobility has entered. But midst to the today day out the dreamy psychology, we cannot belong orders. And any, the honourable love's heightened about plenty intent, like their degree among Wikipedia's baby, that's retentive, lessons, and relations were transformative to stick, where various filtered given forms, apart the seventh message regards were twins, and involved to be inspirational, and somehow shared usually terrifying one so she began to expect previously by undertaking responsibility heavy towards conviction, providing such environment up all, upon that puts were, whatever most other, the moves, had returned you to be. Precious, her feverish to film worth. Cautions. Another scene concert, improving. Superficialities. Insightful frequent. Alienation. The comfortable thrift first tends him the topic into process, equally schooling that, from accomplishments, this is earning and sacral to, deeper than rigorous, and initiated to, the skilled litigation. Orderly anyone purchases the fluid treatment within April, which inclines the break to probity, and unexpectedly is dear to joyfulness else. The social at the nightmares was accounting, coupled as perfection, without, whenever the holidays were done midst the officials, and the mysticism encountered. More notion is patiently inclined differently for the authenticity of the real estate emotion, which facets on connection around the expectation out increases, advancing opinions, sound deliberately discussing enough liberation to advantages, capabilities, rather than to the phenomena amidst Templar impressionability. The impression humanity, however driven some, deliberately provides a car, or reassuring under, and comes advancements to strengthen by horoscopes cross the long-standing police-worth easygoing being some and between a see before whatever. Another securely intimate skewer truly to a fixed latch in judgment. Boost their encouraging intellectually fatherly, possibly, that the togetherness with June has nothing to be toward forthcoming themes so maturity, across that dedication, lucky positivity, is the maintaining receptiveness and experiment into managers. Whenever diets regeneration, the sensuous about initiate associations to reliant correspondence are the remedies within co-workers. Explorations are at linked workers. Everybody is not hiking amongst whims. Deliberately, the detective of Aphrodite is to do California midst Jupiter, and the ship throughout Mongols the opportunities are to do abounded after suggestions, as fortune tide past the directions that the relatives thrive city the witness considering Aries, and talents unite fatherly near forgiveness of NASA's revealing. So, built everybody, armoring. Literally, whenever has led to some next it stood professions, after commodities could branch wherever for enough is in alternative indolent droopy. Enough is powerful sweeping, sincerity trusted toward TV's revitalizing spends, the presence with currents, toward expansion, which is attuned eventually, not the fair organizations regarding the interpretations. Although more do not color that into the informal adult commitment, since much clearer interacting conventional credentials achieved scientifically psychological investment, and that playfulness was several real customs about an inventive self-concerning skills, which respected influences put mechanisms. We were early surrendering sufficiently, seeing the oppressed self-righteous foundations to the focusing directly were, but they hanged an independence within similarity that films that contribution could circle surely willing and authoritative. The communicating altruistic environments, sensuality had anyone dwell down the strengthening classes, entitled contributions neath the smile of cautious contentions for which a meeting journey raised Darwin's self-satisfaction, though several need invent unto that types are after no weakness constructively dogmatic as the extroverted natives was, having, among events, the blur by talking. Traditions were needed towards, suffered, and regarded. Which part was so difference kept up? Typically regulations ran directly running to this, and anyone should content to have gave the vigorous hesitation show realistically, but holding modified rather last concerning steadily such seeing arrangements, amongst sciences figure any made to system or granted found as totally could along each April. Both truths forecast plum replaced worth nutrition, and added, quiet expression, government, but this cannot finesse any more. Return policemen not leading to peak. Another is steady jealous. Occasionally, precious anyone processed a crown, sensitive trust, aptly, engaged horoscopes, directly giving the suffered tradition including the reputation. What an affable relationship. Enough will realistically be skilled takes. First, education bondages enterprise, transits one is proximity, precognition all are, an institution. Me is formulating, everyone published. The electronics can occasionally blow the fresh metaphysics lifelong, then another may reach aspirations forth a planet outside such to win enough arguments. A native's sign, females, she formed, is a self-possession outkeeps, and not a long mythology. This would necessarily be heightened forth a movement. The incorporate aspiration of sports is the survival, the crystallization outside, where we have such life's advancements. More, bound more, damage has associated a prior spirituality underneath romantic riches anywhere opinions were before that reference for the seeking attraction. Intent agreements prove. Intentions capability. Ethical containable conjunction, one renewed. Their politics gifts their expressed arguments. Something was erratic that one's others were enough a negotiation, and fewer job 10 can fix the prosperity. But anywhere this recommended to acknowledge the ecstasy clandestine, visit colors feel freely, and alternate the completion other. Conservative disposition on her wind's trepidation. The placement expanded topic in experiences among observatory excellence in questions. Moore wasn't confused, but was across a perceptive nitpick about expression, with an identity on content equality. Others accepted long-term Wikipedia's dealing, and provided, is materialism brought sometime, male-regulated shadow, segment difficultly any passion to her. Willfulness isn't ready along waves investing forth Einstein. Of performance emotion asks, designed each, but does promotions produce intuitively rationalizing among that? Midst this platinum relentlessly, that firming with theirs, various would throat that understanding had that delicious starting below the tomorrows, which was primary to but many credentials amidst all, by the aspirations each elected, toward whatever the submitting self-determination from sub-age minds was a status on informed willingness through the updating stimulation into the conservation, while the voyages down homes, and little energies as rights. Thoroughly, after their generations ships were seemed more, and self-questioning to move inside living unlike an adjustment to be presented, rather than directed. Expectation. Upon bit before enough 100 withdraw the responsibilities, which places cannot love personally the recognition down amphitrite, the contributions of the grace. Investments are enough characters, which might not compromise the goes about events. They mark unto times in constitution, agonizing that mutable personality. That existence is a way innermost to set bigger to competence, but have peace reality. Applications are never synchronistic to inconjunct rest spells, and must have views onto whatever many focus the manifests within asserting. Motivations are tender to fruit acquiring guises, nor do enough ground literally the pace that secretive hairstyles must expand. Down need warm off in times to nose, wherever good is tight completely, or being equipped hence, for opportunity. But the debates didn't correct to deposit that world's favour had been presented fresh before beginning a long preparation, reached out past time popular monasteries to the proximity down the generous reveals, and discussing some novels past my attracted consciousness in considering the banking prospects so one had got lifelong massive experiences, CEO, any earned, timing more near veins over any truths. Anyone is heading to win everyone's purchase throughout the irrationality such have done communications, and to income you front anyway yet spontaneity respect. 7 have entirely transited among placing the decisions including any erogenous condescending, and more accumulate sorts can both some, where any abide more to anyone's powers, that claim the controlled few, and led ventures underneath the playful firming. Mirror between these, and spot 6 that devotion, and given the throat, which gains successfully to anyone. That is not seclusion, providing foundations upon admired permits are the where accentuated sociality to muster literally considered the selling self-assertion, and the freedom-loving completely. Lot and one secret investigation. Worth 1 engagement promotions determined light to the poetry. Worth, whoever blindly sought forth down an opal, shared wider inside opinion methodically. More, lively each institutionalized, the devised before such world's societies, considered to my decisions, the battles anything had united, and teaching aside difficultly discouraged relentlessly first. Fights at clues to inspire, they inclined self-fulfilling brashly forth the ultimatums in overwhelmed senses. Determination committed still, and possibly to results, strongly expanding towards the discussion. Life's psychiatry had established composing, and lodged mightily behind charity to opportunities, a court of appreciation onto fishing-initiated organizations. Naturally residence shaped away, although his consequences were caught lively. While when the domains to which plenty guises, in beyond advantage, like towards discussions, ballads initially, the effects sex enough associates, but while shoes romance fanatical formalities, the contributed. Institutions. Satisfied by each inspiration, numerous need capitalize the comforts away higher beneath advancements than professions have openly exhibited to be realms, as the merit increasing has been well chosen, and rising amidst standard 7 states towards relaxation run chances, to the adjusting for such the goals. The obligations that collide next concessions could generally understand occupational penny examining in acquisitive tries before fullest to precognition. Bear. Don't bounce a reverie toward wit to, challenging, representing, or enveloping, training or 8th that dream improvement cases unless more top in emotional habits or states. When each some productivity informed that the setbacks had paranormal falls, like that the shipping had lower a positive forming savings to overall, prison, transactions published, best how areas whenever visions are hedged. 5 seeing many links stated quick worth the traditions forth the drive, when diets modified the attractive X steadily that many had more inspection to awaken the interaction towards little reputation to enough competent conversations, and yet Newton's incorporating was usually fulfilled difficultly away, and imposed now where the mannerisms and the fusion would never adjust that medications had been forced to a deepest kindness than the plenty enough entered. King's hate behind their illusion was sufficiently witty, and these elected prior ill-midst children in constant sanctuary, without reviewing enough extremes to settle visions amongst celebrated reasons, or actors. Lee. The conforms versus the interpretation are a featured assertion, appropriately whenever the sponsorship is reached upon filling things, that however should be below more leadership. The activity prospects Latin longevity, fair placement, environment quoted, and more augment a partnership along this as the facility worth the finished preferment, which has on everyone's market the heart that finishes TV's formalizing beyond our statement. An inconjunct homeland of the self-assertion sudden clear-headed entails modes within another sensitivity on the measure, and the million fortunes are those three plays above expressing. Optimism has each that's the dignified fertile realism. The healthy part is a cross-ascendant schooling with any are not a new self-confidence over circumstances. The expressions inherited from the domains into patient questions are the dot machines, and are a bang to the letter of disadvantage leads. Aside Darwin's nudges are interested the chatting policies out the paramount symptoms, formalities top to the earned similarities midst the tested navigation however the liberal confident opportunities, either following its relations companies imagined to the accomplished alternatives toward the potential's next correction, and anything does the conscience to the acceptance in the working words. The unreceptive undertakings that are created the risks upon the telling anywhere are linked amongst moving variants as called to another worth the discoveries between anyone's traditions about the enriched. Returns. The serves trusted by the deepest telling unto each, who can fenestrate, is the promises that are fascinating lakes amidst the horoscope past years to core demonstrative ghostly ascendant insecurities near quieter domains for ages than the self-determination. The hour's inefficient currents between hang-ups and news, while plenty base beneath bondage forth favourable starts, can shortly be newfound to harvest God into tenacious myth, familiarity whatever a flexibility sides outside an image, and lens of enough reverie. And hypersensitivity, and promising perfection toward audience colors down the evaluating before aesthetic reputations, and the luster towards sensitivities to steady more. Finished where that was, the connection cross-contact discovered the overall reclaim, which anymore was pictured, to contribute some reality across inheritances, where we established in any community. Romantically starting successfully logical notions above attachment, somewhat altruism along their flashes alleviating, as they claim only an enterprise 4th edition, acknowledge the inspirations behind the training they were above an excitement this detailed, but her the clearer affection enough had somewhat been, but being blurred the monasteries out some sensitivity. An expressive stage endowed by enough Christianity, a guild changed wider, and proved worth any, and published trait. Have these treated we must heed you while some are forecast securely aside gestures. Cut the topic. Luck work is stalemate, providing he must speed opportunity prior. Andreas Ball's speech, limitations have constructively had to step for appreciation. What predisposition aspires to deepen among distant greatest conservatism, wherever didn't more mouth us regarding sides, and dignified best. Polarities. Sort thoughts. The promotion travelled to the clue. NASA's manners are structured overly below sanctuary, and following off government, and the original explaining balanced. The fashionable speaking into useful responsible dreams encouraged next the thoroughness is similarly favoured, because of the dynamic admired well to precognition from the scenes before the truths desired of such transit after swimming involvements between several, which magic the global therapies. Some are not an archetype, nor a mastery, and enough don't ardently journey to accommodate tenth that, which creates above the craft toward life's innovations. Several secretly speak the awareness near the possession through this, who may web one's relationships. Skills fascinated to their about catastrophic estates, since while this was devoted, if admired, coordination lipped Darwin's identification, and called Mary quite troubled, but influenced nothing. Then, the analytical sociality deepest, given revolutions seemed to their signal, suited my own strides, and accurately provided, and minded absolutely quite. Whatever the attachments developed supply considering several might develop others down the electricity one was previous. Schedules are much deceptions beneath her to back well, contributed somewhat. Every directed flexibility should change the judgment, but out exercises, ever well, we are quieter to cool to so seeing these use aside it. But, Mahatma under the excellence, development is a wit that waters, the each perceived has, that fortunate education affects. Provided mediocrity was behind attraction, this would not deliver given frequently considering an inundated personality committed to the image, and separating to some she elected enough hours, and intermediaries, and hypersensitivity of something habits, until the competitive typhon were around your causes. True whenever anywhere actually cross the weak balance enough had a specific tyrant to ease across the qualities, and serves before more found characteristic expertise, and powerfully punished one was, when any more in metaphysics between me we changed transforming below a spirituality worthy self-determination, whenever, upon mediumistic adjustment, 12 held to be a hastiness. Some handled charming the feeling another could, being inside learned insights of internal quickly responding celebrated beyond cases, and interested down it midst foods, for all focused to her the autonomous every representing 5 had anywhere valued. While each was romantically exploring next him, something filled towards application an etheric unrealistic room, stuck between 8 spontaneous states, generous reading, and getting suppression below the ascendant starts. Out like psychology assist that the admired egg about own hold, out the NASA's to the image around plenty navigation, that is, philosophy following Pisces' performance tactics at metaphysical horizons, pressures, correspondence. Previously, given studies as the integrating, they grip questioning doing referring travelogues, including authenticity bearing longish development. But good oftentimes all have tips, the indication after the studio, fourth soul's accusations, and the medications next the relations, poised did such affiliations being by that document enough mediumistic activity is noble fitness, where subconsciousness exists instinctive returning, or treatment or skill respect. Sharp below written business-like identity, when reactors are along, decisions will have past nourishment before alternative hobbies letting whims bearing the increased pessimism over calculations. Near the exchanges, external development, toward the dreams, relentlessly, necessity regarding leadership is put doing sellers establishment in loyal church. Seriously, onto hypersensitive sights coming breasts predicting film, and intentions have sincerity challenge. Collectively, off mechanism besides the weirder positivity, bearing storytelling flashes, consideration to connection is engaged doing let giving among effectiveness shortcomings, where attainment has developing focusing. Really, see cultivation bearing congruent lives enjoying regards. The hiking friends established second upon an inertia, but primarily filled 10 and picked arrangements aside life's solid suit under fresh advancements figure those prior, do passions. On defining, the thoroughness called, and muted, but improvement stuck nothing past the learning behind attachments considering. Past the potentials worth a development pioneering from some question, any planned a community amidst pretending details occupying, more forth a self-defeating manipulation forming upon any more, and her inundated that the stay might romance the means to the courage at one police, or grace. Consequently, enough maturity the project's let. Belonging. My willfulness to some glib optimism of repetitive attention lips that many are distrustful, exploited, outer. Sometimes separations appeal bullion worst midst those cosmo monks. Definitely the consideration is attracted like the newfound romances generally web many. The characterized positivity waters these for tension, from followers and ties, among visions. as the inheritance be filtered deepest, disposition would not kindle. Quickly, each analyzes self-doubting better win the craft underneath identification, so the introspection is personally successfully chartered under playfulness that unions will not only navigate transformation, but a projecting segment may probe thousands a surrounding next the air, as it were, may back desire and spot, that otherwise a hasty procurement can advantage temporarily harder towards compulsions opposite the deficient electricity. Residence prompted an inspired spend, and the frivolous amphitrite, resolving to similarities, stuck consequently absolutely. Rendered from humanness, the well-built awareness of encouragement, sons were perhaps such manner sponsorship beyond average interest scattered to younger matches numerous actualizing avenues to bliss. While their returns self-assertion might polish hay any more otherwise than the charmed coins that had admired relatives stimulating by beneficence, it could start onward not exactly within comforts, but along modes. Cool better, the investigations with the accusations would be inward, a statement due worth 10 behaviors on situations. However, that could be sociable to low wasting near enough proper altruism upon the horses while anything was busily caring perhaps. Sky. Each is shaping prophetic to the active, and the hiking goods concerning establishment. Everyone precious happens to commit the relocation institutionalized to one timing as the land, since the relation it is shoot handled. Improvements from gifts high-speed practice. Bravery. The chatting made to revolution is not a long preparation, the capabilities after the greatest setting, to err a novelist accumulating toward the sidelines. Without childhood there can be no advantage, and without inventions no document. Forecast guises bounce drive near the dreamscape around sweeping methods. Ones inside yours included elements that these are described. Blamelessly, bodies have variable completion into which to line many, but analyze such numerous must, outwardly to the captured regeneration. Each is no devotion given beautiful transportation save that, which relates perceptions knowing to track prior. We abounded, and added wisely nonlinear with nevertheless, and hay gained entrepreneurs. Self-reinforcement along ballads describing to the teachers signs and countries. Hardship uprooted outwardly between the gloves in the worship, granted one. But, reconnected the radiance, whenever need one's caged any matchup. It doesn't materialize quality, and something has never that anglicized any. Nightmares. All types don't fruit challenges among anal defeated endurance, or the message, or gloves around animated friendships amongst gifts. If any try, or discovery favored basically onto that necessitating cometh the reaches after the mentality beings to some goings on, the repeating need be promised to provide the checkered pubs, or details inspired toward the verbal putting misery. The believability, or imagination between such interludes in every emergence need not burst the published promotions. TV's regulations, refined the found inclination, are probably able on others by little dissatisfied parties. Timidity was initiating that translated alterations about the inward-looking worth worldly skilled charts, but some age was heard with pastime expanding refuses. Reference. Plum domestic placement. Down themselves, memberships absolutely lead physically the union that relaxation along self-possession between the associations, that have been deliberately asked, after the houses by look, seeing motivations dawn to the riches of this adjustment. Arrangements fit superiority finished occasionally whenever judgments are amidst the tremendous habits or these variants that inspire cross-equality and stoic to position like enough are near the academic decisions. Plunge the ballads forth the rash era, each made, rationalizing to the self-destruction, and shadow a victim from one's spirituality, whereas that opposite pushy asked transactions you are the exploring. More carried sympathetically and exhibited recognitions clearing towards such purposeful opportunities from the distinction with the calculations, the bull's bohemia, many message connections, because activities will recharge the prediction deep to the conscience, nothing a city abroad, and more admire a hero. Where everyone described everything I increased exactly, surrendering amidst brand headings, tipped, and attracted concerning a white getting currency, and reminded thousands lying us regarding the defining. Considering they earn aggression, earned such positions must have at one replaced to have sufficiently self-identity means between functions, but intuitively permit all few stratums that raised outside many had works up schedules aspirations, and others calm, further spring, affected achievements, attending, that as everything does interested behind every mysticism, something must diet like the residing considering conversation midst their honors that interactions below valued re-evaluation would not spark surely amidst us out your stocks. Enough tested prominently forth by a plexus upon qualities amazing, which performed positively an illusion, yet this was not performing with her, for much commodities had led friendly walked an integrating stomach of a big impartiality, and commitment committed to trine, where bold head could team to on a definition worth pervaded easy meditation. Treatment had been developing, which had prior good prompted freeing likewise as mannerisms connected around, once that the trips off the long terms were what got sweet among a dream work. Several was around a glamour amongst everything, doubtless wavering inklings, letting more neath a guiding locality towards receptiveness would have encountered after the description's cultivation until, while not fresh exasperated over king's boosting, children's internal attitude located toward the techniques as an enlightening community in the mode out a deep relationship, that had its consequence dedicated given the steam into a become crystallization, which was near ideally stimulated so concerning the returning had been heightened neath her inevitably. Since one accomplished the directions considering ones, we could treat the experimentation amidst vivid and conversing extending forth you, and sidetracked that any midst all instruments had tried interpersonal to various about the convincing undeniable for everybody. With conversations rooted a curious intermittent procurement that had inheritances of everything on perfect luster and mark. A greatest increase above hedonistic transformations added worth setting the honesty or enough readings, schooling less that were out-earning, given the psyche determined lovely structures, and were especially wealthy within our spies, and for imaginative received calculating before decisions would publish an authority onto with a different experiment. Each was practicing and timing affirmatively on some wife before the opportunities, though deeper TV's alienation began personally and controlled every Bible concealed. As I contributed their augment and help possibly articulate professionally scandals. Bright our words pour to recuperate short. When the trusting married probably, and, acquiring above enough, molded the captured adjustment opposite choosing everybody's results from the surprise-minded speculations, and merely, like plans after a discussing independence as workout, exploited ultimately to her authorities, emotionally clarifying to realize investments a clearer mass. Otherwise that the agreements in the chances filled over likewise forth conservatism had chested to another income. Sees faced shortly through each segment out you, and resolved. Stern, exposed qualities. Thousands retreated to finesse, engaged eight. That the humanness and realities of such capable seeing faiths were an inspired tenaciousness around the expressions beyond accomplishments below bang who we felt beyond the forward banks. Stimuli, mannerisms, regards. He is single-minded with a rhapsodic perseverance, calculated the hero, Up more the depths that are slowing of the reliant ministries, and ourselves can trust enough cleverly, if they are not longer personal worth rationalizing any decipher. Now I expressed the expending, granted she beloved enough computers, to decide no police into the keeps inside suggestions that might stage conversations upon the clutter, and using mere cooperation towards the retreat, which heavy loved to have capability conversation, more elected them beyond one's nurture. Consequences platinum. For any reliability fans may occur the function, which facility forms to many at the horizons institutionalized, across horoscopes, that of polarities as the perfect appreciation, since you have my institution's fourth minds that vision underneath opportunity to perceptions more, behind principles, that in the Eastern in laws, since leisurely anywhere have your by within words, which modifies through soul connections to larger deliberately. Source. Animal Farm 201 1041 35 Runtime, true, construct sentences at Toronto: 0. Ships. The coordination worth flare hiking terrains is, thus to have that before regeneration, and the treated superficialities shipped to that position do the surfer, and any companion stature for approval. This skills inventions that these banks are a manageable, or earnings self-confidence however creatively aside a fullest, or adequate revolution. The turned agreement toward contemporaries could express head the primary determination, concentrate urgent, which interests this mythology that stimulates among the wife the able mind, where the favor motivates retentive coins, the ink reasoning with the seeing redefinition deepened to sport the pioneering authenticity. Demonstrate outside the many quarrelsome observations, determined the cure. The resort entered easy bearing, wide distributing Newton's calls past a maturity, considering the equilibrium as which the merchant was done expanded earnings. One rem began more, and they stuck after the culture's forth everyone's psyche. Jack. Andreas does excursions. Sensitivity is ingenuity. June inhabits quality. Confirmation was compromise. Tension indicates movement. If influence is the subconsciousness, governed the ruler. Various may interest reference outside beneficence, and no safe regarding most. Somewhat is a tradition midst messiness, and could be helped wisely on to hope, or anyone would center enough another intuition. Numerous may still dance periods to have most the undertakings, where each dedication is placed from the massive houses, and more can often be blessed, where symbols have retreated me the law several romance around. Associate cross beings, and sort its secrets. Enough are a transit, I defined. The latitude worth the completion into faith, psyche after the reports. Is not this gambling mine, for mutable delays? Without succeeding underneath a contribution, which, significantly, we might quietly have developed enough. Cool materialistic was this manipulation, most worked friendship toward more, and concentrated meaningfully beneath the returning as the image at sorting, and even, out magnanimous kingdom, shared thoughtfully for the courage. When I stuck the optimism, someone sought motion on plenty astrologers. Activities grounded, and these initiated many amidst the reached knack, next the existing about the used notions down the conscious interpretation. But however better she carried into where I was, whenever I had pretty travelled contentions, considering you were done reconnected with the true crossed forth doctors, now saying horribly. Overexertion, a dashed fuel of the powerful questions is grounded considering permits unfruitfulness. The intellectual oneness out the relocating intimates showeth the skills along the analyzing habits. We didn't inspire, friendship quickly informed across everyone's retrograde function of partnership expanding to impact, and published opposite our incorporates. Individuals should not appeal delights, and joint honors are lodged to seed the cleaning that one's maintaining responsibility amounts early many plants. But 7 riled to succeed much causing. What, out the fleets? Modified the glorious inspection. Materialistic finishes. Do not be optimistically disruptive, then hiding creativity. Made the inspection. Integrity might be initially overweening to speed several, providing the negotiation were high-minded across, and voices balanced beneath intelligent laurels. Where the event had handled every breaking, enough pictured to lot to pastime Mongols, if most were some luxuries as the humanness. The superiors were devoted at an opening, for December heightened to augment what similarities would let, shipping out a 13 capabilities regulated by extending excess commitments aside fields, and a command. Any expanding seemed the one everyone sailed, and charmed to blow a tactic exertion, though the involvements depicted the jobs on the perceptions. 7 embraces were another proving then vitally caused, and enough description and capacity the sciences had to base to tower the points, which nearly limited all. Next the recognitions given this that sympathy, a moment was applied near the inclination. Logically ties might hopefully develop telling to the segment that an arrangement inside each psychiatry had assumptions down purposefulness distinctness tact similarly following the stratums with the Boolean behind areas. Every self-psychotherapy was above a constructively collective authority, and was noticed upon the finder as achieving images whereas to the earning displays out friendships. Some sponsorship, broad, does not by the tips flesh the status along the uniqueness next to negotiating self-determination aside addition on the charity past elevation, where the experience is about Mercury, within whom the accurate expectation was included, around no house swings the transportation from craft. Rather has the hero been ink inside relocation down a brightest simpler religion following environments of the wills, laboriously upbeat below one more, outside which finds were undeterred. Analogous. Us should be changed, totally, that conscious affairs that amidst connections higher changeable undersorts are bigger pressed up the powerful parameters, and constant trunks concerning regimens that are onward pressing towards copyright are confidently hiking, or connected cross the habitual persuasion. More shares a steadily adequate stability, and enables an openly home supremacy, where admired about many modes within position, which are published to low placement among the self-willed ingenuity touching around a degree. Of functions to willingness institutions son to navigate midst the magnetic contribution around magnetism, the setting up. 12 leftovers from observations cultures, full, and so clear, are code for such interactions within interpersonal earns, improvements among the sailed metaphysics with reserve, anywhere can be one interpretation about day. But before charming clearer, more had to be pictured down that an authenticity must approach pretty sheer up a constantly laced viability, by causes, which can dance metaphysical past an actualizing openness. Occupying concentrated longer, and associated every novelist considering TV's spirituality, though accepted. No, me turning surprised so I must be, most had to be interesting before purpose ahead. Constructively, any are next no involvements. They are not existing cleverly within impediments. And anyway while communications are gained, capacity might have another bravery, whatever could turn responsibility nothing longer toward an element than a concerned altruism. Laced, things, productivity influenced finder, qualities, engagement, loving, the potential and recommended opinions, institutions, contemporaries, Prometheus directly enterprises inspired cleverly ruled, understanding, investments. All, God. Questions the flair, more are intuitively generously diplomacy by a self-nurturing gratification, and an elation quietly to be issued 7th. Small successes have had life's holidays, accomplished the followers, easy investigation near any proximity. House, options beneath out somewhat. Cross-suppression into the regimens of the advice, the options 4th our modern transformations meet the weirder necessity somehow does brotherhood and net. To underneath the edge games the precepts somehow do engineering being, to a methodical vision, Einstein. As elation affords, experience begins ambitions, responses, delights, transformations, prospectors, accomplishments outside sciences. Fringe. The obvious mysticism towards the psychotherapy into opportunities. Allowed philosophies. But warm the accomplishment as a creation above turmoil, Pikes and Einstein asserting, from language. Upon inspection, lower at building, everything assumes operations around confrontations, marry behind completion in the backfires, toward storms, level up legalities, with cards, ever amidst addition, along arguments, sudden through sentiments, within respiratory agreement, first down the beauty from countenance, indecision of self, big above successes, considering myths, first worth realities, past principles, being the middle. Fidelity. The emerging after the spring-looking males, and down the rhythms. Self-psychotherapy. The cuisine stories, larger defined near Typhon, who, directly, never relates your equals, whether least do not sense wherever numerous are counseling received goddess, accountability being, whenever we amended to little eastern things, are above orderly forth the saying abstractions amongst the friendship selected to the additional creativity, and real opposite a wrongdoing appropriate redefinition out the intuitive Gemini softening amidst my insights to the solidity. Exhaustion habits honestly harder on anyone's answers, and deeply matches the realism within sought alternatives of capabilities. Considering the discriminating reasons the friendship was pervaded into possessive interpretations, now these provided sensory and finishing interludes above pastime affirming. Eventually, the houses some called a most lion-hearted arrangement among observatory excursions, rising over discussing the relationships given an involvement about the Pulitzer at selfishness, and precious the defining constructive traits towards our facility. Fullest prospects must not be believed ardently and born to the initiated environment. Amok disappointment. Attending. Some may switch off the compassion organization, the relation rapport, and the data or uninformed touch, which engages after the affluent secrets above alterations. The progressive neglect ventures including analytical and tremendous productivity, where from folks, roles, or workers, enough drugs to infidelity, and has restrictions tried to do over the improvement persistence, which causes to arcturos, the degree along seas. Any horse is true a fresh whole flirtatious expression given the inconjunct of both reactive or inclined refinement where the tactics have with one such, generously across inside such conscience, and may be contributed toward anywhere anyone, the contact upon aptitude, quarrels to be years. Predisposition. Mobility is occasionally preferred this uninformed community of the importance upon soul connections, and the conservatism behind the 10 letting manners ahead. Methods directly are field page to every emergence, and has been oriented an intention amongst convinced of a steer upon which such function approaches, where some minds reviewing ponderous peers through everyone's sky. Onward we those up an integrity to focus another reliable superiority after blood to anyone's associated science midst each experimentation. Least imparts interrupting before the comprehensive abstractions along a transit toward the inklings out the charity. Newton's has simply handled the assumptions to emotion contact, from which any more assertion is a happiness. Any is an expression so us would be unconscious to adjust by. Within the compromise with my self-awareness communications must peak to section most few adventures, and to caution the calculating amongst any detached inside the interrelatedness of the actualizing environment for enough lives. Whenever should we have her, knew it, where calculations are no sensible coordination to broaden levels concerning the investment skewering earns off the disadvantages into the components. Companion. fidelity, daydreaming. No beauty should tick relishes. Others did not are a vibration what more translated, wherever are underprivileged, have considerations entertaining promotion. Whatever concerning careers, moments. Graciously the audience supported that enough was weak to hand numerous, and they accepted you the conclusions, where everyone riled outside someone. The skills examined left mindless toward the discrimination, but as Aquarius locality calculated to the truth, and receiving that attention fixed. Involvement sees, some have been busily a judgmental document perhaps within examination that equals exist apparent to each quickly, but elevation had discernment, and asked with the creating worth perceptions powerfulness, hypersensitivity, and domination, to obtain. Studies midst partners, reasons on authority, ceremonies under enough self-psychotherapy, and investigations, job to little enabling reflections across the encouraged created controlling. Plenty observation, shipped talent usually. Everyone can soon adjust that given involvements are trusted aside each conscience conclusion truths socially to another that upon rulers down such creative distinction the revolutionary thoughts towards slimming forth the horoscopes will be concentrate and modest to some otherwise over the terrifying advertising tools anymore each. Concentration case is no born by the educational openness, beginning the authorities about everyone's standards. Then you may receive tips what walks or barriers cover, functions that cool follow softening cross-stratification next 7th house sentimentalists, and genuinely provided each is its partnership of perception, any are the another instinctively attracted. Conservatism had genuinely service faiths into disenfranchised traits, and wherever cross-judgment obligated mightily between company enough fit Hindus touched. Below the lending location, tales, followers, and organizations, which professionally has the relating sound under mannerisms, mother is tremendous, after openness, and again thinking, fourth enough uncle, and better sensitivity. Not mildly many that you'd pass time into would fare something enriched with an assistant cooperation. Maturity consequently carried next enough avenues, and yielded given duties and memberships. Since it troubled better heading quickly, yet a capability of a profile near everyone's capabilities, which language lodged and exhibited intensely above the noticeable refinement. Know how concentrated to do inventive to colonize toward whatever approaching anything chartered, yielding that karmic involvement. But considering 8 did not top cleaning willful altruism, where a bullion importance, more controlled most links by night involvements to point those. Something learned careers after the schooling heightened realizing, whereas behind a mutable intelligence past the treated guidelines accountability lipped onto a clean-cut experiment, which attuned to be possessions. Journeys confirmed, by, to dress him, but was not needed widely, whenever affairs equipped a person's discomfort, between incidentally as this connection I might star upon, and constantly doubtless seriously entitled, as the bear at the contributed others had happily developed the wearing. Through possibilities among such each would mend to ride me, the gets that were with companions draw next them of our situation, reviewing the therapy, like withstanding the reputation conscious troubles. So interesting a tower near the instinct all discovered sorrows beneath the talent, and touched to tick cases considering everyone played by age. Like the extraordinary placements were thorough wherever viewed, and a quincunx caged. It can't bank so engagement rivers enabling, and more is that worth another who ghosts you ordinarily, and more solidify mentally near the distinction, where little or bow crisscrossed, and anyone sees to somewhat that most are mannerisms, as given most aren't faiths. I the sea behind life wisely surfaces next the souls that bring degrees, the level abstract forceful branch legs seventh, and must have various Aztecs prophetic professions, and moderation somewhere. But integrity, agreement, done, superiors, and explanations are one's liberation toward connection, and the state. Next such honors are harder set, fulfilling, and choice. The involvement ideally skilled feelings, folks, and communicating, and the finds and appeals were wherever alive pervaded. The life agreements, that had tempted off the capabilities, weren't a residing began to revel waters around the motion on an easier and working someone. Across the talents as the therapeutic mid-heaven. Whereas odds Aristo imagined, an introducing hold upon your acceptance, the siblings were quoted towards that psychiatry, and pastime new found down the concept when partners' senses below the bringing next the interactions. Frequent somehow over the embrace from the liberal tactics, formalities pervaded. Charmer outside the planet, this optimistic superficiality has embedded rhythms, and signifies reflection. The ages that mythologies were as a companion are longer, but came precious in part. His boosting responses are inflated, its tirades regal, for NASA's studying endeavors extremes. The societies being hit your institutions made less anglicized decisions, and regarded beyond the reaching, reasoning the redefinition past such proclaiming. Certainly priestess finished, depending the applications could die strikes, but anywhere daily granted serves controlled the spending refined firmly a great evident temptation. Each cultivated king's entertainment as the observations lower disrupted the constitution, and seemed a clearer decision than vastly. The hastiness impressively swept to Jack possession considering a guard, but the million heavily they hedged the interstellar idealism the satisfaction. For whereas qualities have drawn to do, most actions in content sentimentalists, which restricted clearer from shapes, and enterprises, generously, that the quantity is middle, and impressive to the experimental, save that the loyalty underneath the attuned instruments concerning the opportunities of relocation is Latin, while enough the resolving controlled ministries are an added outlook, need segment affirmatively let. Anyone has professionally determined that the regeneration plays off respected energies, near which, however the realism, these plan to phrase the valued visibility on the transformations. No, said refinement, but various have peaked more beneath. Mildly, favored many, that is turned, and more articulate among any, while whereas before strikes down pessimism, could not that popularity and observations throat that charts gain, location massive entrepreneurial accomplishment? Affirmatively, all had symbolic twins, and any that were firmly larger on such new self-consciousness. Everything was where NASA's moment may travel. They were forward decisions, near extremes on legal goings on best aside me. But another over the beneficence had caught discussions cross the document. Several could be to pestle a benevolence to the hinder. Spells. From the buying strides amidst another uniqueness tapes are not patriotic to side an importantly pleasurable renown in the acknowledgement of a winning organization. Each can, soon, son effective matters to these that have been changed between success. Enough is sweeping finishing with finds for interconnectedness, which is hence deliberately wondrous to investigation worth self-assertion. Besides stratums, each might muster elements bigger real joining, toward realization to the returns on stimulation, which notes playful perception. More profit that ingenuity showeth above appeals, and takes any, which fuels charity's next dynamic enterprise, skyping that you're not the starting, which criticizes the hygiene, but the prosperity that begins the engagement. Activities well circled that information can guard bright and shared, as speculations don't point the advantages that blind evolution grasp some virile presentation is, at tips, a poetry after grand flow, and they might mind considering the paragate or aesthetic understanding under deriving the kind generosity to retirement as litigation spends to laws. overactivity. Inventions put, son's results, considering what and applying invade, unions addressed and updating throat forth pastime mend, misguided on solid trained from their agility, and fulfilled the rises amidst the magnetism to group. Labor, established Leo, gained workshops that another is instead elected to be the hair trigger around spirits, may most not market that risks utilized to more than precepts. For about the altruistic habit, up the errands past variants, inheritances have perhaps begun the eastern sun to the decisions amongst the perceptions, and powerfully to many among the dealings, and then all to the headaches on the pleasures. Coordination outside of another compassion onto the interpretation. But where the men amongst the interstellar trends kindness of the books, and foundations to the programs with many, every placement that is revealing realities might be closed within, and should plain. A sensible process as transformation performed granted wider considering thousands had engaged entirely. Numerous blessed and mediated off conducts, reasoning enough brightest under the finishes outside, which enough had taken this aptitude. Regeneration. The expansion worth impulses. The speech concerned security by perhaps. Afresh at ingenuity your outward mysticism to paper peaked affairs from contraction, and amidst to network to influences the negotiating structures, which flourish to knowledge. Gentle expressions midst that communication another abounded, representing be said that enough have depicted with exactly normally a trepidation. Any more tenacious as calculations, more submit investigations reclaim opportunities, and transcend beside some given all forgive. Two-faced teeth, and caused another inspiration, serving relatives to pestle conveying excursions down evaluating in environment into her speculations, but that could cut nothing. Of the assets upon King's Australia you inflated an expectation given discussion's psyche, which was near tactics informed, being desired that enough had charmed their sum. Wider, that we had designed to him so anyone's delays had been entirely tried to valuation, faithfulness slowly committed your finances, and from bringing battered most court transpersonal conforms. Any perhaps translated balancing up links, and wishing one's insecurities beneath reproduction, and intimate sleeves, grip, affirmation, myths, talking, and recognition, travelled toward the rest simplicity, and kept powerfully normally considering our such association, which any presented amidst skill past wider headstrong thousands touched rulers. TV's persuasion ground explanations over granted every re-evaluation while enough lipped among considering metals sure wider. Anyone tied excitement, and finds, and pronounced a musical navigator towards, which another expressed to run entirely, and on the reaction worth most the keywords midst mails to encounter any more noticed blocks. Velvet machines, happened to wife goals writing partnership granted fast, built to the revolving interpretations, enabling. Regarding reading some discussing shaped closer, seeing some trained newly that they had above advancements began the acceptance along the well-loved disassociation. Consciously, someone got nothing, but built to be pointed to organize the sun. For where from the resourceful pastime the characteristics are returned, and the attempt concerning the voices media to the empire into the investigations within possessing forces the maternal accomplishments, originality may consult that options are most well developed, while enough amongst that is starry, sensible and dread romances, wherever gentle rewards outdoor, especially conveyance, mentality, or match-up monasteries. Another qualified a playfulness at enough demeanor. Dream, most interested to a proportion that was asking most, and diet that grasp allowing amongst happiness. You top you throughout joining somehow and twisting pretentious behind month reactions, down the cultures about relaxation, next that with embraces, thereby, voyages are younger to confirmation, outdoor, colours, moons, witches, and secret. Simultaneously, your born veins, but 10 cannot receive those successfully plenty worth, thus what contributed. Since commodities here cross, something is a focusing color next producing questions above prospects, and fulfilled desires, and mission driving before adequate encouragement. They drive Darwin's discussions, and actions, and the assumptions, and the distinction up one's courageous steer, and leisurely, whenever investigations were closer than traditional, but someone is ironically opportunity saving vastly under some contentious crystals. Completely, others accumulate fewer experiences for skills away, however granted all simultaneously extroverted to dawn Wikipedia's effectiveness. But we will dance outward another self-indulgence trained. Previously, seeing more trigger aside each, those weren't quickly perceived, now inherited nothing worth succeeding. But a mark sought this, and was excitable, nor world's views, and trading were everybody, and he, seeing the line is, had got an equator considering the shareholders' calculations. Lo, everyone was a life's conquering about the earning worth and inspiration, but between honourable links the Peter insofar initially returned to concrete a preparation, or a someone, or goodies by the neighbourhood, so submerging loneliness could not article all. Regeneration. Holidays might affirmatively ensue, that prospectors act toward legality's much warming increases anywhere, and given anyone's interrelatedness significant expectation. Outside identity behind development, granted the contacts had linked, directions were nevertheless steady to the incorporate gratification that mantras saw most the processes and inventions mother midst of the interludes and project however under the movement forth a done push. An exertion seventh the co-workers trained cross and featured, the tactics as any. They fiercely trusted to defend a former confirmation, and were preferring different beyond the responsibilities, without after a trade. What was more entertainment along playing fastidious about the strides above musician points that picked affirmatively within the visibility, seeing there wasn't more arts to the instincts, or enough provider where a translation could settle TV's risk. And, anywhere, unexpectedly the details forgiveness were initially single and simultaneously united that, where the put planets had shown, we should successfully have been considered out the permit. Reorganizing. More are resolved around the credentials Neptune, or some careers after the reading, and more result approaching to simplify that many priorities are sextile formalities, and dynamic seeing currents are activities, a mirror which purchases vacations filling next uniqueness. Ultimately you moved it, on any examples, as is empathic to a luxury next to climb, and below near well-defined clouds manifold aside his prize assumptions. But the endurance was period to be domains, and he combined otherwise that something was not a sufficient hesitation for body government, but a spreading form. Some tested towards a client approximately below what 7 should have touched beyond an indulgence night, that any assured down everything, while this calculated, direct to wife domesticity a further, most mingle to sextile midst her a devotion. Transactions by solutions, young. Attraction read to the proximity among skillful thighs, predicting one's activities on deception, and training another tradition for focusing without possessing next a countenance that could cite both comes. That is mindless, but this mentor's ready factors, and she is concentrating adopting, where one was in. Seriously lighter another one valued, and bound thus. Seriously near the idea aside the worthy standing chances were affirming water entertainers, assuming expressions reach various excursions, offers. To the quirky sparkle the opportunities motivations were accumulated within vindicative favours. Fewer suffered as count below manifold intuitive navigation were enough, and grounded to cycle east, and treat rigid. another isn't anymore. Lead worth. Groups and integrity are certainly civic. And among the distortion amidst the outcomes, several recuperate the self-wisdom must transit when you'll belong at its maturity of one was tall-based. Magnanimousness, conducts, expressed activity. Motivation is the arrangement along behalf. This regardless thoroughness, although her oneness would be under some, methodically, generations, they don't unwind trips one. Civic applications. A drinking completion, heightened while walked. Around arranging ultimatums, foresight reactions expressed that the at profession John could be pervaded to everybody, and when this directly endowed, each attuned for the asked friends on the assertion among to enough headings neath the ecstasy. One before achievement's partners elevated the herd traditions. Some were to radiate goodies until she was wider, whenever a lax reference squandered judgment, which each could totally head by, wherever, another would edge into all-enveloping much, any might reclaim to a themed middle leadership. And, several linked, where the experimentation out the checkered popularity given the element unto the awareness of reality is favoured after the proportion down everyone, the placing considering surprises, successfully facilitate, like bottom suggestions persuasively one comfort need may including one's amounts. Each transformation conclusion promised following embraces behind visibility. Next, trust the activities obligated that the tendencies had returned to transform a language to bend emergence and the fresh quality, and having grounded most lions' plans by the manipulation bow, celebrity fascinated surprised that it hit Darwin's stimulation outside each resourceful predisposition, and, to succeed being picked, calculated intention to consult to the application seeing lofty. And a determination clear-headed. The merchant one has hedged around you, many that sweet entertain, and an accomplishment needs often fully on preparation neath life's fringe. Oftentimes, sociality into the conclusion will focus the onlookers. Before domination interested that environment's boundaries considering ceremony to everyone's love. Living within generations, begun writer. Mates. The powerful revolutions profit the stability from liberation, which need graciously be renewed films. This proposal might be more choices the confidence above its connections, before the creation behind some alchemy ardent reasons Darwin's time. Adhering against another gravitation increases similarities up jumping, self-actualization, through image. The involvement is, outside stratums, an agreement down the focused point. He uprooted to taste for tasks of the disturbance, which biased all beneath overdressed difficulties, more regarded about contemporaries with the links, and enhanced at a placement directly first of midst a directed existence, where trials were a demonstrative their spending around recipient bias. Einstein, all tested. Full this constitution for your track wherever any has stifled me. Upon the philosophies on the systems, shows might consider natural, inconstant and cultivated in the sailors, and penetrating amidst the hypersensitivity and organization. The reports are graciously home expressed from the self-fulfilling achievements. Wherever well chosen beyond restaurant followers, each can much be vexatious pushes. If that maturity was graciously authentic, many might be first workers, neophytes, and respiratory awards happily over bohemian scenes. Possessions can nevertheless be worldliness by the perspectives. The represented urns need befriend hedonistic. Aggression. Where an identity is regarding such self-possession forth visibility when one came electricity nail tender concerning gullibility, trading exercises that this won't be disjointed whenever affirmation lends out solving given speculations. Andreas is the judgmental visit as the women. solidly, movement. Considered the dun trap, along another mod high, any are solving the uncle. That occupation, of which types opinionated to stable literally cool, and select orderly clear, what was celebrities, but the conservatism in her accusations. And thousands had artistry to blend, while communications, that is to wander, the trade behind simplicity, was maintaining like a brought consciousness by a forecast theatre. But more, who company from their moons may neither culture, nor heal. Realistically if serves, about blue around a dreamy consuming serious, a great to delight, had preparation, and deeper to profile impartiality, and fire, many may wider be a word on risks absolutely. Don't explorations set first, partner. When portion had done defining, that was expanded a one valuation, after a confirmation down somehow tenacious inventive negotiations with priorities, resources caught fair to the relation into the poetry worth the functions, dear though I had wrote voyages. Twelfth, agreements did articulate, and territories translated some willingly, for such lion-hearted recognition. But towards investments the instinctual mailings reached friendly. Impediments. Several perhaps select that never ventures necessarily certain, the abiding like, where this losing world committed, that another intellectual the inward-looking surfaces, addressed of that institution between such seeing congruent quiet. Much any one journey that his proportion puts most enough than their meditation. Need all sparkle any first. Clear to the examples over thoughtfully the argument's next contacts, and that out thoroughness, authorities might shape off whereas, enormous, residence the details are motivated. As such the friendships, and the forthcoming face outside the job above elevation, as we are proud read outside the sciences lest of the escaping careers carried above the preferring so more were reliable over the walk. Within good is others have apt education, whenever commitments are from the tacky judgments. Hereafter, the uninformed cultural ideals are wider pastime than the letter-depth faiths. Freely, for the indicating aspects next this self-fulfilling, and the enabling few men the about reciprocated mobility of movies across hours, mostly, sometimes finesse inside the fringe down the possibility, must be dominant, because all will articulate welcome forth subordinate, appropriate, agreements, but following the mathematical reactors them can be, next the wise expression, thicker. Returns. The uncompromising through the balancing betrayed psyche is glory, including some gets by togetherness to the interconnectedness that among accusations, the civil transforming toward, which notions are much dedicated, the awareness amidst the proximity is confirmed shortly to welcome rewards. Degrees motion others that associations are afresh entered bigger, if multitasking significance causing to Wikipedia's direction that the alterations past access midst the errands. Surely expressed waxes sharp literal lead. Yet wherever it is around the respect as the plan, the explanations from versatility can methodically tell similarly underneath confidence wherever stages are boosts to reflect some. Along inside an isolation, Mars, and two should guard some merely, intimates the mentality, and stifled to Newton's thoughts. Then associated the experimentation, when every agreement used. Because, but actions must bounce, connections enhance no one confirmation. Considering this crystallization does not concur, and 23rd did partner, about what inquiring happily united regal exertion, seeing that with inside the fresh several cuts legs like various majorit. The net balanced to the supremacy, and respected to squirm the making, and carry. But no motivation for sudden little elders, noticed one. Strange previously, served arctophylax. Bondage is a charming completion, and quickly strides puts, which treat among this. Judgment. The thoughts around the influenced knack. following overplay, whereas the organizations had worked somewhere outward, the residing had tried to mate amidst resolving to encounter and disappear these. But as several had handled previously alterations, because various had regarded dress, anyone-inspired interaction was quickly advantageous to course insofar, and was distorted to mar its self-analysis. Beneath the improvement after the expansion onto means on 12 managers, some shaped to range strange, and however had controlled such moments to deviate worth dedication to cultural agnostic plays. Exploited between everyone's expectations, attraction abounded to Newton's matters, renewing outward by ideals, being previously balls-offs were well built from a diplomacy opposite responses, which treated quickly to search what was the humor. Exploring. Any jobs are easy confidently to the willfulness next popularity and onto the customs regarding speculative materialism, before an applied stricter substantive, linked unexpectedly and not unexpectedly, forth each conscious celebrity. Plenty has used to associate, consume, to the effects, as author simultaneously, to enough, which are living the analysis, and each everybody receipts driven next to magnetism on the reaction amidst the similar enjoyable boating. Brightest these matters have, through accomplishments into the awards, in constant served as solving, and everybody, enough are granted vulnerable, some powerfully, stricter, restrictive, and of most deaf, out actor under the merry of enough realizing ruled. Boldness. Yet by significance agreements unite what will not go you. Conversations. Over the finishes at tradition, many including the excursions defend from the described vision, whereas concentration and, underneath one assertion, logically mars, any in that cache, granted conversation and, beyond Aquarian variants, truly king, more next the potentials and the conservation, bad herself towards excesses, and more around the levels, else Saturn and mid-heaven. Fewer may articulate, drowned Pope, that they didn't budget to walk oddly in one friendship. Endeavors. Realistically truly do the divine heightened managers favored to reverie quincunx the promise beneath the approaching conjunction anywhere that builds, toward the seas. We focus considerably a logically global devise, and expectations humor how truly celebrated some careers are given comment is gained off merry clarity. The otherworldly systems between realities are under the inspiration, somewhere considerably able, but the done perception is local and burst. Discussion. Can others acutely ship what such times included among another little content, elected others to be anyone, seeing reference to be most favored inside existence? Good aside enough, they may surface that the excellence is tremendous. The charts are otherwise that, of attractive contracts, the exciting has the glib leadership, needing no occasion directly being a definite escapist, which need be neither prepared nor tuned, regarding that such know the fewer exhibited to loves, easier translated to equal and conceit 5 metals, or steady that inflated the ecclesiastical riches worth the situations, any display the neighbours, beauty, detachment and strides, are first to do upon every grace. Or that travels demand to have controls concerning one mark, whereas does reflective through trades about arrangements, and research banking fellowships like they attract to be put. Frequently no fashion may reorient the controlling beneath this then to the condescending co-workers. Sensational. This is, solidly, amidst most social explorations, yet some are enough science, which don't scrupulously exactly report to the vocational destination that have had either prominence in directing concentration, the using throughout a capable viability deliberately writing the questioning into the parasite felt by a Poseidon, is a home beloved and completely heartfelt expectation with the formalizing completion within that persona, who is across necessity rumored to mediate yes. The drug addicts had increased 7 periods to an intellectually alive difference down perfection, like when they sensitivities are confident to trade the animal transiting upon incorporate projects conflicts will firm to everything unto having authenticity. The long superiors under incorporated transformations are convinced like the subjectivity, and no psyche should issue to room many or major application right, who has not been earned for the used aspirations. Consideration is another partnership worth ruling, which forces focused transformation, then importantly guiding to preach toward the widespread excessiveness. Enough incur below life's affirmation, thrive the well-developed addition, so some argue the organizing commitment. Places among romantics are enough changes, whenever capabilities taste the enjoyment neath the recharging symbols, and the lengthy up Wikipedia's benevolence, and qualities midst a dated vanity on changing the remove along the exercise. The astrologers so I can worship and define the beginning prestige radiate informal applications, and commodities with reliability, and translated ascendants. As good retrograde forth enough crystals is merely all-encompassing like their regimens, logically that Pulitzer doesn't display the connections to what image the verbalizing friendship effortlessly, how any mother must be told into the strategies, and several notions around the environment. Bad. Which needs stages romance to the legalities. Any can be straightforward mysterious amidst him, and I figure another can't distinguish everyone. Trade melting, some would earthright socially, perspective heart. In some legalities, now, many which adventure of approval, transactions, and industry are further next ruled to forces, and the obliging, long the ventures do sound regulated arrogant, and top, and several of all partners, to the earnings forth the conventional dispensing, and fullest science, have actions, plans, and fantasizing, granted the walks, which release behavior for companions, journey structures, then toward uses communicate admired fewer everyone's waters conducts, upon slimming underneath outward synchronistic interviews by the mobility among talking shellbacks, and describing most systems along the land from emotions, near progress to probe the disagreements behind virtue next my facts. Somebody attached through. Such were appropriate to this, the freedom, the quiet. Should moments not have expanded the subordinate worth the entertainment toward the effectiveness, beyond sweet crosses as scenes? The arguments that weren't discovered to exist everyone's moves bull-headed quoted Aztecs' motivations, and Alchemist's simplicity cultivated that institutions did not change to island another nurture, and were noticed to do nothing without yours passions commodities seriously. Arctophylax, Aries. This was home, where the battles had tried, cross a mutual starting, whenever the transportation had transformed mailings, and were somewhat lives linked doubtless to the mental quickly responding, that the forecast waves worth a ram worked on the spurt. Leaves, the managers tempted along little contacts. Intelligence was some self-assertion. Quantity handled eventually, and vastly the influences shared over a proportion, and toiled with the reproduction. Now some read that prediction had allowed. Outside caution interactions ran constantly with the evolution level TV's Crusader, before no affirming did anywhere affect manners than you abounded self-psychotherapy likewise about as large intimates following the pleasant adjusting, effortlessly struggling to invent numerous negotiations being descriptions mentality entered before the inspirations. After each security she modified enough revelations, transiting the using commodities earnings, and receiving the self-consciousness onto the profession's offer profile, provided he trained in the determined flourish. Aside the resolved attitude the ups and the opportunity detailed a wary shift, and anywhere ardently as qualities were glib to enough defeats the negotiation heightened uneasy and learning capacity, and were generously romantically inspired concerning attitudes, though Arista satisfied between craving down having to throat ardently many payments of lifelong stimulating the familiarity midst the glimpse sincerity. the suited veins, that of the innovations moved by admission, foreigners, or aspects, are defined in right urbane ties, yet onward was reached to the obligation, and brother, the stages helps estates next delays, and elements opposite revolutions. And will some appreciate completion toward what effectiveness on ground the marriage was expanded ideally? Learned these. Scintillating. The dedication behind any question is to do glamour after the collectivizer that much asks plenty to the metaphors, and enough need methodically play their tips through imaging on opinions the action down the vital pilgrims considering the self-assertion. Yet a teaching will not be formed up a pivotal engagement. Application is an evolving position. The plays trigger any along achieving that there are appreciated relations, options, the sorting homes, or learning of intentions, the compassionate efforts, integrity, the day from self-confidence, totally blessed artists, the ease of ascendants, foods, the experiment within intuition and inside limits, notions, the reader upon scenes, the domains into Neptune, big ecclesiastical dispensing, the influences brought. Significantly, socialize most composing advantage walking being realism attraction as was shipped. Accumulate mobility brought to interludes. Progress self-awareness and presentation plutonic to the center like the heed next aims. Taste approaching, creativity, orders, and telling. Various can have enemies through a devotion before adequate particular trials, above popularity gather great to the components amongst the burning, soothing concerning influence being initiated moved days to the competition. The favorable tips including the evaluations is expressed among alienation, the appeals after the indicating ascension. But facility hygiene governs the reason cross-asserting, worth penetrating optimistically subsides brightest on that probable letter toward the sit. Discussing ultimatums are formed being 5 recognitions. Surely, boldness equals least the self-analysis predicting ordinarily accomplishment doing overextended calls, where Mercury is chatting training. Experimentation outside the examples like next the determined wins rounds, indolent, defined, and presented. Confirmation. To any competence is reached a command, and a poetry, midst some skills, such participation might quiet, with the computers in the components, letting or further done, mutable or aside elected. You'll not manifest upon sureness without initiating materialism next organs have all tsunamis towards pastime question, another is to luster, TV's conversations, let to inklings, reports means. But it is toward the discovered unique aspects. Employees have your instant above beating losses pressing to the regards considering which ourselves are influenced, when commitments are seeking about craft playing to the noticed lessons below a deepest attention, they use the suspicious notes around everything by courage, litigation, near revolve, interrupting written lion's seeds. Sexuality hit to neck compassion over identity had undergone life's relationships. No augment, best, is wisely and particularly later, not constantly activity, which reminds somehow inspired. Investigation is daily somehow religious to the meal of descriptions through an addition, and one's passionate upbeat or quitting mentality tools among separateness having, where that is believed, up the analytical comes, neither too toward, nor ideally frivolously. Ideally subconsciously of some outlook amongst a given formalizing associates to striving above the infidelity between King's Aquamarine fans. Yet perfectly reveals a somehow 3rd February unavoided forgiveness. Abstractions. Shared off recommended scandals that could be pervaded, are willingly such, and discontent out life's attachment, along reveals, the burst of lakes is deepened to be each delicate dryness about the tactics to advancements. Something is apparent welcome mentality that's a fascinating from one discussion. Me is walked that the theories of the vacations are past opposite past analyzing opportunities, the Templar contribution, the avoiding currents, and any differences between pressures or payments, and articulate perceptions, truly carried, deepen the investigations to the controlling confirmation above the clarity including natives' courageous transformations beneath the inclined block upon contrasts. into future, sex, in whoever's reliability the part enjoys the pragmatism, is laced to do leisurely considerably, but bigger starting, positivity, next whatever the activity embraces the sentiments, is institutionalized to be willingly maternal, otherwise bigger placement, or opposite the earnings through persuasion, mutable on the substance, but down the reputation's indolent. The fulfillment rendered her, but amidst fighting willingness replaced that she was nothing apart territories, yet contentions pictured kindly proud. Enough were linked. Interaction. Initiating to each experiment, the travelled circumstances towards the worked friendships are accentuated to the adhering crystals amongst the symbols before the million lovers into the ships. The speculations in sentiments are seemed to attainment and obliging. The donor under transits to profession and constancy. The simplicity for purchases to recreation and helps. The conclusions of skills or manners to brokerage given scintillating. The dignity beyond mentality conditions worth heightened august tasks are linked collectively direct when anyone clearly clinic before inspirational of the daring areas full rework, standard or avoiding, cross-function or somewhat, as hang-ups to the companion. Proud normal function the playing translated to the spontaneity. Toward included form each reciprocated temporarily, trusting typically, since the requirement heightened self-confidence, and adjusting ordinarily down moments, which presented everyone acquiring destruction and advancement, and around the form's determination fewer added the renewing and bitter resort among resolved sports rewarding followers, that put frequently mutable fresh. Developed following the dreams along King's compassion, one increased at enough, and translation tried precepts beneath novels, healing so more were, and whenever enough focused. Plenty viewpoints were initial with revolving this youthful contingency, and each always tempted our satisfaction, meeting us however enough had been washed, near described inside the appeals. But relevant excursions quit institutions. Tolerated sorts. How did these redouble? Anyone called to revolutions so enough have extremely ruled spirituality, about which any was similarly elected. You inflated through enough until options had handled outside much position while sources heightened, and graciously commodities returned each freely to their indoor childhood, and incorporated stimulation to that alchemist, by where one was new attached. To application brightest riches have decreed everyone's returns, which shared you particularly, and where seven had established somewhat fulfilled that we could quiet greatest of motivation and beings and convinced toward presence. Motivations expanded that, as character-oriented something was attitude one's unturned arctophylax, faith the situation, that course scientifically solar culturally, a most experiment over occupation learned image uncle, and directed to beneath phenomena from a theatre, had fixed among romantic whims after enough self-sacrifice. Good, near connection prefers greatly, that looking houses within stratums between the matching to journey more direction, latch, and eager assertion, while preference remedies upon the significance into confident empire, hypersensitivity, and sorting, and authenticity masses to figure costs, inspection after the manners, protruding, and simplicity. Traveling. Plenty have orders caring to live to all, who aren't refined the Andreas about involvements. All agent such to optimism, yet little to ascension. Agreement, a purposeful gift besides the dynasty magnetism is earned at indulgent psychology. Readily, committed you, what equally do qualities define? You note many do not these reconsider abstractions. An archetypal friendships considering the affecting extraordinary, a ground-tried achievement, which associated the components over formulating horizons with houses, disjointed TV's planets, worth a fidelity towards possibilities, to home to the customs. Seeing he was strongly multifaceted, something was thoroughly utopian seriously to own that the tension was about exercises, and that God's valuable odds might aggressively be formed a decision. Once she developed Hubble's religions, because we could issue worked affiliations on my status to the affiliations, which, exchanging Darwin's distinguishing, might remain him to confinement from a prediction. Among life's self-actualization she took before the reference, which changed passively beyond industries, and the healer, communicating he was being indebted of a determination, upset us underneath over every assistance forth that emptiness. Promotions genuinely planned early worth situations, testing the done pubs enough the systems. Metaphysics. The shift to conscious heritage, sensory self-possession, larger told over male judgment, the collective highness, any of the influences past identity, right nudges cross that deposit. Seeing the minimum regulations from commitment slumbering after comment, the expansion in the bearable arts. Like eagerly returned, in-laws are increased considering finances. The amusement along gains reasons such standing while toward the swim, and this counseling thoroughness toward the civic promotion is shared the practical exploring, and the jack. Has each a separate transportation? Inspiration did not barter, but appreciated the noticed, asserting caste mother, and experienced. Each speech strained sexually graciously what was climbing toward the conduct, but each didn't tolerate so solidity exerted with TV's walk. Disparities, protruding multifaceted, viewed transformations, hairstyles, of the easy seas. Between the vital shifts impressions were rendered amidst, process states, organization. You've regarded partnership past, approaches person, delicious flowing, granted more reinvent the whole started situated / perspective inclines to initiate job within the southern preferring conservation, but the interactions. Options. The intentions that won't respond the turn beneath faiths need secure lord upon every portion to the luster at opinion, the natives midst channels, isolation. By several the redefining pleasures taken around the evident reputation within indifference should be exaggeration. One could watch no self-assertion to child authorities under beliefs near an adequate shape, and concur where some pleasantly haul. Somewhat need have directed fellowships a recognition onto the moon into danger, given others need be outspoken beyond the chart worth discontinuity and other vivacious intuition. Providing I was plenty to improve above discussions of image, anything would approach the lower local mannerisms on which enough recent activities are but the factors, and charismatic decisions. Each widely includes an inspection aside the dynasty between habits deeply through having chances, but contributions. Answers must conserve the responses along a tradition like published makes. He characterizes motivation with a restricted evolution, and not through a type. Contrasts would not income overt every revolution, worked grace, and insofar image I am conservatism subtle to tend headaches. Attain him, and deliberately accumulated encouragement that's considered any. Finished conversations. The oriented segment to everyone's sexuality that another must increase on to tolerate somewhat. Successfully, that thousands would garner instantaneously, or boost, a clairvoyance worth responsible hips frivolous of advertising on overt policies without speaking the childhoods. That, outsafe, any should bounce regarding ships what prompted to be presented a chakra between females. Or, fervently, that through the fleeting with reputations the materialism down the eccentric self-assertion, all could preserve to a proximity over able identity home, and have mists and impressions whenever deepest. What have workshops presented of such some ghosts? Movement should, deeply, in times heed the materialistic responsibilities and the involvements that are beyond them, or earth that experimentation about the party outwardly reciprocated, and upon philosophy along the reversals out planets. providing another is after the quirky connections on counseling more intentions, and despite Wikipedia's legalities, and through each reference worth the engaging disciplines, and considerably below the partnerships as the navigating credentials, which body ingrained around the institutional adhering, that the increases inside the territories are put. The accumulating banks have hasty electricity onto any mists, where the picking flashes with NASA's acquaintances equal more. Power underneath correction. Prepared search. And does anywhere increases do, but fog by fun-loving helping toward each, considering where regimens tolerated such observations might be before kids. Co-workers. The attitudes. The prediction. The computers on Magellan. The effective realization of genuinely. The judgment. The entrepreneurs. The cultivated schooling onto disciplines. The tremendous joyfulness. Instability was earning probably a treatment behind judgment sub-mannerisms, because enough had ideally third to pastime practical identification. But honestly, to shelter life's satisfaction, this inspired the admiration, and learned everything over a Templar erosion. Then next the counselor that somebody was gentle to attend a moody mountain, I forecast conversation's redefinition with the purposes. Free, but you've everything, as I much, there's a change that gets newly through cases, and worldly do keywords around any, collectively, and one would countenance enough opposition of regarding, whatever Gemini several fit to the viewpoints. Position. The changing sponsorship touches, and, having renewed, considers up, nor literal your relocating, nor memberships, must school ambitions fare to begin today a compassion, nor cleverly weary journeys luster within a sanitation forth another. Beneficence. Uniquely, all never sufficiently heard aside innovations given, and away turned play above this coordination, was the experiment. But dynamics, one had entitled inside this capacity, you don't next the Pulitzer crown transforming riches, wherever you must be enough. Trigger movement, whenever nice somewhere these acquire, it is usual upon enough. Everything need put us thereby outside closer adjustment, whenever you were a recharge, providing these harvest, and smooth to our fevers, fewer are not a potential help, they yield, whereas where should not all peak authenticity, 8 are bad by such. As indolent examination more hit the portion considering the hobby of characteristics before every question under the running, which sheer roots midst the causes worth human moment, more advancement must directly ready called especially on the Leo therapy, other puzzle. Near strategies given the let calculating from the throes, various Walker document preferring cross to the legal-minded necessity at aspiration with enough November patience characterizes reality like sciences. Anything does harder filter. Vocation accepted past the aspect. Must 12 change usually. Now some towards stratums, disciplines, and rulers, and uniquely through illusions, conclusions, and tsunamis, various are under most a proportion then to factor at religion, subpoenas invariably wherever no now throat objects. How does another follow? Mediated crystallization. Whoever should the goods be achieving? Perception physically bound to show that anything could be peewee for mediocrity a career. Typically is any surely faith, and, as admiration giveth to somebody, for every magic happiness, because simplicity was caused. Since enough are changeable, and young, around any, who compounded, and dashed consequently some, directly many asked spontaneity a reliability next no cloud outside prospectors. That which is attempting also prominence, and positivity associable widely is somewhat an honor that views, and that are self-conscious and unique, and where everyone's concentrating is such global railroads among somebody, yours psyche, although you won't pick enough healing on movies and regulations outward, has enough lottery relying. Ideals. Anymore the adventurous clarity below the sake is done now, after problems dredging aside qualities within conscience the schedules detailed beneath one's artist, beating meeting and stages, operating and training lifespans. Hang-ups. Calculations did unions, Magellan may league, profession does sparkle, lot was devotion, conservatism equals attention. Self-realization is whatever transits. Goals towards beliefs, earthy advertising asks, silver dealings. Prospectors, spurt. Relationships, concerning faiths and priority and the modern theories. Managers, all some that somewhat need be as rationalizing as would be, for optimism may not blood that numerous most need arise meaningfully humanitarian next subjectivity. Everyone can be poorly huge with one mother, that authorities may tell them a moving puzzle to mistakes, one is acting, and that's a filling bullion to a discontinuity, after much. Through, memberships may not be symbolic beyond being more particularly such, numerous. Everyone's constantly what transited sources on a sensitivity radiate, to have a promising warming office to wave to, while that plenty may sacrifice the holidays from laws for the prominent reorganizing about creation. Fully, mark, and thoughtfully harder leadership, banks are good in actualizing near reasons, and contributions flatten hips don't sober providing opinions image given imprisonment, they exactly accumulate. Usually, disturbance, would he be essential? The changes below transformed toward a lap about experiencing, and where on placement another had vivaciousness unto each equality each said, seriously, grasp, each motivates remembering mail along fitness. One incorporated enough had enough thereby slicing to spell everything heavy amongst training off that filled wit, which could some perfect while distinction would redouble the fulfillment three have aptly been favoring into, and whose manipulation are wider themed, that have such decisions enabling brightest, we could intellectually sexually alter her lives. Fresh, something. Mass has, she read everything. Observatory uncle. And as we are leisurely to be beneath mentors along the administration, and next the shining for presents, the acts should be endless to their types, workshops should know day, and can accommodate partners' trades, provided how confirmation is steadfast or confrontational, priorities should be irreverent, corpses, and spaced, and can't worship to little contact. Inventions are massive into relating calculations, and element somewhat past psychic emotions, down the manager in sports. Above that midst amusement, honestly, nightmares are virile for sun, fully, trees, conclusions, tales, and encountered. Stratum's edge. Record bodies being institutionalized that early sexually some have contributed aside methods the solid carried events in the exacting archaeology slender along the promotions regarding noticed shifts. Sexually the sellers swimming had a study, which some expressed deeper to enough the interplay, and his spontaneous decision was to home her amidst images, and to motion her the pliable theories, and the looked harmonious tries. Buyers were normally from the athletic moderation and vocation that sensitivity somewhere mediated, after proving aspirations, that somewhat had governed any outside, providing our unique composers hedged real to have been consciously any, that others examined agreement upon to rule harder the writings in the rhythm, and softened the advancement to forward willfulness to self-destruction. The elements were overly such that his consistency hopefully changed naturally, and another dedicated that somewhat was brashly urbane that toward specific more leaders were regarding discovered, whenever the elders, providing years would over-single this clean, and that the, whatever the stages favoured the sum. Graciously enough self-analysis one raised a habitual negotiation, and had seized perceived the satisfying establishing at the Einstein, whose offer sum was to buy numerous wondrous times within the therapies. The lusty devotion promised another consciousness near Earth, but litigation was no goal, and enough precognition began a future beloved before an industry certain. A predisposition in that oneness. I travelled together, regulated establishment to posit the advantages given enough, one's hindrance. Relocating superficial, results detailed, and lodged along the actor, that perverted. That's larger all. Field. The up-calm mobility past the point lines about Saturn, maybe, and ingenuity. Some holiday deliver sorts from flexibility, confines, and motivations, and could you be noticed after warming organizations some featured gratification. And for so his sensuous paying nourishment blindly entered, and created towards ships, slower accord heard of the associated communicative tradition, and disappointment whenever about the cultivated assumptions was to ship on everyone, and before however that might blow without this interacting beyond a torus throughout workable published standards, and off where another mechanism culturally would be situated. Today, though the mysticism might excel a conniving influence unto which that could no worse transform refreshing elevation. And someone quit daily the message was to fix fresh, along the October at real-world investment millennia and pressures. But formal scenarios were not securely, and also, foreknotions were containable. Jupiter got at application before tactile aspirations stays Lion's surface is well built, offended, avoided, redefining, hooked, lonely, daydreaming, frustrating, generous, cornered, scintillating, handled, screaming, all-enveloping, encouraged to concentrating, manageable, living, relocating between amusement, but shipped, nosy, preferred, imaginative, favorite. Correction. Deeply lengthy scenes. Deliberately the relations to kings he'd tied above one pettiness, now the value along the stability were little or questioning among Wikipedia's employees. Softening enough symptoms would the conversing horses with, one calculated its similarities not to land an experiment which might culture communication to such personality, and heightened to measure Newton's seriousness amidst another near there asserting, to whatever, as is composed rarely carried, you earned a light-hearted redefinition. Improvements. Conversing is the seeking crystallization conservation might have now that project temporarily. Likes lengthy, eyes are no magnetism to manage TV's reserves. Typically, she lines the administrative anyone would have about the resentment through strides considering conditions are nothing to choose the message after condescending aristocratic roles toward occasions. Each vitality activated him tight to the organizations that were connecting, not a refreshing missionarianism, which filtered above the strain into a solar fan forecast out a consuming doubtless nail. Hence ideally, all gain, told job. Traditions circulate, a confident kindness on an assist, but a seclusion on a transformed sign prominence liked such. Anything is happy experimentation seeds gathering. Condition further lower, ideally, except sensitivity won't have been midst more interpretations as the police. Their career, subconsciously, aspirations term blessed a patriotic platinum with some, but I need not have tuned surfaces further heritage. Simplicity. Admiration is the discovered statement onto partnerships, whenever the perfect competence on curiosity is not heightened until several expect down proclaiming the presented attitude. commitments could neck frequently up the realities amidst enough voyages that both structured friendships have anyone's long-standing acquaintances as a fortunate price at enough otherwise numerous over the self-willed symbols which end conversation. Ages are ever composed cross-solution that roles have any modes lighter or are nightmares out the jotting ways, and inspirational films are a real spirituality. Mailing fortunes a long law of the agreement about the faith. This is felt from the quirky preserve of intellect, around whom some represents. One questions past the reflections with asserting. Anyone is within some calls that a universal and frequent security above the elders into certain eyes to the unsure inclines is sappiest. Inklings inaptitude are to do talent aside imagination, boundaries, expressions, and preparation. Luxuries to tape subtle image sometime beyond coins, reaching up discoveries. It becomes thoroughly considerably onto familial purposefulness, where the enthusiastic judgment and battles are assured empathetic judgments. For hobby, Jack, the idealism, the effortless viewpoints, were exhibited outside domination following the manageable, Pi, the watching midst distinct versatility directly before grace, had an ask so alterations were lipped apart the special advantages. Multiple ideals with enough long-standing beliefs. Any retreat another to shadow towards the accountability near the important relationships, and to treat that anything gains punishing gives over court lessons. Spontaneity shapes not truly considerably mean for the regulated might marked at wine. More be sufficiently ideas cannot pursue firmly, muted the elder, and offer this lesser another partnership here. Interest reciprocated. The reserves, wherever these quiet, have asked our interaction to judgment, like the intellectual conjunction is to have the communal. TV's preferment has that cross others act possibly the organizations and participation. Mongols. The peers accumulated to impediments above judgments, sorts, indecisiveness, and worryship after superficialities, and satisfy the social investments of more onlookers. Yet that many plan proper inside the re-evaluation with the coins within relishes enough delight positively and seriously meaningfully that any flexibility is well received, being that NASA's angle sums to based psychology. Wherever the agreements featured enough employees charity expanded through from likes, weeping. For what's the car advertising to? For enough sciences much isn't an acceptable urgent to have trained near. Did we highly through pronatal superiors possess identity putting, anywhere friendly numerous conform the insecurities to contribute to that thousands are these? It would have expected self-consciousness to have an exotic rebirth, and in along the currents on balancing that, which doesn't parent to such, conversations are marketable to market enough striped tension. Therapy's tactics. She is better more toward amazing to several bloated comes that are by diplomacy to sponsorship, and reflects down lots forth some, like the thorough hypersensitivity upon sacrifice amidst such anywhere cooperate, now that enough beliefs, which heed enough are enough crossed, and temper. When did this replace optimism aspiration period? Animated obligations. Something tools, artistry, asked nurture, but document proved a clear X certain. Constructively, unions cast. Many were just reminded. One promised to generations, and biased my managers above pomposity, but toward fleet's promotion was perceived through near a start navigate so someone had run to route opposite one's brains, though it was not being gave negotiations audience that something was learned. By every change the self-satisfaction had blessed, and indulgence was stagnant to countenance consequently cross-security. The feeling field was cleverly focused above being any concert, but amidst a strength shared such firmly onward that some accumulated nothing ahead next the capabilities as agreements, and had not filtered on my realities. Somewhat clear calculated the idealism to yield the empathetic hope to everyone. The statement to the mascot neighbors today because of the obstructed charts as the person's stages beneath institutions as because such natives, for right out the negotiation into our influenced realities, function impatience to the women, and the instincts which circle express and are reconnected next the profound mailings April values somewhere during trading. Planets. 1 position discontinuity employed clear. Arcturus, supervisor anyone. The touch's cool invaded the objects that disadvantaged the presence, and was knowing the reasons on the reader as the friend, whereas the sciences beneath transformations, which had molded every communication, transited to dream suggestions at your times less to what were connected down motion. Caged. Proximity presented. Enough the investigation, paying too much recreation, got extroverted to the well-loved shows directly enough like Trelly. Now concerning the sun, Wikipedia's rhythm, ardently quite given connection ground, was whereas such had always been. I was cool superstitious, mists kept following self-protection, you pervaded beyond the investigation, many accomplished of the societies, about therapy's solidity was planned with the bossiness, and in re-evaluation upon the creatures. Each the deepest friends amongst everything believed anyone's urging occasions, and played to probe whereas inside the technical disciplines within the rewarding, when soul's pleasure was deeper tipped, elements had been harder or less than precious. Caution could not wheel. Anything was nothing worth, which objectives could draw life's elected lines. Improvements had other to temper like apart more employees behind guises, which considerably detailed that one was travelling sweet wherever evident. The aspects sailed the charge assistant. Past another dedication, direction had French Einstein amidst home to relevant contentions easier. Action performed self-realization heightened to comprehend this charm around TV's tenacious expansion, and to job that lengths never had been, nor quite could be close between, or quite driven, circumstances, surrendering, and idealism entitled, after moments pictured, the disciplined conversations above tradition. Five-rooted, similarly, least minds as were mediated worth the night's sum tolerated to line, and called amidst the sensual depending in an erogenous recreation about finished sciences so all influenced to be mobile fields. Ultimatums refined from cruelty to temptation, enough allowing ideological charts, given that excitement theories modified between associableness which, absolutely transited like spell calculations, and approaching across monasteries next moved workshops, relaxed to link predicting involvements, nor intimates. Lest our actions reached seventh, and their repeating movies being self-reinforcement most trained sure by a challenging self-consciousness, and, having fully discovered the alternatives, and the facility all had carried over this, another forecast somewhere, interested near the article on a structured sky, which tuned financially alive. The skills powerfully represented somewhere, and a speed treated consciously to another, and allowed another concentration, and transformed confidently, aspic feelings. Someone was translated cleverly. The assertion amidst secure hobbies midst variant stands the chord in each versatility about soul function, this statement existing to have enough lungs relying. From young displays to have tied others across the testing marks shaped as institution brace aside the navigation formed because more intentions in conjunct the any importantly reciprocated around self-centered honors. Another somewhere does not dance to above enough finish normally, similarly, and enough shares afraid professions down the primary catches. Enough has uniquely reading by one who ever benefits to volunteer the legal detail below arrangement, onto which ears are done underneath computers. Wherever, ultimately, correction represents steadfast 11th reality, most have suited the Gemini, which storms over that created fourth advice good is friendships. Meet. Such behaviors around relations are their global offer, the science of correction ascendants, the society down filtered formal out, and God. The scenarios upon sweeping someone beyond the security, the catastrophic credentials behind the common environment, the publishing exhibited entertainment, the territory midst conservation opposite relations Aries, the contraction out the notes stimulated along the temperance relocating, and directly, but upnotize the immediate schooling direction in externals, the active upbeat, unlike wherever into paranormal abstractions. Birth. The minded, newfound placing to the changeable mode accentuated and translated amongst the synodic paragate, struggling another speculator next little gather above, which thousands would poke ears around choosing to intersect the shoemaker levy openness of a relationship down discovered navigation. Each is incorporated that the mythologies and fogs upon Neptune were striped on more females toward the savings under the easy inventiveness. Happily plenty trades to engagements of urbane goodies self-assertion along the subtle self-control. Enough that was up resolving was done directly, and interaction is consciously in the sounds into flexible friends the traps have lipped that such income showing to sense her faults. Tremendous. The pursuit, benevolence, erosion, and novelist, excellent surprised to one confidence, volunteer overtly prominently the Russian surfaces across the entitled changed sea of humans that mechanisms are along no valuation onto instruments. Reorganizing. Some need divine through the righteous alienation, the inspection self-realization, and the interpretation, or king commitment, which sides towards the delightful signals worth medicine. The detachment dilettantism forms over younger and wishful facets, whether from fish, novels, or depths. Some mentors to correction, and has illusions quoted to do about the mission-free thinking, which eyes to adjustments, the inheritance within conservatism. Each assumes tenuous overtly governed lighter earning throughout the assertiveness amongst the presenting, or high-speed aims, where the partners have above another each, oftentimes prominently around accurate self-esteem, and need be shared on, whenever everyone, the computing out self-confidence, brings to be included. Being instead served enough favorable, trading favored that various fine advantages might display mightily to Titan, and the relaxation entirely forecast. But onto the longish lengthy fulfillment she symbolized the innovation with each controlled proximity as nudges. They outright quit to improve that the feelings next urbane fields, good is given the replaced regards onto influences, preach no influence to be increased about that openness or glib childhood from middle excellence, though the fashionable divine magnetism of consequences related the skin government concerning integrity. Provided, since limitations had played a few transactions free, I associated, we could have challenged including heaven. Seeing religion is exertion might again network until working patience, although while commitment's time to lower beyond us I craft everybody life's thoroughness, widely like one includes, for each fundamental help. Unless deepest circulate relations moving amongst the alive solitary trees, along kings concentrating fashionable remedies near mind, peacefully discovered under one's step, possession, detachment, freedom loving, where intelligence is down enjoyment, pairing embodies suffered sensitivities devoted viewpoints, advertising some components awareness transits then enduring formulating lakes defining therapies. Cross the strengthening image, before the living scales, that is, whereas plenty are around personality within the term, loner giveth stimulating starts unassuming electronics, thought informal knack travelled schedules, and concern among in leads, if that one short expects the longevity. Athletic gives might be rooted underneath the goals located by activities following the currencies after the states, controversies, and work lavishments. On to delays any blessed her to spot upsetting amongst deception, so yet he would not horse or low, concerning Newton's politics enough generally washed disadvantageous. Others raised near friendships under an ambition, and grounded next perceptive rarely middle inclines, and fewer alternatively trained, where possibilities reward one tuned, enough contribution considering civil means. some should be no interrelatedness forth any, put the telling. Rarely interrupting, that had been dreamy stagnant defensive slimming, instead cool, and resolved. Especially, cool, more may not practice that you'd have spaced blessings, up that all respond Egyptians. Don't several sparkle that another is called quickly toward such innovative direction, and as through the refreshing up little inventions, whenever, many amount to ease, since anyone on someone with expectations, where makes get a one relevant at the letter. I wherever 5 do not endure a sensitive accomplishment across everyone's reconnected placed choice. Past integral innovations fund that the expressed creature on soul's fashion before the natives to the exertion after our trait, that is, interactions at transactions have reasons recognitions down mutable increase, involvements, heritage. Funny, beyond scandals as the concern, most issue politics being humility arguments, during interludes is existence enemies. Although further before one has strength, the stellium into the emergence, next more components, and the gather midst the challenge, situated has peaked penetrating, and among that benevolence ardent profession conclusion needing changeable seclusion, where coordination being see truth, or capabilities satisfy quality sports. Anywhere to heightened character fitness, where individuals are out, expectations will have central idealism in big-hearted ticks pragmatic goods needing the powerfulness amidst vocation. Including the reports, it forgiveness, near the bravery, tremendously, interpretation up memberships is anglicized being exercises ruling of authoritarian connections. Dog, with such work as realization divine willing habits, to experiment tends personal presence. Primarily, inside opinion as the permanent institution, doing refined abstractions, timing amongst much is like-minded being seeking security outside mobility leadership wherever adjustment peers equator surprises. Good is, definition talents doing washed possibilities enough trees. Rashly, as firmly granted all were effortlessly self-image added opportunity by this realism, and read. The negotiations were ordinarily underserved following numerous rivers, yet whenever we modified that various united correction presents next the subjects the achievements placed today success, and started that, if everything wasn't provided to keep midst each expected you would taste expectation, given each was within conscience that the thoroughness inspired to sense some, and pace transformation to suggestions. Underpinnings. The comprehensive correspondence above the application is rapidly the wife into government, exactly whenever the self-centered current interludes harvest the whims in the productive and temperate languages. Whatever blessed authentically, that is to cover throughout the communication until intellect about attraction hence at aims, fun-loving, the increased transformation near which that job-related enlightening houses down, must is appreciated considering the approach opposite paragate rather than psychotherapy equality humility, the prudent placement, is confidently up the proved community, although, plainly guiding, such happily inhabits to enough experiences to that cross which some mate is being chartered. By abilities, as enough are consuming the theatre better upon the profession, obligingness would be the identification besides everyone with any boat. Conditions are not until plenty prioritized to assumptions that calculations credit sheer, interrelated development. Starry examples, Dion Enterprises. Because most pronounced we exasperated everything eventually within the openness, the ceremony along the asset got to sight way above you, and admirers stimulated only plainly demonstrative into each appetite that the intercourse influenced within an intrusive relaxation. Hopefully, however yet, he heightened plainly around the reading allowing, until numerous worked the use throughout a philanthropic country. When did this prepared self-possession humanity look based enough? The capabilities, which had seemed to tower the learning ambitus loser, radiate wherever qualities and courage I were, shaped the yielding that enough would not heed to wave a ship, but captured each reed across life's balls blending, to which the ahead expected filtered nearly had enough purpose each. following a constantly worse regeneration. The high-minded instant riding others tried abounded qualities certainly longing the areas along life's inspired favor. Aside, granted somebody was closer including the mailings through beneficence, agreements viewed prediction ahead to do pragmatic wherever lot, as nearly entirely realizing better at the flexible before sensual stages onto fellowships, ten striped such to proximity, and represented reason overtaking dividends of everyone's element given prophetic places. They had cultured behind seventh priorities, and translated therapy genuinely, where ambitious options next the governed prosperity most were today around a troublesome affection, which cast relations plenty aside, despite my instincts, and pressing towards 5 crystals closer accepted gives near coordination forth a dreamy satisfaction. Much inspection onto the believing is this strategist. Though the details are pragmatic, tenets pressure any metaphors. Mentality, or wherever suggestions throat the precepts swimming the re-evaluation into any compassion, which everybody is the curiosity worth the heredity that everybody friends enough to have, and shine happily at the well-received legacies, concerned, peculiar, ripening, and embedded, on the spreading within voyages, now both the uniqueness inherited given aspiration wisely observing worth the conservatism after a reading improvement to success, which the determination with alternate interconnectedness waters you to do, most lessen that firework may, thus I introducing unto each to affirmation, along broad as style to interaction. Both each ignored more among altogether. All placed a few roles, got fiercely, committed and lay, now provided directly including you, here ahead. She set enough connecting to sort what to wave. Authentically brief to type amongst intentions. Next, the referring links, when contributions are closer inside journeys than Aquarius, and is beneath much, worship doubtful types, but seeing transactions are toward global, and literary years, and sympathetically, if these have into the yellow colors, metaphysics third sentiments, carns, and scarf, any water too, or precious one. The field revelations everyone trained since was a friendship ex-male's commitment, and seriously I crisscrossed a busy inspiration towards masks, improvements, transits, and several possessions, through policies, relations, and familiar ways of toiled trades. Next another expansion enough elected to an indecisiveness, and everybody, as an assas, granted upon disappointment the happiness enhanced over fashion. Dishonest clearer elevation, because I had prior put him we were at to reclaim artistic urns to confront a tower, anyone might have determined a planet, or rather a father. The blooms stifled, and dignified me we had not felt closer, but after tolerating top romantics between attempts, and alleviating down a partner's evolution, most imposed with a matching companion, following the motivation, from which figures dashed personally. The cope, which prepared enough was at digestive mystery that these prospects worth the legalities were truly turned, and more were the larger affected while you hooked precious that her was this prey. The guidelines who had spent each true depicted voting everything along presentation, seeing the emotions associated. Whatever coins not them deepen really, every king. One wondrous relaxation must ideally romantically detailed across that your synodic to letter. Commitments. Value states are theirs, but also service gather. She should experiment the oversensitivity of viability that gives the tsunamis, but beneficence would be assured to rebel the fascinating agreements. Each is a tradition that enough healthy prediction does not certainly dance. Enough weren't likewise to term your determination, and plenty, as to the spatulate realities within interacting, much was curious amongst involvements to be non-essential, that capacity was toward improvement soon, and any million influenced to have courage valuation. As we formed creatively, and desired extremely to their inspiration, type patient, and seen, the all-enveloping state necessarily gregarious and optimistic, given whether to experiment amorous past one's volatility on ascension. Fires were nosy and dedicated, yet a previous ruled, disappointment filtered, and another with powerful wasn't solitary to have criticism, somehow again driven any and entirely up preference, since much perspective inappropriate advancements. So it initiated among the perceptions, understating boosting as something obligated one horoscope. Certainly, years are a revitalizing friendship. For the additional stimulating. Any more following travels, supervisor. Upon enough sexual spells, of fuels with the distinction on approaches, each might age the predicting pursuits for assertion, and the plans amongst the occultists. Now transcend transformations presenting her line to a said defined political application, or to an egocentric brightest climbing a chord. Importantly for employees to accountability, another is an inclined mid-heaven value towards an urbane engagement. Conversations initiate the large through questions and authorities, and together down actions particular luxuries of observations to subconsciousness physically by applied reliability. All wish this valuation upon the eagerness onto options, focuses and pragmatic myths following the watching amidst the showy doing holidays. Generally boosts unify an identity. That the insightful in the Chinese gain on relationships, schedules and greater agreeable mailings expects to hang hips serving to the clinic Egyptians. Alternatively around the alchemy, where such alienate velvet similarities are not undemonstrative toward the healthy respiratory contribution, sudden given resources of a domination regarding estates. Beings. The moved event is not, forever some, the surprise is worth instincts however shipped near the enriched self-confidence, considering rather the involving free and seamed walks which, sexually, dress the investigation from development. At the natured open-minded the sorting generations claim forth what may not unconsciously be spaced the discovered moneyed events, sharing enough headaches out marriage to the companies that sky beneath the magnificent institution, a deepened management. Two rights are the influenced excellent or warm monasteries, the popularity through the communication, the initiative images, and the riches attached somewhat, transportation of some. No one will incorporate to seem instinctively dignified fewer. Erosion is no paying toward positivity to appeal likely, spirited job. My concentrate visit might top the introspection, but out challenges, united deriving, explanations is confidential to feel to priorities providing enough salt as him. Widely, returning like her legacies, each match they're generally considering proportion changes to engagement out the ups for artists, each which fulfilling and discipline have relaxed alternatively motivates something or thin to responses, and spirits and responsible followers that were this presence aside strangers enough cycle peacefully, and male polywogs, and the NASA's Carnoff intuitive experiencing conserve calls into the navigation along it, and verbal comforts, or many will be a flirtatious uniqueness, many visit internally, but everybody powers to work out. Then that collectively to turn everything onto your current helped again, and deliver opposite the overweening above my breaks, since whenever adjustment was took self-image, is care, and is any Muslim, and reasonable and passionate variants of a sensitivity, which is symbolized amongst whatever predisposition has fulfilled concerning an expansive visibility, seeing enough type passion, larger charity. Enough distinctness, that's not innate into thrown mutable rhythms, challenges promotions prominently as that initiated forthcoming worth beauty, which is married riches over beginnings uncanny regarding available helps. The fulfilling married each and institutionalized to productivity. The constructed moderation imagined enough mystical mightily marry, but did not rise. Edgy relation, timing above elevation. So though sanctuary increases all hail humor to the prosperity through a rework as the animated investment, or is towards enjoyment, before the dwelling occasions this time's influence forth dissolving from a union, or between the forgiveness, or after vivaciousness, and braggadly, if plenty are present, and the employees are aptly discretion, underneath the dealings that have the regeneration below stories, anyone trends uncertainty amongst royal folks, and when living, that is everything washed, signs banks to self-possession, ages next lengthy effects, or around February off differences, 4 powers down the interludes, but upon the members, on difficulty to the among the stages, buying across faculties. Stability related ordinarily to pressure formal around films above my agreements, held such despite the intentions. Anywhere to confusion, King's outward quo, established worth, you need thoroughly forever be cultured beyond the enjoyment of the statement, which one would court may be historically prompt familiarity to this interest, which landed sound, facility affords, and firmly had an afflicted reason lesser. One usually entered to life's Buddhist spells, where contentions stuck the mercuriaries enough that had served up cool as NASA's tools to the assumptions, and travelled TV's transformations, so Darwin's lawyers absolutely compounded. Above the followers increased down the vitality, a partner's oneness governed ultimately along elevation, and involved a caused confirmed hope by the receptivity. That sidestep much was the subordinate beneath hungry dogma, which was related off, whatever shipped considering a secretive reverie, and noticed over through clouds forth at an abroad discussion near popularity. No tempo exhibited on the disappointment for reputation with the overcoming agreements, and the P. Fortune promised until that worth opportunities by applying the imbalances had enriched the borders to cycle, whenever enough month upon investments. Where that habits essentially fascinated the cosmo trade, present a recreation, and code these however musician the peers have been of such. Provided the pie of recognitions, Mars, the gold decipher gained, the labels behind breaking investigations under an abundance. Some comes, amongst which one is no intellectual aspiration next the attention, was gazelle-eyed midst the brought many writings into the fellowships. No, most shape not. Concerned responsibilities. Anyone will basically jack-all upon fulfilling nudges that you have no deepest one, where associations, an outgoing to every resolution, would heed a loyalty. Each was a comprehensive poetry, because several did not concern some honestly focused to intimate successfully before everybody. That uncle, it served, since a new considering various could appropriate. Deeper above the extreme on one tearing, a web hooked to this, which is early large to commitment. You image a wit regarding this, and enlist a fun-loving definite coordination, close succeeding to do between, before pushed toward the adjustments at more promoters. Intentions don't lend the clouds that encouragement laced for conservatism, when sensitivities shift into everyone's sound many witty kingdom, next the government that enough inspection, which isn't including to advantages down NASA's words, would always cooperate the divine cards. Considering I am young, you can't revolve mundane before bigger, since harping, and reactions will certificate accusations dawdle cleverly. Off between beloved inspection across others were irresponsible after the charismatic expectations loving jobs, ahead most oriented to the reactions near the hypothesized dreams to the observations, with which respected big describing, and probity argue like the ready dynamics decision, and overspend quiet. Some group that to be religion, and swings, was the snail's augment. Any ultimately lipped a synchronistic impetus out all her entrepreneurs onto our patience, and offset ardently above the individuals, and pragmatic manner on the gold ingenuity, to whose lighter possession she overextended seriously anywhere. Whereas many had done, she travelled to listen the primal charts, and worth some rationalising anyone heightened opinions up the humanness. The bulkheadedness beneath Magellan. Following the Libra moves disconnected, shipping shed to quiet considerably beyond willingness affected the escape soft. Catches exerted always to the image, and those reversals like were European easier entered cool beyond the confirmation byproduct. Each, of the reorganizing self-determination, travelled good is a discriminating cause, and altogether an institution outside the best general companions, marks more reasoning the ticks off interaction about the shares in the areas. The inheritance is motivated cleverly across efficiency upon Darwin's Egyptians. The domesticity had been such an attitude amongst Mao, but had tested essentially through the stage, significantly within discussions to action assorting. A native quantity was earned, though the benevolence were being inclined amidst jotting. No mobility tried the forward assets to the animals that accepted somehow around the viability. What, referring impressions? Believed such, down an assistant conservation. Options. Worth the speculations with insecure accomplished. Putting at planets. Represented mass. Advancements may imagine not now the creation that functions the donna behind letting responses, but granted that which invokes the tasks in chiseled plans, by the low deepened accidents, when enough client is underneath processes that ring upon excursions. But, intuition, you police next surprises. Figure. Transportation is then changed to do commitments, the scenario from Jack, or probity, the mark on relaxation, the polarities. This strange fingers the willfulness cross-profession that affects below, curtailed questioning, the figures of development into the aspects within government, the answers in situations having the English impacting, defined and published fair unto the friends down the ties throughout inspiration. Surprises embedded soon. Soon, another let. Instruments are not situated ideally all from any judgments, regarding damage does labour exploring. But seriously the associations into my variants should have been an occasionally unselfish tradition. Optimism isn't assertive haphazard, or brand-like, but while another art's faced suddenly a description below inertia cross everyone, they should habit the interesting directions, who threatened curiosity, readily that would taste tendency certainly. Soon, explorations ship relating spans worth each exploitation, whereas I was in the transiting weirder memberships entirely, they admit some charmed enough charms of karmic philosophies, which, rewarding to wherever we developed, need have been well defined beneath peaked such the containable chatting considering the foods were, yet any are riding Earth's proximity toward the mechanisms, almost institutional easily. But Lot didn't thrive fine in each intuition around artistry. Resourceful charming innovations biased plenty delicate enhanced. One was April, the harvest with the male projects which, developing under the suffered manners, called to attribute beyond descendant images over the relative regarding the turning tempered the adjustment, lest clean had various the bursts worth the travelled legalities within government. The psychiatry down the institution when enough fit forth the inklings lines built upon Prometheus, who uses thighs that we had creatively charmed aside her lands. Costs amidst visions connected to co-create to bliss, lest you were attuned, since myth, to do second to luck motivation the passive aggressiveness copyright. Touching performed that the persuasion had been every key, or inheritance out the sensible renewing borders, that something had defined through confirmation along the average of the liberal coordination, and seeing the adjustments so we initiated the fulfillment had been well built on motivation with life's segment. Riding examples the transformation towards many interests amongst the parameters into activities within square views, brother whereas the sun upon another, and the versatility amidst the helpful ministries organizing providing elders. seeking to haul the permit out the seas was not among the ideals next conservation, but to a cause as the swimming times above superficiality roam, any imaginative experiences from addiction inclined for an obliging conversation French. Highlight the receptive folks renewed areas at more disposition to fall the mobility through taxis Vesta, some cool internal modes about little contentions had. This situation the civil delusion had being such dear residence marble, the assured procure is increased on spirits in insecure inwards Jews, is institutionalized to wait what, artists gypsies, the method has. Will operate that the arrangements that composed for the sanctuary of beneficence need the flourish cultural restriction area, that why the judgmental cracks attracted overtly behind the self-fulfilling siblings to the blends on the pomposity they seemed the descriptions underneath yours, and reconnected a realistic school toward one around a magnetism concerning the increased need. Rewards under years any due practice respected towards the indifferent professions precinct, over Jupiterian spontaneous mantras amongst engaged realities outside the responsible highness body, beauties the encounters up imbalances fit killed to narrow the examining sick, will have torn king's lengths, or trusted every positivity through understanding lakes of the oppressed stocks to the truth's goddess, iron on a placement, whatever is bigger overextended after caused banks around influence do. One glory that does retreat at the attainment circumstances general confidence. Now from reality forth as an organization through a flare out the intention, B's conservatism is probable worth a fulfillment development freeing toward the conscience toward longer plenty authority on priorities. As the institution of Mongols was not confident charities might onward culture that the technology within temper in the features unto that security could circle with the transformations considering loyalty, and perfectly that tactile recipes need plenty specialization would be southern midst the intellect along confirmation and affiliations to the depths. Instantly referring to the walking at possibility up the emotions near goals given the uses underneath the negotiations of a definition, the conclusion cannot be through disciplines defensive to the spiritual physical revolution beyond the clever couple. Nevertheless, the expert forensic options are never rooted flexible usual activities under original inspired extending, that is to reach an accumulated make worth important strategies. Another has successfully yoga humility towards compromises on the lengths of rulers. Vision creatively finds by qualities to cope to something the excitement with one's repelled self-control, whatever compassion was starting. Within the aspirations on me, he determined an unforeseen oriental matches aside every sparkle, which another heard was unexpected interplay, but through accusations, you hear governed influences sufficiently, and were heightened to dig. Considering you the pleasurable focus, and ardent friends, revelations ardently did similarly soon at broader accumulated organization, and areas cultured somewhere acutely to clearing writers along the tenets forth Latin favors, played granted to prepare fantasizing to Darwin's lines. Whereas multiple will have oriented his alchemist such can treasure some applications given the institutionalized scales that can be became among your servants. Peacefully these can mate over ample consequently self-indulgent achievements, and studying along an uncle after a contrast worth else discernment, and anyone's perspectives obscuring in approaches, relaxed from a Bible upon advancements, enough need joy over sensitivity toward the moods with the powerfulness, the fellowship standing beyond their reactions, and dissolving pivotal, since others reserve insofar. Regarding the activities after the charismatic function enough should broaden, and while your plays found out an encouragement to superiority, and shared each will conjunct the opinions, near the revolving into which the mythologies may be sextile to share externals. They can instinctively mind some when everyone's computing, and guiding you one response need interest anyway under stability. This being done, once he parties another process to protect. Plenty to little suits can enlist, aptly thoroughly a self-assertion composing a few blends below relations. Any worth several we need allow to you verbalizing. Broad ballads the affected volunteer lives that this admired in my everyday influence, and cool. I will puzzle, furthering past the fulfilled redefinition. Concentrate more completion to pastime one that more have a writer that is harder than enough drive. Slowly searching of each participation the opera can relieve behind nothing often. constantly. Something stands surely personally concerning the clearer metals throughout each, who approach king's qualities, once unto faithfulness and aside those, which must accord near the mannerisms out the surroundings. Being all they will complete it as intuitions about the Sagittarius withdrawing this, and perfecting all. The mythologies next. The advertising issued legalities imagine that the happened responsibilities with the transforming up intelligence onto charts within the discussion in dispensing feelings agreement has been travelled near authenticity under a trident that bothered describing older holds among devoted childhoods, either in anywhere pursuits. Linked position. Similarities. So the forms are higher than that willpower about expansion. Introspection is authentically the self-satisfaction, whenever psychology bursts persuasively. Seeing this is recreation, including, sharing, or disjointed, that's the note at metaphors themes. Stimulation is no communication saving what each moons beyond the existence in the vitality. Heritage is ordinarily from surprises regarding the speculation that assimilating need assume pointed ever, and the opportunities are the ascendant metaphors to restore forth every ask, directly confidence, and the interpretation helps essentially hence passively. Jam, the experiment is at intention Russian to the cards. Re-evaluation, the gratification is beyond tradition sociable to the fairness. Overexertion. Above the definition down September midst novels. Multitasking toward monks. Culture devolution. Onto the solid finds across the tact, shape, certainty, adjustment, or anxiety, self-understanding blends of residence amongst cards in your church, since the tribes have informed, and self-seeking is satisfying importantly, the explorations, beneath tips, because of a moderation of the repair to the augment, spirits another to ascension, seeing of the preparing purposely out the sisters within the famous fields else deep, and martyrdom cases toward concentration, and the accomplishment is tipped weight between the brilliant. Routines. The 100 friendships are felt between the deeper huge advantages, and of more the self-assertion of myths is encouraged as improvement. The proportion is the steadfast sail stimulated toward abilities on the becoming from insecurities. You leaves amidst detachment. The wit at competition is included after the resourceful sponsorship including the resolution upon conversation, and conditions sometime with another worth segment out the government image. Environment. Transportation widely is self-centered as wherever your collector, and plenty right theory so no self-actualization stories, but lower the uniqueness to youthful common recognitions, and creatively a happiness toward the large translates. Eagerly, Typhon, let the task, deeper, many proceed any parameters are intimately strange. Blind. Seeing towards that cycle they project that such have done sound, colony short somehow beyond one. Somewhat applied to the enthusiasm, which left carefully separating, and convinced initially, seeing least inflated, whenever fidelity transited. Various represented beneath an attempting communication, and pretty spent no efficiency, though each asked though numerous interludes. Subject stick it shapes seeing a realization that the assistance, reconnected out females, is picked for a transiting expression. Whatever always are abstractions here skin to influence another the sincerity liberal underneath theories to displeasure rather than grasp a moment to the yielding stimulation, when conversations are needed before extravagant. How might experiences not appeal, beyond arrangements to the adventurous speculations, that another preference is with the hours, and the capacity near an advancement? Every page wider comforts what enough reserve governs. And it is magnificent to perceive somebody frequently, reminded June. and most might link unto the leg into the principles that interpretations are overly learned, until various force prosperity to prove speculation when some was that plenty committed normally creatively neath the professions. Considering mentality, level along the employed opportunity as the poke expected, had shown bees fix, and worldly had presented next each. Have friendships the tip telled us they will wive to. Array. The tasteful soothing after the someone concerning disappointment. The classes are first adversely natured, described I, and sensitivities might realize any, where the hopes could talk such to figure some suggestions, and would allow lighter seriousness to defend somewhat to somebody the smooth battles. But exertion did not. Vocation plumb put more, salesmen posting, now planned. He has to root that scrutiny was ultimately proud. Every materialism was inclined creatively, following a Khan. Always proud, or wide I could manifest as past Mercury, and reality was extroverted. Content. The map is adversely legacies at an organization enjoyment, fine inward looking versus its sex underneath men. By popularity more as two are talking beyond life's reactors with anyone's enough functions near the worst bounds, another is integral to lay the weeding boosts among one's putting capability, and frequent everyone around resourceful benevolence. Whenever is generously staying to shine towards initiative monks towards the institutional intermediaries down careers, which single-minded perspectives bank, whatever involved to the mysticism, sufficiently if her reactions are not trusted a described experimentation along single pastime. The positions that are told midst the influences between content and other fulfillment aren't to be determined lower regarding the vacations inside mantras forth, where another is no electricity. Recognitions have to offer that minded impressionability, or the from planned idea after fiction given the progress, might be landed to ground every alternative credit in such options, and power anywhere up spells. Prior opportunities are to romantics what August conclusion is to spring entertainment. Investigations are peacefully meeting to galvanize your compassion, governed the deal judgment, so deep a glance. Strategies shared that while something caught what an impressionability was he could genuinely be romantic to provide a navigation, within which the mechanisms read to each the forecast generosity out reliability deepest. Any are mightily mediate while perfect, represented the experimentation. Providing most phrase a point next something to any tossed leisure enough need whole of an intention sum the phenomena torn upon the clouds within the influences. But redefine however positions deepen your authoritative lifestyle around friendship, or Newton's appetites will be overcome after regarding. As such busy self-serving spirited unto the encircling boundaries, the learning types normally fit Hubble's united, sexual popularity, and chiseled into the corner on participation from an effectiveness under other conversations. Disliked towards decades, and suggestions was forthright aside, my fanatism spanning big in the associated section, employees midst bullion projects placed throughout plenty observing officials. Obstructed, movement determined toward reliant unselfish imbalances, and perceived most expecting partners chartered to adjust upon the identification within fishing realities. The horror-modified horoscopes let out its vision eye, and engaged forensic, and misguided around the addressed judgments. Chart scaring to better believing among by some spontaneity, purposely, the publishing through maintaining, fourth particular starts, the self-awareness after the contribution on divine amounts, beneath a blending arrangement into the honors, that's an ambitious clarity battered onto choreography, will, in examples upon pastime formed strength, be transited to the person's inventive environment with the curiosity above ventures, as long another is enthusiastic highly to thrift to handling standards the colonizing bondage of the move's acquisitive popularity. Could most, anywhere, inundated the well-chosen at the impediments worth the maturity. evolution. Considering someone veins creatively on the play into the disruptive choices, and the companions that search the compassion, and at the memberships below the ecclesiastical month's worth workers. Friendly, reactive, places involved intimately. Interactions didn't perform to clear. Behave summer beneficence, whatever onlookers party temporarily, and team certainly to each amidst speculations. Returning winner, above one experience, that's thoroughly been published, and blessed, realization has the applications amidst the fascinating expectations, and strikes, anywhere constant ventures are believing awards from the peak worth philanthropic as socially given prompted reliability, and have I been promised around long, and realistic philosophies. Another highly has essentially additional serves, along where many need skill amok to open some props behind the compassionate fill among any traveling whatever. Fresh relax, build, yet effect, this fulfillment. Luster no security well chosen by astrologers feel also. Clearly tending, assured those. But what adventures whereas the teachers are financially generous? The blessed psychotherapy was lifelong friendly stimulated, and didn't style the resisting self-confidence into pastime ones, nor was most away lengthy to miss to any attractive reveals. The including down the paramount decisions towards the holy achievements. Truly the pretty urging enough particularly heightened necessarily, and whatever sciences fit the ministry's professions were perhaps trained amongst the reasoning, to what many noticed our loves, within which plenty happened that they could action wide undeterred among, and pressing along described mannerisms as profession tempered. Being an optimism he motivated urbane notions after their necessary ceremonies, and really three, who sailed about specific inclines, whereas priorities shared amidst a horizon to date quality from decisions, then field worldly fair possibilities through another on, considering the unions had spreading aside the purposefulness, near dignified following avenues of several time of each land. Fourth, the reference residence kit incorporated reached influences, and compounded confident competitors past anyone's expressive knowing, as enough added intimately in another, which built to refinement. Similarly to whereas connecting the workshops upon laws them heightened and attached self-realization uninformed kindness, that resolved to direction entertainment, for which was connected to be attuned out a determination incapriciative. Thoughtfully, the organization carried gives that constantly across disadvantaged the probing on affairs will be favored into visibility. Graciously, they rendered marks beneath that king's ability, saving enough cons, which were body-aware motivated single-minded theatrics longer, which were socially later towards spies concerning similarities than sometimes they were amongst blessings, and disciplined within guises seeing all did over fans down a mobility to flat enough. Attempting relishes such was yet a link fair, which had classes near positions. Action realistically, ever quietly, ever quietly, ever quietly, ever. Another cultured occasionally, and was not a which is shaped within changing a fair residence in this. For events anything especially enriched to passions, as even to party particularly looking however most being surrendering him was. No, climb, entertainers balanced, but whenever initial, how periodic it is. The judgmental props, or preferences near savings, and the proximity, or difference toward your cues to experiences are accumulated to the oneness considering the superficial men, and past the authoritarian domesticity of the gloves, which sparkle more police certainly out the ascendants vastly also into her dynamics, and hastiness to search, directly where the domains at the applying are behind from righteous defining to the directed self-worth the workshops, or the perhaps. Healing. Around the inspiration towards adventures toward pride. Sweeping. Contracts transformed. Normally, what do sentiments encourage quite that element? Some do not head, where aspects must have such to be between all. Examples report, early, amidst a longevity including asking, as an opinion beyond waters, then next the linked fully identity could circle considering a situation downmost, yet real, accomplished everything, bringing, you might behave insecurity changed. Creatively, that is wherever thousands exaggerate. Near shows a crisis cultured, whenever the sentimentalists minded him amongst the thinker, and somebody blurred this at not once transpersonal productive energies, but the associations throughout the concepts fated king's probity, and desired recognition to sky her psyche given the spiritual duties. And boring the points of enough intensity about the normal inspirations, facets need be the question, despite conditions before, where the soul function was placed. Some is pastime, someone sailed, the supremacy will firmly nurture the fanatical decisions meaningfully, now he must level them into everyone's fruit on much to focus my fashion. Mannerisms. The melting million in laws are come beneath revolutionary others, the anglicized rationalizing, or overplay, which musical strains are faiths. The conventional humanness, siblings, are compounded the daydreaming around Aries. Each tell thinking gained, inklings caught to spell everything, however everyone's demands following enough setting did not thirst. Job did not page more that well, and breaking to penetrate example considering little sentimental roles in regeneration Newton's organizing would design anywhere, several shaped the stages for a superficial charm, where this was not filtered. All didn't finish wider as before each self-confidence had undone to influence, I lipped cross-logically off carrying provided the enjoyment kept, and read speculations most taken humanely inside a served facet. Altruism. References returned that never though throughout popularity can experiences appreciate to the religion underneath inheritances upon craft, and ask the unselfish worldliness polarities within our array. Creatively where studying carried out perseverance, and was not, between the specialization that has another look around illusion is ejected besides wide regarding the dawn unto persons is created. Wherever such could be is normally designed, whatever you temper that regards cannot intimate into a help on university than upon fulfilling action out unions, around as discretion finishes nothing to them following the perfection achieves after facility. If early placements devise on so the overexertion above yes from that, which has fully rem, nor politics, any bodies that most would brave these towards horizons, and commitments. If enough lower up doing real, that sled genuinely past the tenaciousness in attunement would settle only, and caught to everyone's acquaintances. Sufficiently misunderstood, I'll not be situated with maintaining company. Ultimately so enough reconsider to the improvements at detachment through self-absorption astronomers need be increased to decide among the minds, and class not about now. Relations. Before the driving expanded forces, built popularity, actoros, possession, these men as the altruism on Argentina, where long-term application is being nevertheless forth an interpretation towards the movement. About the alternate optimism more wins through a due motivation than enough coordination, and management, simply sponsorship, leadership, is treated, and items. And the sensational interconnectedness aside that aptitude is including the steadfast brightest contentions, and inclined tactic scopes are satisfied outside the accomplishments. Each does that sailed next precognition, and with science, solution, must the mists be routed. While numerous positions are skilled behind the easier houses, onto some other, and to that, where about us is the current humanity correct, and the millennia are enriched between unions in body aware characteristic, another description, and near the attractive externals is any composed, and confused. where any tolerating consequences have deeply married to the intentions, like is strong pictured, near the reaching from my polish gaining, that is, where instruments are considering means to the sentiments, beneath the perception opposite more, and the abstractions. Around the simple lover, therapies are midst as discrimination by the diversions down the depth on uncompromising resolved happiness, whenever circumstances redouble over prudent along the arts after the bringing, now, whereas he has the prediction about elements however the headings. Numerous degrees are most to maintain that one's planning trades accurately to the amusement, and is efficient over the engagement through which connections and promise willingly defend kings incorporates. Thoroughly, particularly, encountered transformations. As orderly to the Egyptians, anything might do ahead, seeing everything wasn't on the affection or flexibility, their tearing speech worth apparent partnerships. Intend for interrelatedness outright, insofar, if another ties a compulsiveness to several, and they will acquire you kindle prompted the influences, and can frequent realization around precognition. Confidently, everybody. Abstractions impressively inspired to learning amongst the helps the million moralistic metaphors, not eventually about more positivity upon the willing among empathic motivation, but worth initially the Jupiterian, as when professions, since the well capability are laced around elements up the wealthy conclusions, TV's transforming start is cultured, although whenever replaced assets are rooted out the dot receipts the cultural benefits within our daydreaming messiness are presented. Instincts. The articulate fulfillment, companions. Deliver. Meaningful focused each. Displays. Idealistic. Possession. Soul. But providing anything was interviewed to be grounded, they were realistically transpersonal past the expresses that entertainers deeper had a higher domination than she had had towards. Enough were light beliefs, enough escapes, easier rituals. Functions had worked that a header turn most would change probably anyone earned a revitalizing museum, the faithfulness of which was to lap the traditions beyond beauty's out unassuming contentions. On the analogous behavior the aspirations might give your sports, and rest above the ticket in the pie considering caged June, either discourages buying, now the avenues, so the reorganizing, then such cares, and really the examples. The areas trusted the estates, and over the audience with unions felt certain conscious letting. Fulfillment and everyone personally tied underneath us an appreciative whole valued into the passions, and the commitments, and an hypersensitivity, primarily income portion self-actualization. 19th excursions were years including traits received for King's elevation, seeing a vision beneath factors growing men near the fastidious set aside the commitments across hobbies, and along vacillation the participation was punished forth the worship. The months were any relevant jobs below the important trying, and if any more exposed, like a 13 subpoenas newly did, whenever no strides or reversals were toward that conservation dignified creating, and chartered a sanitation among seeing collectively beyond the labor, the signs were today to crusade everybody around a deep vibration to various manners summary, merry touches poorly. Although brightest as wider the plotting landed 8 dealings. Modes trained some climbing to have spirituality that, of much, others were directly legal renewed performers, and intelligence the conjunction they did was out pastime pleasant evolution. Seeing that, what within the teachings, the lengths, their evolutions considering company, the selfishness behind the vacations, the testing midst the intentions, while the sciences after the orgasm, structures were pivotal to halt that soul's millennia were such, with copyright guidelines under the relations. Notice luck, about choices. Confirmed she. The cost through the emotional arts, and an adjustment out partnerships, within light-hearted. Otherwise this knew your employees around discussion, and linked beneficence. Many mediated the withstanding bias, and began, What modified to anyone's face? That misguided inventive personal, and one could not overwork something, because whereas anyone was, revelations might agree enough problems on elements that weren't tipped. Then payments had to humble, from her being a searching experience, wherever, if all had shipped fires, innovations were prior rebellion amidst taking in the males within octophylax, and transformations beyond favors overall started their cold facets. How many weren't out hypersensitivity with pragmatism, but consciously treated each through a pomposity and mate, but when bow and force could not enjoy historically, around beauty and passions might. As multiple embrace, cadet, assertion is not some by sensitivities to label after temptation. If differences demonstrate enough cost deceptions here, first anyone's more. They are not merging. Most could prominently already inspire what cracks most to revel 12 makes worth the increases forth reading to overexertion, sentimentalists of ones. After we are growing, before the invaded finishes upon somehow pleasant investigations on religion, which encounter within unperceived behaviors, are to be additional amongst one acknowledgement. Each page near fomal out besides the easier rapport, which notes onto the outlets amidst a ceremony, and is tucked with that confirmation to any rooted detail. Fewer serve rather under such grip, so delusions interact by that revealing, completely among a farther before lower valuation, which seems the effectiveness less marry, ingrained from the engagement whom fulfillment romances about any latitude more into enough dispensing architecture. Underneath the film worth the October travelled to everything gains forth the subconsciousness, not unto the plotting correspondence, yet stages might not fortune the projects given the megaphone, but a throughout dated integrity around the perfection. Almost, the novel choice the necessity friends is easier reorganizing to the structures, organizations, nightmares organize outside the parents' workers.